What if Harry Potter wasn't raised in a cupboard, but inside Malfoy Manor as Draco's own brother? A Harry who grows up surrounded by power, politics, dark secrets, and pure-blood ambition would never become the same boy we know. He would become smarter, colder, more dangerous, and maybe powerful enough to defeat Voldemort far earlier than anyone expected. In this video, I've divided the full story into 7 chapters so you can enjoy the entire journey step by step. So make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video, because this is going to be one of the darkest and smartest Harry Potter what-if stories you'll hear.
Chapter 1. The Manor and the Mark on the Night Voldemort Fell. The first thing Lucius Malfoy did was not celebrate. He stood in the drawing room of Malfoy Manor with one hand resting lightly on the back of a carved chair, listening to the fire crackle in the grate while the house elves moved in frightened silence beyond the doors. Outside, the wind dragged dead leaves across the frost-silvered lawns. Inside, the old house seemed to be holding its breath. Narcissa sat near the hearth with their infant son in her arms, pale and composed in the way pure-blood women were taught to be composed when the world was cracking open around them. Draco was only a year old, warm and sleeping, his tiny fist twisted in the fabric of her sleeve. She looked up when Lucius entered, and though her expression barely changed, he saw the question in her eyes. He answered it before she spoke. "It is true," he said quietly. "The Dark Lord is gone." For a moment only the fire spoke. Then Narcissa lowered her gaze to Draco again. "Gone," she repeated, as though testing the shape of the word. Lucius crossed to the mantel and poured himself a measure of brandy. His hand was steady. He made sure of that. Steady hands mattered. Steady eyes. Steady voice. Men survived disasters by appearing as though they had expected them. "The ministry is already moving," he said. "There will be arrests by morning, trials within weeks. They will need villains for the public. Names, families, properties to search." Narcissa's fingers tightened almost invisibly around their son. "And your name," she said, "will be on their list." Lucius took a sip. "My name is always on someone's list." That earned him the faintest flicker of disdain. It might have been affection in another family, but she was not wrong. Voldemort's fall was not merely a military defeat. It was the beginning of a political purge. Men who had worn masks would swear they had been cursed. Families who had hosted whispers of allegiance would burn correspondence and deny old dinners. Gold would change hands. Records would disappear. Testimonies would be bought, buried, or broken apart. Lucius Malfoy had spent years ensuring he would never be indispensable to any cause but his own survival. Even so, survival now required more than silver-tongued denials and ministry friendships. It required leverage. He had learned long ago that the difference between a hunted man and an untouchable one was often a single piece of information no one else possessed, or a single asset no one else could afford to lose. By dawn, that asset had a name: Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The child at the center of the war's ending. The infant everyone would speak of in hushed voices and frightened awe. The symbol Dumbledore would raise like a banner. The boy around whom power, loyalty, rumor, prophecy, and public emotion would begin to coil. Lucius heard the first version of the plan before breakfast. An old ministry contact, one who understood both discretion and the value of immediate payment, sent word that Albus Dumbledore intended to place the child with his Muggle relatives. Quietly. Permanently. Hidden from public view until the time was right. Lucius read the note twice, then he laughed. It was not a warm sound. Narcissa, seated across from him at the breakfast table, lifted one fine eyebrow. "That bad, Dumbledore," Lucius said, folding the parchment with exquisite care. "Intends to take the most politically significant child in Britain and bury him in a non-magical household." "That sounds like him." "No," Lucius murmured. "It sounds like a man who believes symbols belong to him by right." He placed the note beside his untouched tea and began to think. Not emotionally. Never emotionally. Emotion was a weapon best used on others. The Muggles would not understand old guardianship law. That much was obvious. James Potter had come from an old magical line. Lily Evans had not, but that hardly mattered under certain inheritance clauses. There were avenues, if one knew where to look, provisions for magical welfare, clauses concerning noble households and minor wards of ancient families, emergency custodial petitions under claims of endangered magical development, and, crucially, there were legal precedents involving politically destabilizing heirs being placed under supervised noble guardianship for the good of the realm. The law, Lucius had always believed, was simply etiquette wearing armor. By afternoon he was dressed for court. He did not go alone. Narcissa accompanied him because her name still opened doors his could not, and because black family law had deeper roots than most ministry officials wished to remember. She wore mourning silk and diamonds the color of winter, and the combination made weaker men eager to agree with her before she had spoken. The hearing itself was a private one, tucked behind layers of bureaucratic caution and judicial embarrassment. No one wanted it widely known that the fate of Harry Potter might hinge on dusty old statutes originally written by paranoid purebloods who had feared exactly this kind of national upheaval. Dumbledore was present. That, more than anything, told Lucius this matter mattered. The headmaster stood near the high windows, hands folded in front of him, looking exactly as he always looked, mildly tired, faintly sad, and infinitely more aware than everyone around him. He turned when Lucius and Narcissa entered, and for one brief instant the blue gaze sharpened. "Lucius." Dumbledore said. "Headmaster?" "Lady Malfoy." "Professor," Narcissa replied, her tone perfectly neutral. A ministry clerk cleared his throat and announced the proceedings in a rush, as if hoping speed might spare him the discomfort of understanding them. On one side, Albus Dumbledore, war hero, chief warlock, guardian in all but paperwork of the defeated Resistance's orphan child. On the other, Lucius Malfoy, heir to one of the oldest houses in Britain, with Lady Narcissa Black Malfoy invoking custodial privilege under ancient magical law. The argument Dumbledore made was moral. The argument Lucius made was legal. That was why Lucius won the room, if not the man. "The child," Dumbledore said, "has surviving blood kin." "Muggle blood kin," Lucius replied, as though clarifying a technical defect in a wand core. "Untrained, unvetted, entirely unequipped to manage an infant marked by dark magic, public significance, and likely magical irregularity. He would be safe with them." "Safe," Lucius echoed, and tilted his head as though genuinely curious. "Would he be educated, monitored, introduced properly to the world he belongs to? Protected from those who would find him useful? You are proposing concealment, not guardianship." Dumbledore's expression did not change, but Lucius saw the smallest hardening in it. "The law," Dumbledore said carefully, "is not always the same as what is right." Lucius smiled then, because that was exactly the sort of sentence men uttered when the law was not on their side. "No," he agreed, "but the Wisengamot generally prefers the former. In the end, it was not affection, morality, or even influence that decided it. It was fear. Fear of instability. Fear of scandal. Fear of what might happen if Harry Potter's accidental magic erupted in a Muggle home and word reached the papers. Fear of hostile claims from other families. Fear of setting a precedent that ancient houses could be bypassed entirely when one of the most important magical children alive was concerned. The compromise they reached was elegant in the way only ugly things can be elegant. Lucius Malfoy would be granted formal magical guardianship. The child would retain the Potter name in part, preserving inheritance and public continuity. The arrangement would be quietly sealed, supervised in theory, and discussed by no one outside a small circle. Dumbledore did not agree, but he was overruled. When Lucius rose from the table, his victory was complete and joyless. Outside the hearing chamber, Dumbledore stopped him with a single sentence. "Do you intend," he asked softly, "to raise the boy or use him?" Lucius turned. The corridor was empty save for Narcissa several paces away, her face unreadable. Sunlight from the high windows fell in cold bars across the stone. Lucius considered several lies and discarded them all. "At my house," he said, "those are often the same education. Dumbledore watched him for a long moment. Then he said, "That is precisely what I fear." Lucius inclined his head and walked on. Harry Potter arrived at Malfoy Manor on a grey afternoon under a sky the color of old silver. He was smaller than Lucius expected. That annoyed him for reasons he did not examine. Children in stories were always larger than children in truth. This one was little more than a blanket-wrapped shape in a ministry carrier's arms, with a dark tuft of hair, a sleeping mouth, and a thin healing cut on his forehead that caught the light like a line of red glass. The famous scar, so small and already a legend. Narcissa stood in the entrance hall holding Draco on one hip when the child was brought in. The marble floor reflected the winter daylight. The long staircase rose behind her like something from a portrait of a colder age. Draco, fair and bright and curious, stared at the bundle with open suspicion. The carrier, eager to leave, performed the handover with visible relief. "There are papers," he said, presenting a sealed folder. "Medical observations, inheritance notes, temporary warding guidance, leave them," Lucius said. The man did. When the doors closed, the house seemed to settle around its new secret. Narcissa stepped forward first. She looked down at the sleeping infant in Lucius's arms for several quiet seconds, not tenderly, not unkindly, simply with careful assessment. Then she said, "He looks ordinary." Lucius glanced at the scar. "So does a loaded wand." Draco made a small offended sound and reached across with chubby fingers toward the blanket. Narcissa shifted him back. "No," she told her son. "Not yet." Harry opened his eyes then. They were very green. Lucius would later remember that moment more clearly than he liked. The child did not cry, did not fuss. He only looked up first at Lucius, then at Narcissa, then at the pale-haired boy in her arms with the solemn, alert stillness of a creature already learning that observation was safer than demand. "Interesting," Lucius murmured. Narcissa heard him. "What is?" "He's measuring the room." That was not, perhaps, true, but it felt true. They installed him in the East Nursery, beside Draco's. Not together, that would have been absurd, but near enough that a nursemaid could manage both. The room chosen for Harry had once belonged to a Malfoy cousin who died before reaching school age. It was all cream silk and old silver, too beautiful to be comforting. A house elf stood ready with warmed milk and fresh linens. Wards were laid around the windows. A healer was summoned twice in the first month, both times because Lucius insisted upon complete records of the scar's magical behavior. The reports frustrated him. No instability, no curse activity beyond residue, strong magical core for his age. Unusual calm. "He is either exceptionally resilient," the healer said on the second visit, "or he has already learned not to expect much." Narcissa, who was standing by the window, said nothing. The years that followed did not resemble love, they resembled design. Malfoy Manor had routines older than many governments. Breakfast at a fixed hour, tutors arriving through the flu on precise days, ancestral history before lunch, languages in the afternoon, music, penmanship, deportment, magical theory, dinner, supervised reading, bed. The house itself seemed to approve of structure. It was a place built to turn children into inheritors. Harry entered that machine without resistance, so did Draco. That was where the real story began. At first, Draco hated him, not in the adult way, polished and subtle. In the direct, childish way that made itself known through possession and noise. "This was my room, my toy, my mother, my father, mine." Harry, younger in size if not by much in age, stared at him with grave incomprehension the first few times Draco pushed him over, snatched books from his hands, or climbed into Narcissa's lap the instant Harry approached. Lucius observed these skirmishes the way he observed everything, as data. He did not intervene every time. Brothers needed friction. Rivalry made boys sharp, but he also ensured the terms of that rivalry. Draco was permitted pride. Harry was taught control. When Draco shouted, Narcissa corrected his manners. When Harry fell, Lucius expected him to stand without tears. When Draco demanded, he was reminded of dignity. When Harry wanted, he learned quickly not to ask aloud. It shaped them in different directions. Draco became a flame, bright, quick, expressive. Harry became still water, quiet enough to hide depth. By the time they were 5 and 4, their lessons had begun in earnest. Their tutor for letters was an elderly witch named Septima Vane, who had once instructed the children of 3 old families and considered emotional comfort a modern disease. Under her, Draco learned with flashes of brilliance and long stretches of impatience. Harry learned with frightening speed. He did not merely memorize. He organized facts, dates, laws, genealogies, precedents. He stored them the way other children collected marbles. Lucius discovered this by accident one evening when he asked, half idly, what Harry had studied that day. Succession law, Harry said, seated straight-backed in a velvet chair too large for him. The revised inheritance articles after the Selwyn dispute. And before that, the historical basis for magical guardianship under Wisengamot authority. Lucius paused. Harry looked up from the small leather-bound text on his lap. He could not have been older than 6. The ministry clause conflicts with the older family law in 2 places, he added. That seems inefficient. Narcissa, pouring tea nearby, went very still. Lucius walked over, held out a hand, and Harry passed him the book without question. The child had marked passages, not randomly. Precisely. Lucius turned a page, then another, and felt something rare stir beneath his composure. Recognition, not of affection. Not yet. Something more dangerous, potential. From then on, Harry's education diverged subtly from Draco's, not publicly. Not enough to invite resentment, but when Draco was dismissed after history, Harry remained for law. When etiquette ended, Harry received an extra hour on political structure. When both boys were given introductory magical theory, Harry was also handed older texts on ward logic, bloodline protections, and the taxonomy of dark objects, not because Lucius intended him to become reckless, but because knowledge was safest in disciplined hands. Officially, Lucius described these things as practical preparation. Privately, he was testing an idea. The idea was this: if Harry Potter had been fated to matter, then better he matter on Malfoy terms. Narcissa saw it sooner than Lucius thought. One winter evening, with snow thick against the windows and both boys asleep upstairs, she stood beside him in the library and said, "You are investing in him." Lucius did not look up from his correspondence. "I invest in all valuable assets." "That is not an answer." "It is the only one you require." She moved closer, trailing one finger across the back of a chair. "Do not make the mistake of mistaking usefulness for loyalty." Lucius folded his letter. "And do not mistake fairness for softness." For a second, the air sharpened. Then Narcissa gave the slightest nod. It was one of the closest things their marriage had to agreement. For all his discipline, Harry was still a child. That revealed itself in small, almost invisible ways. He loved the manor library before he understood what made it beautiful. He would sit for hours on thick rugs under towering shelves, tracing embossed titles with one finger, breathing in dust and leather and ink. He preferred rain because it made the whole house quieter. He disliked loud guests. He watched adults speak the way other children watched duels. He learned early that silence made people underestimate him. He also learned Draco. That was more complex. Draco was not stupid, though many later made the mistake of thinking so. Even as a child, he had excellent instincts for emotion and status. He could tell when adults were lying before he could properly tie his own dress robes. He knew exactly when Harry was being praised in ways no one intended to sound like praise. He sensed the shift in Lucius's attention, in Tudor's expectations, in the tiny pauses before someone said both your names instead of merely his. The resentment it bred could have ruined them. Instead, somehow, it became the foundation of something harder to name. It happened by increments. A fight over a toy wand turned into both boys being punished and ending up in the nursery sulking together. A reading lesson ended with Draco demanding Harry explain a difficult passage because the tutor had made him feel foolish. A formal dinner required them to sit in silence for 2 hours. Afterward, Draco sneaked sweets from the kitchen and split them exactly in half without comment. One summer afternoon, two older boys from a visiting branch family mocked Harry's hair, his eyes, the fact that he did not look like he belonged. Draco, who had mocked all those things himself at one time or another, hit the larger boy in the mouth with a silver-backed brush. He was punished. He did not apologize. Harry, sitting beside him later with both of them barred from dessert, asked, "Why did you do that?" Draco shrugged, face hot with the remains of temper. "Because they're allowed to be wrong about you. They're not allowed to say it in my house." Harry considered that for a long moment. Then he nodded as though this made a kind of sense. After that, the shape of brotherhood formed between them, not gentle, not simple, but real. They competed over everything: Latin declensions, broom balance drills, who could hold eye contact longer with intimidating guests, which one of them could identify a family crest fastest from old tapestry work. They insulted one another with increasing sophistication. Draco excelled at social brightness, at entering a room like he had invented it. Harry excelled at the quieter forms of conquest, remembering what people forgot they had said, asking the question that exposed the structure beneath an answer, remaining calm when others lost theirs. Lucius encouraged both. "Never shout when a whisper will do more damage," he told Draco once. Draco scowled and said, "That sounds like something Harry would do," Lucius replied. "Then learn from him." Harry heard that. He did not smile, but Narcissa saw satisfaction flicker through him like light under deep water. Years passed. The wizarding world talked. At first in whispers, then in careful rumor. The boy who lived was not with Muggles after all. He was at Malfoy Manor. No, that was impossible. No, it was true the arrangement had been sealed. The child kept the Potter name. Lucius had acquired him through ancient law. Dumbledore was furious. Dumbledore was relieved. The scar glowed at night. The boy showed signs of dangerous intelligence. The boy was frail. The boy was spoiled. The boy was being groomed. The boy was being hidden. Lucius allowed some rumors and strangled others. By the time Harry was 8, he understood this. He understood why some visitors were allowed to glimpse him at holidays and others were not. Why certain papers ran flattering stories about charitable guardianship, while others mysteriously ceased mentioning the arrangement at all. Why Lucius corrected not merely his behavior but the angle at which he stood, the timing of his replies, the exact degree of warmth in a formal smile. "You are always being read," Lucius told him. "Even by fools, especially by fools. Give them the version of you that benefits you most." Harry absorbed it the way he absorbed everything. Not all of Lucius's lessons were spoken. Some were observational. Harry watched his guardian navigate ministry officials, old rivals, nervous allies, and fading loyalists of a defeated cause. He watched Lucius apologize without yielding, flatter without lowering himself, threaten without once raising his voice. He watched Narcissa perform a parallel kind of mastery social architecture so elegant it looked effortless. Invitations that forged alliances, silences that froze fools in place, kindness used not cheaply but with ruthless precision. At Malfoy Manor, power was not a thing one grabbed. It was a room one arranged so completely that everyone else stepped where you intended. Harry learned. By 9, he could identify which dinner guests feared audits, which feared scandal, which feared being forgotten. By 10, he had learned that old wizarding families talked most honestly when they believed children were not listening. And all the while, underneath the polish and structure and education, something else was growing, a question. It did not begin dramatically, no single revelation. No sudden outrage, only tiny fractures in the smooth glass of the life he had been given. A look too long from an older witch at a Yule gathering. A careless remark from a drunken cousin. "Funny, isn't it, how green your eyes are?" A portrait in a West Corridor muttering, "Not a Malfoy knows that one." A schoolbook mention of James Potter's defiance in the war, followed by Lucius taking the volume away a little too quickly. Harry did not ask. Children who survived on observation learned early that unanswered questions were often more useful than spoken ones. So he stored each inconsistency. Measured it, waited. The moment itself came on a rainy autumn afternoon shortly after his 10th birthday. The manor was quiet. Draco was at flying practice with an instructor on the back grounds, shrieking with competitive outrage every time he missed a turn. Narcissa was receiving guests. Lucius was at the ministry. Harry, released early from lessons for demonstrating mastery of a topic that had bored even the tutor, wandered into the older wing of the house where few people went unless they had cause. There was an archive room there, not the main library. Not the elegant, curated knowledge meant for heirs and guests. This was where the manor kept what old families always kept, records no one liked displaying and no one dared destroy. Ledgers, dowry agreements, death notices, private correspondences, sealed family inventories, portrait studies of people best left out of holiday conversation. Dust lay thicker there, and the magic in the walls felt older, less polished. Harry had been told not to enter alone. That, naturally, made the room irresistible. The lock was a simple old mechanism, protected by a ward keyed more for discouragement than real defense. Harry had spent 6 months teaching himself, from 3 different books and 1 recklessly annotated footnote, the principles behind low-level charm interference. He did not think of it as disobedience, he thought of it as education. The ward fizzled, the lock clicked, he stepped inside. The room smelled of paper, cold metal, and secrets. Shelves rose from floor to ceiling, crammed with boxes, portfolios, tubes, and ledgers bound in fading leather. A single high window let in thin gray light. Dust moved through it like drifting silver. Harry began, as he always did, methodically. He read labels, sorted dates, noted which family names recurred around years of political unrest. Found the Black family marriage records cross indexed with French houses. A sealed inventory of confiscated artifacts from 1892. A brittle packet on guardianship precedents that made him pause. Then, on a lower shelf in an unmarked case, he found a leather portfolio with no sigil on the spine. That was unusual enough to matter. He drew it out, set it on the table, and opened it. Inside lay photographs. Muggle photographs, not moving wizarding ones, slightly curled with age. The first was a group of people outside what looked like a cottage garden, laughing, windswept, impossibly unguarded. The second showed a black-haired man on a broom, grinning with the kind of confidence that bordered on recklessness. The third Harry went still. A woman with dark red hair and green eyes sat on a blanket under summer light, holding a baby. Beside her, one arm around her shoulders, was the same black-haired man from the broom photograph. He looked directly at the camera with a smile so alive it made the room feel, for one disorienting moment, less real than the paper in Harry's hand. The baby had a round face and untidy dark hair. Harry stared. He did not know how long. Something in him had already recognized the answer before his mind formed the question. The green eyes, the hair that would not lie flat no matter what was done to it, the face shape, the strange sensation, not of discovering strangers, but of discovering the outline beneath a mask he had worn so long he had forgotten it was there. There was writing on the back. He turned the photograph with careful fingers. James, Lily, and Harry. July, 1981. For the first time in years, his breathing changed, not panic. Harry did not know how to panic properly anymore, something quieter, a shift, a fault line opening soundlessly under a landscape that had appeared stable. James, Lily, Harry. He looked at the photograph again. Nothing about the people in it resembled Malfoy Manor. No silver, no marble, no discipline in the smile, no measured distance. The woman's hand held the baby as though possession had never entered the idea of care. The man looked untidy, arrogant, happy. Alive in a way no one at the manor ever allowed themselves to be alive. And the child in the picture him belonged there in a way he had never belonged anywhere else. Harry sat down slowly. 1,000 small things rearranged themselves. Why Lucius had preserved the Potter name. Why certain books disappeared when he asked too much. Why Dumbledore looked at him that way in public functions, with sorrow edged by calculation. Why some old pure-bloods called him Potter when they forgot themselves. Why he had always felt like a carefully placed object in a room built before he arrived, not a son, not truly, an heir, a ward, an asset, a strategic acquisition wrapped in silk and education and old law. The thought should have hurt more sharply than it did. Instead, it settled into him with cold clarity, because part of him had always known. The room's silence deepened. Outside, somewhere far off in the manor, a clock chimed the quarter hour. Harry placed the photograph flat on the table and looked at the two faces again, his parents. The words felt foreign, almost theatrical. He had read about dead parents in stories. Noble losses, tragic motivations, the beginning of legends, but these were not symbols now, they were people. A woman whose eyes matched his, a man whose smile looked like it had no idea the world could end. Who were they? Who had they been before becoming names adults avoided? Who had he been before Malfoy Manor taught him posture and silence and the uses of power? The rain tapped softly against the high window. Harry touched the edge of the picture with one finger, then withdrew his hand. For the first time in his life, he understood that the story told about him and the story he had lived inside were not the same thing. And more dangerous still, he understood that someone had chosen that. The door opened behind him. He did not flinch. Years of training held. Lucius stood on the threshold. Harry had not heard him approach. That, more than the discovery itself, unsettled him. For a long second neither of them spoke. Lucius's gaze moved from the open portfolio to the photograph on the table to Harry's face. It was impossible to tell whether he was angry, disappointed, or merely recalculating. Then he crossed the room with unhurried grace and stopped beside the table. "You got past the ward," he said. Harry kept his eyes on the photograph. "It was poorly constructed." A pause. Then, unexpectedly, Lucius almost smiled. "Good," he said. "It was meant to keep out the lazy, not the capable." Harry looked up at him then. Children who had been raised among masks learned to read the cracks in them. Lucius was not surprised Harry had found the truth. He was surprised only that it had happened today. "Why didn't you tell me?" Harry asked. Lucius folded his hands behind his back. "Because timing," he said, "is as important as truth. That isn't an answer. It is the answer you are old enough to receive." Harry stood. He was still small, still only 10, but the room had altered him in the last minute in ways no one would be able to reverse. "Who were they? Your parents?" "I can read." Lucius's eyes cooled slightly. "James Potter was arrogant, talented, and politically inconvenient to half the country. Lily Potter was brilliant, muggle-born, and more dangerous than most people around her understood. They died because they opposed a man who believed power exempted him from consequence." Harry held his gaze. "And me?" Lucius was quiet a moment, then he said, "You survived." And survival creates interest. There it was, clean, unadorned, close enough to honesty to hurt more than a lie would have. Harry looked back down at the photograph. "Did you take me because of them?" he asked. "Or because of what I am?" Lucius answered without hesitation. "Yes." Harry absorbed that too, no softening, no false comfort, no claim of fatherly rescue. In another house, perhaps, that answer would have shattered something. Here, perversely, it steadied him. At least lies had limits in this room. He lifted the photograph and slid it back into its sleeve with great care. Lucius watched the movement. "Are you angry?" he asked. Harry considered. Rain, dust, old paper, the shape of a life reopening. "No," he said at last. That was true. Anger was hot, immediate, wasteful unless directed. What he felt was colder, curiosity. Lucius seemed to understand that. His gaze sharpened not with concern, but with a kind of wary approval. "Good," he said softly. "Anger narrows judgment." Harry closed the portfolio. Then, because the question had become unavoidable, he asked the thing that had waited beneath every other thought since he opened the case. "Who was I?" he said. "Before this?" Lucius did not answer at once. For the first time in years, perhaps for the first time ever, Harry saw him hesitate. When Lucius finally spoke, his voice was very quiet. "That," he said, "is the question that will decide what kind of man you become." The rain went on falling, Far away, across the grounds, Draco's laughter rang once through the grey afternoon before vanishing into the vastness of the manor. Harry stood in the archive room between the life he had been given and the life that had been taken from him, the photograph hidden once more between old leather covers, the truth now impossible to unlearn. He no longer looked like a child who belonged to the house. He looked like someone beginning, at last, to understand how houses were built, and how they could one day be remade. Chapter 2, The Sorting That Changed Everything. The summer before Hogwarts did not feel magical. That was the first thing Harry noticed. For most children raised on stories, the approach of Hogwarts came wrapped in wonder. Letters, new robes, wands, owls gliding over moonlit towers in the imagination. The beginning of freedom. For Harry Malfoy Potter, it felt more like the final stage of a long campaign. By the time his Hogwarts letter arrived, sealed in thick parchment and carried by a barn owl that looked personally offended by its duties, Harry had already read 3 modern histories of the school, 2 memoirs from former governors, a banned article about the political significance of house networks, and half a shelf's worth of older ministry records involving educational appointments and bloodline influence. He did not rip the envelope open. He examined the handwriting first, then the seal. Then the faint trace of protective magic worked into the fold. Only after that did he break it. Draco, who had been circling the breakfast table like a restless storm cloud for the better part of an hour waiting for the post, nearly knocked over a silver dish in his impatience. "Well," he demanded, "is it yours? Let me see." Harry unfolded the letter with infuriating calm. The parchment was crisp, the ink dark and elegant. Mr. Harry H. Malfoy Potter, East Wing, 2nd floor, Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. Below that, the formal invitation. The list of required books and materials, the date of term, the old certainty of Hogwarts written as though the school were not a place but an inheritance. "It seems," Harry said, "that they've decided not to overlook me after all." Draco lunged for the page. Harry moved it just far enough out of reach to be irritating rather than childish. Narcissa hid the smallest smile behind her teacup. Lucius, seated at the head of the table with the morning paper untouched at his elbow, extended one hand. "Pass it here." Harry did. Lucius skimmed the contents once, then placed the letter beside his plate. "There will be no delays," he said. "No dramatics, no attempts to treat this as a holiday. Hogwarts is where families rise or diminish in the eyes of the country. You will conduct yourselves accordingly." Draco rolled his eyes in a way that would have earned another child a rebuke. "Father, it's school, not a war council." Lucius looked at him over folded hands. "That is why your brother will do better than you if you continue to think so." Draco opened his mouth, shut it, and glared at Harry as though this were somehow his fault. Harry, who had long since learned the value of silence when Lucius and Draco collided, reached for his tea. Across the table, Narcissa said mildly, "You will both do well. One of you simply may do so without announcing himself from the corridor." "That was once," Draco muttered. "It was 6 times." Harry said. Draco kicked his shin under the table. Harry did not react. That, more than the comment itself, made Draco more annoyed. The weeks that followed were filled with preparation, not childish excitement. Preparation. Robes were fitted in London by a tailor who had known the Malfoy measurements for 2 generations and had the excellent sense not to comment on Harry's dark hair. Cauldrons were inspected, rejected, and replaced. Ingredient kits were purchased from apothecaries Lucius, deemed reputable. Owls were discussed and postponed. Narcissa believed first years should not be burdened with unnecessary variables until they had proved capable of keeping themselves alive. The wand, however, could not be delayed. Ollivanders stood narrow and crooked beneath a faded sign in Diagon Alley, looking less like a shop and more like a thought someone had forgotten to finish. Harry had been there only once before, very briefly, and had remembered the sensation of being watched by shelves. This time he entered beside Draco and Lucius under the pale gold light of late afternoon. Mr. Ollivander came gliding from the shadows almost at once. He was exactly as Harry remembered, pale eyes, silver hair, and the unsettling air of a man who thought of people primarily in terms of what they might channel. "Ah," he said softly, gaze moving from Draco to Harry and lingering on the scar for half a heartbeat too long. "The Malfoy heir, and the boy who has become, in certain circles, an argument." Lucius's expression did not shift. "We are here for wands, not philosophy." "Everything is philosophy in the end," Ollivander murmured, but he was already measuring Harry's arm, shoulder, and stance with a ribbon that slithered like a live thing. Draco was fitted first. His wand chose him after 7 attempts. Hawthorn, unicorn hair, 10 inches, springy. It threw a spray of pale sparks into the dim shop, and Draco lit up with immediate, delighted vanity. "Of course it did," he said, admiring the polished wood as though he had personally selected it through merit alone. Ollivander only hummed. Then he turned to Harry. "That took longer. You." "No." Beech, too hesitant. Walnut. A dangerous flare that shattered a stack of empty boxes and earned Lucius a look of frozen displeasure. Vine. Oddly warm, then dead. Blackthorn. Violent recoil. Harry stood through it all without complaint, feeling each wand's character as a pressure behind his palm, a suggestion of shape in his magic that did not quite fit. Some felt eager, some cold, some irritated. None settled. Ollivander's eyes grew brighter. "Curious," he said. "Not especially." Lucius replied, "On the contrary." The wandmaker drifted into the back room and returned carrying a box older than the others, dark with age and worn soft at the corners. "This," he said, "I have wondered about." Harry took the wand. The moment his fingers closed around the wood, the air in the shop changed, not explosively, not with some dramatic burst of light. It simply aligned. A clean rush of power moved through his hand and up his arm like a lock turning in a well-made door. Dust lifted from the shelves. The lamps brightened. Somewhere deep in the walls, wood creaked as if acknowledging an old name. Ollivander exhaled. "Ebony," he said quietly. "Dragon heartstring, 11¼ inches, rigid." Draco frowned. "That doesn't sound very flattering." "No," Ollivander said, still looking at Harry. "It sounds very honest." He took the wand box and closed it with careful fingers. "Ebony favors those comfortable with command," he went on. "Not always moral command, merely command. Dragon heartstring, naturally, is capable of great range and force, though it tends toward fast learning and a certain intensity. This wand will not tolerate uncertainty for long." Harry tested the grip once more. The fit remained exact. "What about the rigidness?" he asked. Ollivander's smile was faint and strange. "That depends whether you intend to bend the world or let it bend you." Lucius paid before either boy could say anything else. Outside, Diagon Alley moved in its usual bright current around them families. Schoolchildren, bags of books, the cry of merchants calling prices across the street, but Harry kept feeling the weight of the wand against his sleeve like a sentence not yet completed. Beside him, Draco said. Mine sparked more. Harry glanced at him. "Yes, a great comfort in future scholarship." Draco shoved his shoulder. Lucius did not turn. "If you break anything before the 1st of September, both wands will be locked away until Christmas." They did not break anything. But the atmosphere at the manor shifted as September approached. Lucius became more exacting. Narcissa became quieter, which in her was not softness but attention. Old family acquaintances began to call more often. Notes arrived. Invitations appeared and disappeared. Names Harry already knew from years of observation took on sharper weight now that Hogwarts would place him among their children as an equal rather than a curiosity kept behind manor walls. Blaise Zabini, Theodore Knott, Pansy Parkinson, Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle. Potential allies, potential liabilities, potential fools. Harry had files in his head for all of them. Draco, sprawled across a sofa in the small blue drawing room 3 nights before departure, watched Harry read through a school charter and said, "You know normal people are excited about sweets and Quidditch, yes?" Harry turned a page. "Normal people are usually less useful." Draco grinned. "That might be the most father thing you've ever said." Harry looked up. "That should concern us both." Their eyes met. For a second, the room held the easy, brittle quiet they had learned to occupy with one another over the years. Then Draco leaned back, hands behind his head, and stared at the ceiling. What if they hate us? It was not like him to say things like that directly. Draco preferred performance to admission, boasting to uncertainty, sneering to fear. That was why Harry answered seriously. "Some of them will," he said, "because you're you." "Because we're us." Draco made a face. "That's worse." "It's also useful. Hatred is clear. It tells you where people stand." Draco was silent a while, then, with studied carelessness, he asked, "And if they like you more?" Harry closed the charter. Outside, wind moved through the dark trees beyond the glass. He had known this question was coming one day. It had been in Draco's temper for years, under the jokes and the rivalry and the countless small competitions that ended in laughter or bruised pride. Harry set the book aside. "I'm not going to fight you for your place," he said. Draco snorted. "You already do. You just do it politely." That was true enough that Harry did not insult them both by denying it. Instead he said, "Then don't make me win." Draco stared at him, then laughed once sharp, startled, genuinely amused. "That," he said, "is a horrible thing to say to your brother. You asked, and you answered like a knife." Harry inclined his head. "You should be relieved. I answer other people worse." Draco was still grinning when he said, very quietly, "I know." They left for King's Cross on the 1st of September under a sky washed pale by morning fog. Narcissa accompanied them into London. Lucius did not. He disliked stations, crowds, and emotional displays in equal measure, and he considered sending children off to school an exercise best handled by mothers and staff. Still, before they departed, he called both boys into the West study and gave them the kind of farewell that counted as intimate in the Malfoy household. "Your surname," he said, standing before the fire with one hand resting on the mantel, "will open doors. It will also put targets on your backs. You will remember that neither admiration nor insult should ever be mistaken for truth." Draco stood with his chin raised, trying to look older than 11. Harry stood still. Lucius's gaze moved between them. "Draco," he said, "you are not required to be the loudest boy in a room to be the strongest." Draco went slightly pink. Then Lucius turned to Harry. "You," he said, "will be watched more carefully than any student there. The headmaster will attempt kindness. Some professors will attempt distance. Some children will attempt friendship because they think proximity to you is influence. Others will attempt hostility because they think you are easier to define as an enemy than a complication." Harry held his gaze. "And what should I attempt?" Lucius's mouth curved, just barely. "Results?" That was all. At platform 9 3/4, the steam from the Hogwarts Express rose in white banners above the crowd, and the sound hit them first. Trunks clattering, owls protesting, mothers calling final instructions, boys already trying to sound older than they were. Draco stepped onto the platform like a prince returning to a province. Harry stepped on like a diplomat entering contested territory. People noticed. They always did. It began as glances, then whispers, then full turns of the head as parents, older students, and first years alike realized who had arrived together under the black and silver eye of Narcissa Malfoy. There was Draco, expected and polished. And beside him, not the ragged, uncertain orphan the stories still half imagined when they bothered to picture Harry Potter at all, but a slim, dark-haired boy in perfect robes, posture exact, expression unreadable, the famous scar just visible under untidy fringe. Carrying himself with the kind of reserve most adults had to grow into, Narcissa's hand rested for one brief second on each of their shoulders before she drew back. "You know where to sit," she said. "Whom to observe, whom not to underestimate." Draco kissed her cheek with performative confidence. Harry inclined his head. Her gaze lingered on Harry a fraction longer, not love, but something steadier than indifference. "Do not let the school make you smaller," she said. Then she stepped away before either of them could reply. They boarded. The train smelled of coal, brass, sweets, and nervous excitement. Compartments filled quickly. Prefects moved through the corridor pretending to be calm. Children stared, then pretended not to. Draco immediately drew Crabbe and Goyle toward an open compartment already half occupied by Pansy Parkinson, who looked delighted to be seen in the company of boys people would talk about. Blaise Zabini arrived 3 minutes later, smooth as silk and already evaluating the room as though its social value could be priced. Harry let the noise settle around him without being caught by it. He watched. Pansy talked too much. Useful for rumors. Crabbe and Goyle talked too little. Useful in other ways. Blaise smiled without trust. Very useful. Theodore Nott entered late, thin and pale and carrying a book. He paused only briefly before sitting near the window with the air of someone willing to share space, but not himself. Draco, determined to establish dominance before lunch, took charge of the conversation at once. My father says, my father knows. My father was invited, Harry let him. There were times to compete with Draco and times to let him spend energy proving he existed. This was one of the latter. Besides, while Draco talked, other people revealed themselves more freely. Pansy gravitated toward status, Blaise toward amusement, Theo toward silence sharpened by attention. Halfway through the journey, the compartment door slid open and 2 boys stopped there. One red-haired and already scowling, the other round-faced and anxious enough that he looked ready to apologize for breathing. Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom. Harry recognized them instantly. The Weasleys required no introduction to anyone raised around pure-blood politics. Poor, proud, politically inconvenient, and somehow perpetually present where moral arguments were being made. Longbottom was different. Ancient name, fragile line, tragedy worn like a second-house crest. "We're looking for a toad," Neville said, voice trembling only slightly. "He's gone again." Draco gave a soft, derisive laugh. Ron's scowl deepened the moment he registered who occupied the compartment. "Of course it's you," he muttered. Harry looked at Neville, not Ron. "What does it answer to?" Neville blinked. "Trevor." "Then calling it Toad is probably not helping." For a second, even Blaise looked entertained. Ron flushed. "You think you're clever, don't you?" Harry turned his gaze to him at last, calmly, not hostile, merely cool enough to suggest the question did not interest him. "I know I am," he said. Draco made a choking sound that might have been laughter. Ron went red to the ears. Neville, caught between humiliation and confusion, clutched his empty hands tighter. Harry reached into his pocket, withdrew a wrapped peppermint humbug from the tray Narcissa had packed for the journey, and held it out. "When you find Trevor," he said, "put this on the floor. He'll go toward the sugar faster than your voice." Neville stared at the sweet, then at Harry, as though this did not align at all with whatever story he had already built in his head. Thank you," he managed. Ron looked as though he wanted to object on principle and had not yet decided how. Harry had already returned to his seat. The boys left. Pansy leaned forward immediately. "That was strange." "What was?" Harry asked. "You being helpful," Draco smirked. "He wasn't being helpful, he was being superior in a quieter font." Theo, from the window, said without looking up from his book, "Still more effective." Harry glanced at him. Theo did not return the glance. Interesting. Later, when the trolley came, Harry bought selectively. Not because he cared less for sweets, but because observing what people chose with abundance in front of them often revealed more than watching them speak. Draco bought for spectacle. Pansy for possession. Crabbe and Goyle as though winter famine were imminent. Blaise bought very little and judged everyone who bought more. Theo bought nothing at all. Harry filed that away too. By the time the train reached Hogsmeade, the first shape of his position among the Slytherin first years had already begun to form, not through force, not through announcement, but through gravity. People adjusted around him without quite knowing they were doing it. That was enough for now. The boats across the black water were cold, lantern-lit, and full of damp nervousness. First years huddled under the high, dark outline of the castle and craned their necks upward at towers that seemed too large to have been built by ordinary ambition. Harry looked at Hogwarts and understood immediately why power gathered here generation after generation. Not because it was old, because it had been built to feel inevitable. Stone rose out of darkness with the confidence of something that expected obedience. Windows burned gold against the night. The lake reflected broken lines of light. The whole castle stood like an argument no one had yet finished winning. Beside him, Draco whispered, "We're going to own this place." Harry kept his eyes on the towers. "No, we're going to understand it first." Draco made a face, but he did not disagree. Inside the great hall, candlelight floated over 4 long house tables, over enchanted stars, over hundreds of faces turning toward the line of first years entering behind Professor McGonagall. The scale of it might have overwhelmed another child. Harry simply began sorting impressions. Teachers at the staff table, Flitwick, alert and bright-eyed. Snape, unreadable except for the instant his gaze landed on Harry and narrowed in what might have been recognition or resentment or both. Sprout, kind-faced and practical. Quirrell, nervous in a way that felt excessive. And Dumbledore, the headmaster, sat in the center like the calm eye of an old storm. When Harry stepped into the hall, Dumbledore's expression did not change, but his attention did. It sharpened invisibly, settling with unsettling precision. Harry felt it like a chess player feels the first deliberate move across the board. "So, they begin tonight." McGonagall called them into line. The hat sat on its stool and sang. A ridiculous tradition, perhaps, but not an empty one. Harry listened closely. The song changed year to year. Old institutions often hid more truth in rituals than in policy. The hat praised courage, intellect, loyalty, ambition, framed division as virtue, competition as belonging, useful system. Dangerous system, names were called, students went up one by one. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff, Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. The usual current of cheers and relief moved through the hall. Harry barely heard it. He was watching patterns instead. Which houses cheered loudest, which students looked at which tables, how long the hat took with children from political families versus obscure ones, which professors reacted to what. Draco was called before him. "Malfoy, Draco." A rustle ran through the room before he had even reached the stool. Everyone knew the name. The hat touched his pale head for no more than a breath. Slytherin, the green and silver table exploded with applause. Draco smiled like sunlight hitting a blade and strode toward them as if the room existed to confirm him. Harry did not miss the quick glance Draco threw back over his shoulder, not arrogance. "Checkmate, no, more like your turn, don't embarrass us." Then, "Malfoy Potter, Harry," the whole changed. Sound did not vanish, that would have been dramatic and untrue, but it shifted. Conversations cut off. Older students leaned. First years forgot to breathe properly. Even the candles seemed to hold steadier. Harry walked forward. He could feel the weight of every version of himself other people had carried into this room. The child who survived Voldemort, the boy raised by the Malfoys, the rumor, the prize, the warning, the question. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head, and the world narrowed into darkness and old magic. For one instant, there was only the smell of dust and ancient fabric. Then a voice, dry as parchment and much more alive than any hat had a right to be, murmured in his mind. Well, Harry did not startle. Very little in his life had encouraged startling. "You expected me," the hat said, sounding amused. "Good. I dislike children who arrive surprised by their own legends. I'm not surprised by anything that talks in a school built by politicians," Harry replied. There was a pause. Then the hat laughed. "Oh, you are interesting." Harry waited. The hat pressed deeper. "Let us see." Ambition, certainly. Enough for Slytherin and then some. Not the shallow ambition of wanting a throne because it glitters. No, you want structure. Influence, levers, outcomes, very serpentine. Harry said nothing. But that is not all. There is courage here too, inconveniently. Not the loud sort, not the charging into fire variety that makes Gryffindors insufferable before breakfast. Your courage is colder, more deliberate. The kind that walks into danger after calculating the odds and deciding they are acceptable anyway. That could fit there if you wished it. The hall beyond the hat waited. Harry felt every second passing. Intellect enough for Ravenclaw, the hat continued. A hunger for knowledge, not because knowledge is pretty, but because ignorance offends you. You would excel there. And loyalty, there is more of that than you allow others to see, not broad, democratic loyalty, selective, fierce, once given, difficult to break. Hufflepuff would claim you if kindness had raised you instead of caution. Harry's fingers curled once against the stool, the hat noticed, and there it is, it said softly. The fracture. The question under the polish. Who are you, child, Potter or Malfoy, weapon or son, survivor or strategist? Harry's voice in his own head remained very calm. Which house gives me the most power? The hat hummed, practical, perhaps too practical. Power takes different forms. Gryffindor gives visibility. Ravenclaw gives information. Hufflepuff gives networks people underestimate. Slytherin gives the oldest lesson of all, that the world is moved by those willing to understand what others pretend not to want. Then Slytherin. The hat did not answer at once. When it did, its tone had changed. You ask as if the choice is easy. It is not. Put you in Slytherin, and the room will never stop watching. You will be shaped by suspicion, drawn into games older than your bones, mistaken for things you are not, and some you may yet become. Put you elsewhere, and you will spend years fighting the fact that part of you chose against your own design. Harry thought of Lucius. Of Draco waiting at the green and silver table, of Dumbledore watching, of a house where people mistook performance for loyalty and sentiment for safety, of the simple truth he had learned at the manor. If you wish to survive a structure, you must understand it from the inside. I need to be where the power is, he said. The hat's voice became almost approving. There you are. Then it shouted to the whole, Slytherin. The reaction hit like weather. The green table erupted first cheers, satisfaction, surprise sharpened by victory. Draco was on his feet, grinning with unmistakable triumph. Pansy clapped too loudly. Blaise smiled like he had just won a wager with himself. Theo's expression barely changed, but Harry caught the calculating gleam in his eyes. The other tables were less unified. Gryffindor noise turned jagged with shock. Whispers burst like sparks. Some older students stared openly at the scar, then at the Slytherin banners above him, as though the universe had made a rude procedural error. Harry removed the hat, handed it back, and walked to his new table under 100 stares. He did not look toward Dumbledore. He knew the headmaster was watching. That was enough. Draco slapped him once between the shoulders as he sat. Knew it. No, you didn't, Harry said. Draco grinned wider. No, but it sounds good if I say it like that. From further down the table, a fifth-year Harry recognized as Marcus Flint leaned toward a friend and muttered, not quite softly enough, Merlin helped the rest of them. The feast arrived in a rush of gold platters and noise, but the whole did not settle fully. Harry felt it in glances. In the renewed whisper when a ghost drifted through a chandelier, and a cluster of first-years jumped. In the way, a brown-haired girl at the Gryffindor table, Hermione Granger, exactly as the records had suggested, kept glancing over not with fear, but with intense, analytic curiosity. Harry noted that most of all, curiosity without immediate prejudice, dangerous and rare. After dinner came prefect instructions, staircases, passwords, and the long descent into the Slytherin common room beneath the lake. Green light moved through the water beyond the windows. The room was elegant in a way that wanted to be intimidating and mostly succeeded. Stone arches, silver lamps, dark leather chairs, a fire that burned low and steady. The first years gathered awkwardly, each trying to understand the hierarchy before anyone openly declared it. Draco, naturally, tried first. Well, he said, turning to the small cluster of them with a confidence polished over years, I imagine there won't be much difficulty so long as we maintain standards. Pansy immediately aligned herself beside him. Crabbe and Goyle took up positions that suggested loyalty if not comprehension. Blaise leaned against a chair arm, amused. Theo sat near the fire with his book already open. Daphne Greengrass remained quiet, which Harry respected instantly. And everyone, whether they meant to or not, checked Harry's expression before deciding how seriously to take Draco. Draco noticed, there it is, Harry thought, the first fracture, he could have made it worse. A single dry comment, a raised eyebrow, a contradiction in the right tone. Draco would push back, someone would laugh, and the common room would begin arranging itself around Harry before the first night was over. Instead, Harry said, very mildly, "Standards are useful, provided the people setting them can meet them." Blaise laughed aloud. Draco narrowed his eyes, but the comment did not humiliate him, it sharpened him. "Then I suppose," Draco replied, "we'll all have to be very careful." "Terrifying prospect," Harry said. The tension diffused into uneasy amusement, small victory, more importantly, instructive one. Harry did not need to dominate the room openly. He only needed them to understand that Draco's authority was conditional, and his own did not require announcement. That lesson settled in quickly. The first month at Hogwarts proved him right. Classes were easier than Harry had expected in some ways and more interesting in others. Charms rewarded control, and Professor Flitwick's delight at precision was so sincere it bordered on musical. Harry's levitation charm on the third attempt was so exact that the feather rose, turned, and lowered itself without wobble. Flitwick blinked, then he said, "Mr. Malfoy Potter, that was disturbingly competent for September." The class laughed. Harry inclined his head. "Thank you, Professor." In Transfiguration, McGonagall praised no one easily, which made her brief nods worth more than some professors' speeches. In Potions, Snape's gaze lingered with open, unreadable intensity every time Harry answered correctly, which was often. Snape never favored him, that would have been simple. Instead, he seemed irritated by Harry's competence, suspicious of his composure, and unwilling to decide whether either was an insult. Harry found that fascinating. Defense against the dark arts was a disappointment. Professor Quirrell smelled faintly of garlic and fear, and taught like a man apologizing to his own subject. History of Magic, however, was a treasure if one ignored Professor Binns's voice and listened to the content beneath it. Most students slept through goblin treaties. Harry took notes. Draco mocked this until Harry quietly corrected him during a discussion on inheritance conflicts in front of 3 upper-year students, after which Draco started listening harder. Their social life evolved even faster. Draco made the expected mistake first, trying to rule through volume, mockery, and inherited confidence. It worked on the obvious students. It failed on the valuable ones. Harry took the opposite route. He did not bully. He noticed. He partnered with Theodore not in potions, and did not speak unnecessarily. Theo, after 3 classes of this, decided Harry's silence was neither weakness nor stupidity, and began offering sparse, brutally intelligent observations about other students between ingredient steps. He acknowledged Daphne Greengrass's answers in class before boys learned to talk over her. She did not thank him. Better. Gratitude was less useful than respect. He treated Blaise Zabini as though Blaise were already what he wanted everyone else to think he was. Sophisticated, informed, impossible to surprise. Blaise responded by deciding Harry was worth talking to. Pansy attached herself anyway. People like Pansy always did when they sensed the center of a room shifting. And outside Slytherin, Harry began something subtler. Hermione Granger answered questions too quickly and with too much accuracy to remain ignored for long. Most of the class found this annoying. Harry found it efficient. Their first real conversation took place in the library over a dispute about wand movements in beginner-level charm matrices. Hermione looked up from her stack of books when he approached, as though preparing to defend herself on principle. "You're in my light," she said. Harry moved 2 inches to the left. "Better," she blinked. "Yes." He set down a text from the restricted reference shelf, not actually restricted, merely unpopular, and opened it to a marked page. "You were right about the directional adjustment," he said. "Flitwick simplified it for the rest of the class." Her suspicion shifted instantly into fierce interest. "I knew it," she said. "The standard movement wastes energy." "Yes." She stared at him for another second, then at the book. "You checked." "Of course." A pause. Then, because intelligence recognized its own language quickly, Hermione said, "Sit down." From there, it became a pattern. Not friendship, not yet, and perhaps not ever in the ordinary sense, but a rivalry she found intellectually stimulating and Harry found strategically valuable. They traded notes, disagreed sharply, and improved one another's work in the process. The rest of the school noticed, especially Gryffindor. Ron Weasley took it worst. There were children who hated dramatically, and there were children who hated because hatred kept their world simple. Ron belonged to the second category. Harry represented too many things at once: Slytherin, Malfoy, Potter, privilege, mystery, competence, and so Ron settled on open dislike because it required the least effort. Harry returned the sentiment with perfect indifference. That, Ron discovered quickly, was much harder to fight. Neville was different. Neville flinched around discussions of the dark arts in a way Harry recognized from adults who had lost too much too early. He also watched Harry with a kind of confused alarm, as though expecting cruelty and never quite receiving the version he had prepared for. Harry did not seek him out, but he noticed, and he filed that away. By October, the shape of the year was set. Draco remained the loudest voice in many rooms. Harry became the most listened to. It happened without formal declaration. When first years argued over study groups, they looked to Harry to decide who was useful. When older students tested the boundaries of what the boy who lived would tolerate, they discovered quickly that Harry did not start fights. He ended them early, neatly, and with the kind of precise humiliation that left no bruise but lasted far longer. When professors asked difficult questions, his hand rose only when necessary, and when it did, answers tended to settle the matter. This changed things between him and Draco, not all at once. Not as a single confrontation, as pressure. Draco had expected Hogwarts to confirm him. Instead, it was slowly revealing that Harry's way of moving through the world created a different kind of authority, one Draco could not imitate by trying harder. At first, Draco tried to compete directly. Better robes, sharper insults, louder jokes, more public disdain for people below their notice. It worked on the shallow crowd. It did not work on Theo, or Daphne, or older students who already understood the difference between theatrics and influence. Harry watched Draco feel that without yet having words for it. One evening in late October, after a study session that ended with Blaise casually asking Harry rather than Draco which third year to avoid angering before the weekend, Draco cornered him in the dormitory. The room was lit low by greenish lamplight from the windows. Outside, the lake pressed dark against the glass. "You do it on purpose," Draco said. Harry looked up from the book in his lap. "That narrows nothing. This." Draco gestured violently as though the entire school might fit inside one pointed hand. "The way they look at you, the way they—" He stopped, visibly angry at the fact that the sentence would not arrange itself into something less revealing. Harry closed the book. "You think I asked for that? I think you make it look effortless, which is worse." There it is, Harry thought again, the true shape of the wound. Not jealousy of praise, fear of replacement. He stood. For a second the dormitory felt too small for both of them, all old rivalry and brotherhood and manor history pressing at the walls. Then Harry said, "You want to know the difference?" Draco lifted his chin. "Go on. You want to be seen." Harry said, "I want to be impossible to move." Draco stared. The anger did not vanish, but it shifted, becoming something closer to thought. "That sounds," he said after a long moment, "horribly boring." Harry almost smiled. "No, it sounds permanent." Draco huffed a laugh despite himself. The fight did not end everything, but it changed the terms. From then on, Draco stopped trying to out Harry. He returned instead to being what he naturally was: social fire, bright confidence, obvious edge. Harry let him keep that place, even reinforced it when useful. Because Draco's visibility drew attention Harry often preferred elsewhere. And because whatever else Hogwarts changed, some loyalties had already been built too deep to break over schoolboy politics. By Halloween, Dumbledore made his move. It came not with a dramatic summons, but with a polite note delivered over breakfast by a school owl. "Mr. Malfoy Potter, if you would care to join me for tea this Saturday at 4, I should be glad of the company." Albus Dumbledore Draco read over Harry's shoulder and made a face. "That's ominous." "It's tea," Pansy said. "How ominous can tea be?" "In this school," Blaise replied. "Potentially fatal." Harry folded the note once. He could feel, without looking, that several people were pretending not to watch his reaction. Dumbledore had waited almost 2 months, long enough to appear patient. Short enough that refusal would be remembered. Harry thought of Lucius's warning. "The headmaster will attempt kindness." He thought of the hat. "Put you in Slytherin, and the room will never stop watching." He thought of the 1,000 careful lines already forming around him, the alliances half-built, the perceptions still fluid enough to shape. Then he turned the note over, borrowed a quill from Theo without asking, and wrote neatly on the back, "Headmaster, I regret that my study schedule this weekend is already committed. With thanks, Harry H. Malfoy Potter." He handed the note back to the owl. The bird blinked once, deeply offended, and flew away. Across the staff table, Dumbledore did not visibly react. But Harry saw McGonagall glance sideways at him, saw Snape's mouth thin with what might, in another man, have been reluctant satisfaction, saw the opening move land exactly where it needed to. He had declined the headmaster politely, not rebelliously, not rudely, not publicly enough to be theatrics, just enough to say, "I know what this is, and I am not coming merely because you ask." Draco let out a long whistle after the owl vanished. "You said no." Harry returned to his breakfast. "I said I was busy with Dumbledore." "Yes." Blaise leaned back in his seat, smiling in that cat-like, dangerous way he had when something truly entertained him. "I rather think," he said, "that Hogwarts just realized what sort of year this is going to be." Harry did not answer, but inside, very quietly, something settled into place. He had entered the school exactly as planned, not as a child waiting to be defined, as a player. And somewhere above the enchanted ceiling, beyond the stone and torchlight and old house banners, the castle seemed to recognize it. Chapter 3. The Library of Forbidden Things. The summer after first year was the first time Harry understood that success could change the architecture of a house. Malfoy Manor did not become warmer. That would have required different people. But doors began to open. Not literally at first, though some of those did as well, but in the subtler way old families granted privilege. Fewer questions about where he had been reading, longer pauses before a book was taken from his hand. The assumption that if he had entered a conversation and not embarrassed himself, perhaps he could be permitted to hear the next one too. Hogwarts had done what Lucius expected it to do. Harry had entered Slytherin, not disgraced the family, and, more importantly, had proven impossible to dismiss as a symbol with no substance behind it. Professors had written. Governors had remarked. Even the Daily Prophet, in one of its cautious society columns, had referred to him as a strikingly self-possessed student of unusual promise. Lucius had cut that clipping out. He had not mentioned doing so. Harry noticed anyway. The Manor's library became his territory by degrees. Not ownership, nothing in that house was ever freely given that way, but access. He could sit in the western alcove and not be interrupted. He could remove some reference books without asking. He could even consult the genealogical ledgers, which were normally treated as though they might bite the careless. He took all of it gratefully and wanted more. Because the curated shelves, the polished, respectable ones, were not where answers lived. Answers lived in things older houses tried not to discuss at dinner. The real collection stood behind a row of dull green bindings on the north wall, hidden by a ward so old it had begun to assume no one beneath middle age would ever challenge it. Harry found it on the 12th day of June because he noticed a faint seam in the dust, and because one of the books near it rang hollow when tapped. He did not attack the ward directly. That would have been childish, and Harry had long since learned that magic, like politics, yielded more readily to understanding than force. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the carpet with 3 texts open around him and worked. One was a volume on household protections so badly written it might have counted as a curse in its own right. One was a footnoted legal commentary from 1887 that contained buried deep in an unrelated dispute about cursed heirlooms, an elegant description of sympathetic disruption in inherited wards. The third was a book Lucius thought Harry had not noticed him remove from a cabinet 2 days earlier. By dinner, Harry had mapped the ward's rhythm. By midnight, when the house was silent except for distant footsteps and old pipes, he slipped back into the library in a dressing gown and pressed his wand to the carved oak paneling. The spell was tiny. That was why it worked. No blast of magic. No bright flare. Only a narrow silver thread of interference laid precisely along the ward's oldest seam, like a knife slipped under a fingernail. The hidden latch clicked. Harry opened the cabinet. Inside stood a second library in miniature. Narrow shelves lined with older, stranger volumes in cracked leather and dark vellum. No decorative embossing. No gold titles meant to impress guests. These books looked as though they had survived fire, litigation, and attempts at censorship. Harry's pulse changed, not quickened. Sharpened, he reached for the nearest one. "Reasonably competent," said a cool voice behind him. Harry turned. Narcissa stood in the doorway, wearing a silver-gray robe and the expression she reserved for people who had either disappointed her or proven interesting. With her, one could not always tell which was worse. Harry lowered the book but did not close the cabinet. "I took care not to damage the ward." He said, "I noticed." She entered the room without hurry, candlelight turning the pale line of her hair almost luminous. For a long moment she said nothing. Her gaze moved from the open texts on the floor to the loosened ward to the cabinet itself. Then she said, "Do you know why old families hide knowledge this way?" Harry considered lying, decided it would insult them both, and answered honestly, "So children can't reach it." "No." Narcissa's mouth shifted very slightly. "Children reach everything eventually. Fools are the problem." She stepped past him and looked into the cabinet. "These are not books one gives to people merely because they're curious. Curiosity is cheap. Judgment is expensive." Harry waited. That, more than argument, seemed to confirm something for her. After a moment, Narcissa reached above the cabinet and touched the molding. A second ward shimmered and vanished behind the shelf. A narrow panel in the wall unlocked. Harry stared. She glanced at him. "You thought this was the real collection?" From beyond the concealed panel came the dry old smell of paper and sealed air. "This," Narcissa said, "is my family's dowry library, black texts. The manor keeps them because I live here. Lucius dislikes half of them and fears the other half. I kept them because destroying books is vulgar." Harry followed her into the hidden room. It was not large, but it was deeper than the false cabinet and far older in character. Blackwood shelves, iron clasps, boxes marked with dates centuries apart, scroll tubes, ledgers, grimoires, trial records, private commentaries written by generations of blacks who had apparently assumed posterity would want their worst opinions preserved. Harry felt, with complete certainty, that he had just walked into the part of history polite people edited around. Narcissa watched him take it in. "You may raid here," she said. "Under 3 conditions. You take nothing from this room without telling me. You do not attempt ritual magic unsupervised. And if you find something you do not understand but intend to use anyway, you will at least have the courtesy to be subtle about it." Harry looked at her. Why? It was the wrong question in most houses. In theirs, it was sometimes the only one worth asking. Narcissa's gaze drifted across the shelves. Because the blacks buried themselves more than once by mistaking ignorance for purity. And because if you are going to become dangerous, I would prefer you do so with a library rather than a speech. Then she left him there with a candle, a silence, and enough forbidden material to alter the course of several futures. Harry began with history. He always did. Not because history was safer, but because every truly dangerous subject hid first inside a precedent someone else had already survived badly. He read prosecution records from the 15th century involving blood magic disputes. A 17th century commentary on cursed inheritance objects. Private notes on the French practice of sealing fragmented intent into reliquaries. 3 contradictory accounts of soul-affecting rituals, all incomplete in different ways because no sane person recorded such things cleanly. It was in a narrow case file from 1479, a dark magic trial from northern Scotland, written in sharp legal Latin and annotated twice by later black readers, that Harry found the word, Horcrux. The record did not teach the creation. It was too old, too careful, and perhaps even too frightened for that. But it described the accusation, that a wizard had committed an act not merely of murder, but of partition, severing the soul and binding part of it outside the body so that destruction of the flesh would not constitute true ending. Harry read the passage 3 times, then 5. Then he sat back and let the room go very still around him, because suddenly certain things stopped being loose facts and became structure. Voldemort had died, or seemed to. Yet the scar on Harry's forehead had never behaved like an ordinary wound. It tingled at odd moments around certain artifacts. It burned faintly whenever conversation turned too near the Dark Lord's final night. Once, during a dream so vivid it barely counted as sleep, Harry had felt something like another awareness behind his own thoughts, cold and patient and not fully awake. He had dismissed that last one as after-effect, trauma, residue. Now he was less certain if Voldemort had not simply died, if some portion of him had remained tethered through magic obscene enough to survive bodily destruction. Then the question was no longer whether the war had ended cleanly. It was where the unclean remainder had gone. Harry touched the scar lightly. The skin was cool. But a thought had already begun to move beneath the surface of everything else. If a soul could be divided, then perhaps some marks were not merely marks. The rest of the summer acquired direction. Harry's reading became less broad and more surgical. He cross-referenced the trial file with black family indexes. He discovered 3 later references to Horcrux theory, all maddeningly partial. One treated it as a myth embellished by Aurors. One treated it as an academic impossibility. One, hidden in the margin notes of a disowned black ant with disturbingly elegant handwriting, treated it as real enough to fear, but unstable enough to eventually betray its maker. That note interested Harry most. So did another thread running parallel to it: mental defense. If dark magic could lodge influence where it did not belong, then the mind could not be treated as a passive room with open windows. Harry had already noticed how often adults underestimated thought as a battlefield. The Blacks had not made that mistake. Their library held cruel, brilliant texts on concealment, memory partitioning, emotional stillness, and the art of building an inner self. No outsider could move without permission. By August, Harry was reading beginner-level legilimency theory in the morning and practical occlumency exercises before sleep. He did not tell Lucius. He did not tell Narcissa either, though he suspected she knew anyway. At Flourish and Blots, just before second year began, the diary entered his life with the quiet ugliness of a hand slipping a knife between pages. The shop was crowded, loud, overheated. Lockhart had turned the place into a stage for his own face, which decorated every available surface in expensive smiles. Arthur Weasley had all his children in tow, looking harried and underfunded. Lucius had brought Draco and Harry because public appearances mattered, and because being seen purchasing schoolbooks like ordinary people gave the prophet useful images. The argument began exactly where such arguments always began with Lucius and Arthur Weasley. Class contempt and the inability of either man to let the other exist unmocked. Harry did not listen closely. He was watching hands. Lucius insulted. Arthur blustered. Books tumbled. Children jostled. Molly Weasley snapped at someone. Lockhart preened uselessly nearby, and in the middle of that deliberately messy collision, Lucius took a worn black diary from inside his robes and slid it soundlessly into Ginny Weasley's second-hand cauldron. No flourish. No theatricality. That was how Harry knew it mattered. He said nothing. He only saw Draco on the other side of the argument catch the motion too. Their eyes met once over the chaos. Draco's expression said, "Did father?" Just Harry's expression answered, "Yes, do not react." Neither did. In the carriage home, Draco lasted 12 minutes before speaking. You saw that. Harry kept looking out the window. Yes. What was it? A book. Draco glared. You know what I mean. Harry turned then. Something Father wanted inside Gryffindor without it being traced to him. Which means we assume it's dangerous, politically useful, or both. Draco leaned back slowly. Do we ask him? No. That answer came so fast Draco didn't argue. Instead he said, after a pause, then what do we do? Harry looked at the darkening countryside and thought of the word in the black file, of soul division and residue, of old objects that outlived their owners in ways they should not. We watch the Weasley girl, he said. Second year began with noise, rumors, and the first signs of rot. Ginny Weasley was easier to observe than Harry expected, not because she was careless, but because frightened people developed patterns. She kept a small black book too close. She disappeared to empty corners. She looked sleep-starved by the second week of term. Draco, once set a task and given to understand it mattered, proved surprisingly competent at quiet surveillance when properly insulted into it. She writes in it constantly, he reported one evening in the Slytherin common room, speaking low enough that only Harry and Theo could hear. Not homework. Different sort of writing, like letters. Theo did not look up from his book. People only write letters in hidden diaries if the diary writes back or if they're very boring. Harry glanced at him. Theo turned a page. You're welcome. Then Mrs. Norris was found petrified. The castle shifted at once. Suspicion took form, blood words on stone, whispered chamber stories, faculty unease hidden beneath procedure. Most students reacted emotionally. Harry reacted structurally. He reviewed what he knew. Old hidden object introduced to a vulnerable first year from a family Lucius despised. Object used obsessively. Student deteriorating. Attack connected to a message invoking the Chamber of Secrets. And beneath all of it, whenever Harry passed certain corridors now, his scar prickled with the same unpleasant half-awareness he remembered from the black texts. The pattern was not complete, but it was becoming visible. He acquired the diary a week later, not by theft. That would have been crude, and crude things left marks. Ginny came into the library near dusk, pale and shaky, looking for some place the rest of the world might forget existed. Harry was already there, surrounded by reference texts on castle plumbing, serpent iconography, and creature transit routes in large magical structures. She froze when she saw him. For a second, Harry saw 3 different fears cross her face in succession. Slytherin, Malfoy, and the more private terror of being seen when one is already coming apart. He closed the book in front of him. You look ill, he said. It was not kind exactly, but it was factual enough to bypass some defenses. Ginny swallowed. I'm fine. No, Harry said, you're not. Her hands tightened around the bag at her shoulder. Harry let the silence do what silence often did. Eventually, she said in a small, strained voice, why do you care? That was a better question than most adults asked him, so he answered it with care. Because something entered this school in your cauldron in August, he said quietly, and my father put it there. Ginny went white. He watched her understand 2 things at once, that she had not imagined the object mattered, and that the boy across from her was not saying this to threaten her. Her bag slipped from her shoulder onto the chair beside her. The black diary slid halfway out. Neither of them moved for one heartbeat. Then, too, Harry held her gaze. You should leave, he said. Now, before you decide not to. Ginny stared at him as though he had started speaking another language. Then she did the wisest thing she had done all term. She ran. Harry waited until her footsteps had vanished. Then he took the diary. It felt wrong immediately, not hot. Not cursed in the obvious theatrical way certain shopkeepers prized. Wrong in a quieter sense, as though the object contained attention. He carried it back to the black room that night wrapped in plain cloth. The first message appeared in green-black ink 10 minutes after he opened it. Hello. Harry stared for a moment, then dipped his quill. Who are you? The reply came at once. Tom Marvolo Riddle. And you? Harry considered several names, then wrote only H. There was a pause long enough to be meaningful. You ask questions like someone taught to distrust introductions. Harry's mouth moved very slightly, promising. The weeks that followed became a private war conducted through paper. Harry did not approach the diary as a frightened child, nor as a gullible one. He approached it the way he had begun approaching everything dangerous, by allowing the other party to underestimate the exact shape of his interest. Tom Riddle was brilliant. That was apparent almost immediately, not merely clever, not merely manipulative. Precise. Charming when useful, patient when required, vain in the way gifted boys often were when no one had punished them correctly early enough. He never answered a direct question that mattered. So Harry stopped asking them directly. Instead, he asked about school traditions, about old Hogwarts legends, about the tension between blood status and talent, about why memory could sometimes outlast its maker in spells and objects. He introduced stray facts from the black texts not as knowledge, but as hypotheses. He let Tom correct him. Let Tom show off. Let Tom believe he was guiding a younger mind toward properly dark conclusions. In return, Harry learned that Tom had despised weakness long before he called himself Lord Anything, that he considered institutions tools, not loyalties, that he knew secrets buried under the school no professor had fully mapped, that he was deeply, pathologically proud of having gone further than others in kinds of magic decent society only discussed at trial, and that the diary was not just a record, it was an anchor, a designed persistence. Not all of Tom, but enough. The second attack came, then the third. Each time Harry studied the victim and the conditions more closely. A cat seen through water, a boy through a ghost, a girl through a mirror, no one dead. Not because the attacker lacked malice. Because something in the method prevented direct sight. By the time Hermione Granger cornered him in the library to argue about monster classifications, and accidentally mentioned that most snake-related myths in castle architecture involved pipe systems and hidden conduits, Harry had already reached the same conclusion. Basilisk. It fit too well not to be true. Ancient monster, serpentine control, indirect sightings producing petrification instead of death, hidden route through the walls. Harry thanked Hermione without explaining why. She looked at him for a long time, understood she was being given only the safe edge of something, and said, "You're working on something you shouldn't be." "Yes. Is it going to get people killed?" "Not if I finish first." That was apparently the wrong thing to say, because Hermione's expression became both furious and worried. "I hate when you answer honestly," she muttered. Harry returned to his books. "You'd hate me more if I didn't." The entrance took longer. That was what saved lives. If Harry had known how to enter the chamber the first week, he might have gone in with incomplete information and died for thoroughness. Instead, he had to earn the answer through old text, experimentation, and one very obscure charm from a 17th century manuscript on vocal resonance and magical languages. He tried it first in an abandoned classroom with simple hissing phonetics copied from medieval parcel notation fragments. The result was not speech, it was alignment, a way of making magic listen to sound patterns it already wanted to obey. By then Ginny had been taken. The school convulsed into panic. Lockhart posed incompetently. Professors moved too slowly because institutions always did when frightened. Draco found Harry in the corridor outside dinner and took one look at his face before asking, low and sharp, "What are you doing?" Harry adjusted the strap of the satchel over his shoulder, solving father's mistake. Draco's expression changed, not fear for Harry first, not even for Ginny. For one fractured instant, it was something uglier and more complicated, the realization that whatever Lucius had set loose, Harry intended to walk straight at it, and that Draco was going to be left standing outside the decision. "Don't go alone," he said. Harry met his eyes. "I have to." "Why?" "Because if I bring anyone, they become another variable. Because teachers will interfere. Because Dumbledore is still measuring me. Because the thing below the school is not merely a monster but a question about Voldemort, and I need the answer before anyone else frames it for me." Harry said none of that. He only reached out and straightened Draco's collar, a familiar, almost insulting gesture from childhood, and said, If I don't come back by morning, tell no one what you think I knew, not even father." Draco caught his wrist before he could turn away. For a second, they stood there in the half-lit corridor, both old enough now to understand that loyalty could be a wound as much as a comfort. Then Draco let go. "You're insufferable," he said. "Yes, bring proof." Harry inclined his head. "I intend to." The girls' bathroom was empty except for Myrtle's complaining. Harry had already mapped the sink, already traced the carved serpent, already prepared the resonance charm. From his satchel he took mirrored lenses, a narrow packet of blasting powder, 2 healing drafts, a coil of cord, and a silver whistle charmed to reproduce the cry pattern of a rooster badly enough to count. "Are you going to die in here?" Myrtle asked mournfully from a stall. "Probably not." "How disappointing." Harry pressed his wand to the snake engraving and whispered the hissing resonance sequence. For one terrible second, nothing happened. Then the pipes shuddered, stone groaned, and the sink split apart, opening downward into blackness. The chamber stank of old water, scale rot, and sleep. Harry descended alone. Tom was waiting near the far statue, blurred at first like a reflection deciding to become real. Ginny lay pale on the stone, breathing so faintly it was almost theory. "You came," Tom said, smiling with that beautiful, terrible confidence some boys were born wearing like a second skin. "I dislike unfinished puzzles," Harry replied. Tom's eyes sharpened. "Do you?" he said softly. "And here I thought you came because you finally recognized greatness when you saw it." Harry did not deny the intelligence. Denial would have been childish. "You're a fragment," he said instead. "An anchored memory sustained by partitioned soul magic." For the first time, Tom looked genuinely startled, then delighted. "Oh," he breathed. "Oh, you are interesting." He moved closer. "You knew before Dumbledore, didn't you? Before all of them, and you still came alone." "Yes. Why?" Harry's gaze flicked once to Ginny, once to the chamber walls, once to the giant carved mouth above. "Because I wanted to see how much of you survived." Tom laughed. "Enough." Then he turned toward the statue and spoke in true Parseltongue. The sound hit Harry's bones strangely not foreign, exactly, but familiar in the way one's own face can look unfamiliar in unexpected light. The statue's mouth opened. The basilisk came out like a nightmare, remembering its shape. Harry's first move was not heroic. It was technical. He snapped the mirrored lenses into place and blew the charmed rooster whistle. The basilisk reared violently, confused by the false cry. Tom hissed a correction. Harry rolled aside as the serpent struck where he had stood, stone exploding under its fangs. Too fast, too large. He threw blasting powder at the base of the nearest carved pillar and shouted the ignition charm. The blast did not kill the beast, but it altered the battlefield, dropping stone between them and filling the air with dust and splinters. Then the lenses shattered, not from direct strike from the pressure wave of the tail against the column. Harry hit the ground hard, half blind, ears ringing. And in that raw instant, before thought arranged itself properly, the next sound out of his mouth was not the resonance charm. It was Parseltongue, natural, sharp, commanding. "Stop!" The basilisk froze. Tom went absolutely still. So did Harry inside himself. There was no time to process what that meant. Tom's face changed first from surprise to fury to a kind of exultant recognition. "You can speak it," he said. "Not from me." No, not from him, something older, stranger, buried deeper than the scar. The beat of hesitation nearly killed Harry anyway, because Tom screamed a countercommand and the basilisk lunged again. Harry threw himself sideways, felt a fanged tear along his upper arm instead of through his chest, and almost blacked out from the white-hot venom burn. Preparation saved him then. Not destiny, not luck. He slammed the second healing draft between his teeth, swallowed half of it choking, and used the pain to focus. The serpent struck again. Harry baited it toward the cracked central platform, then detonated the remaining support line with a reductor curse so precise. It sheared the carved stone lip under the statue's open jaw. Several tons of ancient masonry came down at once. The basilisk twisted, too slow. The falling stone drove a broken pillar through the roof of its mouth and pinned its skull to the shattered dais. The chamber shook with the impact. When the dust cleared, the serpent was dying in huge convulsions, tail slamming once, twice, then failing. Tom was screaming, not in fear, in rage, in disbelief. Harry staggered forward, arm burning, vision blurring at the edges. He tore one long fang free from the basilisk's mouth. Venom smoked along the ivory. Tom moved to intercept him, suddenly less memory and more hunger. "You have no idea what you're destroying," he shouted. Harry looked him straight in the face. "Oh," he said, voice thin with pain and absolute certainty, "I think I do." And he drove the fang into the diary. The sound was not human. Ink burst like blood. The chamber seemed to inhale. Tom Riddle convulsed backward, face warping through fury, shock, and the first true fear Harry had seen in him. Then the memory tore apart. Silence hit all at once. Harry stood there breathing hard, diary collapsing into wet black ruin under his hand, basilisk dying beside him. Ginny barely alive across the stones. He had proof. He had also been poisoned. The world tilted. He made himself move anyway. First Ginny. Pulse thin but present. Good. Then his own arm. Venom had gone in, though not deep enough to kill him immediately. He bounded above the wound, whispered a crude, slowing charm from a battlefield healing appendix, and half-carried, half-dragged Ginny toward the exit. He did not remember the ascent clearly, only fragments. Myrtle shrieking. Teachers arriving as though from very far away. McGonagall's voice. Dumbledore's face, not surprised enough. Then white curtains and the smell of potion steam in the hospital wing. Ginny lived. Harry lived. Lucius, when the story reached him, realized precisely what object had been lost and by whom it had been destroyed. He said nothing publicly. Privately, when he visited the hospital wing 3 days later, he looked at the bandaged arm, then at Harry, and said only, "You entered without permission." Harry, pale and upright against the pillows, answered, "It seemed the situation had already become untidy." For one dangerous instant, Lucius looked as though he might laugh. Instead he said, "Untidy is one word for it." Then lower, "Did you keep proof?" Harry met his gaze. "Yes." Lucius gave the smallest nod. That was all. Dumbledore's invitation came the following week, not a note this time. A request delivered in person by Professor McGonagall, whose tone made it clear this was not optional in any practical sense, whatever politeness framed it. The tea was in the headmaster's office. Silver instruments hummed. Portraits pretended to sleep and failed. Fawkes watched from his perch with unnerving intelligence. Dumbledore poured 2 cups himself. For a while they spoke of the chamber as institutions required them to speak of it. Bravery, quick action, Miss Weasley's recovery, the unfortunate failures of staff judgment. All of it true. None of it important. Then Dumbledore set his cup down and said, with no softness left in the sentence, "What did the diary tell you?" Harry did not answer immediately. The office grew very quiet. At last he said, "Enough to know it was not a diary." Dumbledore inclined his head. "And more." Harry looked at the old wizard across the desk, the man who had once tried to put him with muggles, then tried to mentor him, then watched him from a distance, as if measuring the blast radius of a future problem. "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes were very blue and very tired. "There are branches of magic," he said carefully, "by which a wizard may attempt to survive the destruction of the body." "By dividing the soul," Harry replied, "and anchoring part of it elsewhere." Neither of them moved. In the portraits, someone inhaled sharply and was shushed. Dumbledore studied him for a long time. "How much?" he asked softly. "Have you already discovered?" "Less than half," Harry thought. "Enough to change the war if I choose correctly. Enough to make you afraid of me if you are not already." Aloud he said, "Enough to know that Tom Riddle planned for continuity." It was not a lie. It was also not the whole truth. Dumbledore knew that instantly. Harry knew he knew. And between them, in that polite office filled with tea and instruments and portraits of the dead, something settled into place more dangerous than open hostility. Mutual recognition. Dumbledore did not speak to him like a child after that. Harry did not answer him like one. By third year, his mind had become a vault, not naturally. Nothing worthwhile ever was. He built it through repetition, discipline, and the peculiar fury of someone who had discovered too early that thoughts could be doors and doors could be forced. Each night in the black room at the manor, he sat before cold shelves and practiced stripping memory of heat, separating feeling from fact, shelving fear where it could not leak into dreams. He turned the self into structure. Hallways, locked rooms, still water, iron. When the scar burned, he observed it and closed the window. When nightmares pressed at the edges of sleep, he gave them names, filed them, denied them citizenship. When Snape, under some excuse Dumbledore never stated plainly, began testing his reactions with questions designed to catch emotional seams, he found almost none. Harry gave him courtesy, competence, and precisely nothing else. By the time autumn came again, there was not a single door in Harry's mind that opened without permission. And somewhere far away, beyond Azkaban's stone and school rumor and the reach of ordinary men, another old story was already moving toward him. But for now, Harry had done what no one expected a second year to do. He had walked into a monster's mouth, extracted a secret from the age beneath the school, and survived long enough to understand that survival was only the beginning. He was no longer merely the boy who had been raised at Malfoy Manor. He was becoming something far more dangerous. A boy who read forbidden things and won. Chapter 4. The double game third year taught Harry that panic was one of the most useful political resources in Britain. The serious black affair should have terrified him. That, at least, was what everyone assumed. The escaped mass murderer. The whispered betrayal, dementors at the gates, parents writing furious letters, governors demanding visible action. The ministry tripping over itself to prove it could still control a country that had never been especially interested in being governed cleanly. Draco hated the dementors on sight. Most people did, of course, but Draco hated them personally in the way one hates something ugly enough to offend family taste. He called them rotting curtains with a legal budget after the first inspection at Hogwarts, and Pansy laughed so hard she choked on pumpkin juice. Harry did not laugh. The Dementors unsettled him differently, not because they frightened him in the ordinary way. He had grown up in a house full of emotional winters, old portraits, political violence dressed as etiquette, and the lingering aftertaste of a war he had not been old enough to remember and had still somehow inherited. Darkness itself was not new to him, but Dementors did not feel like darkness. They felt like subtraction. Standing near one was like watching parts of the self quietly removed from the room in no particular order: warmth first, then appetite, then memory's color, then the confidence that anything human had ever meant enough to keep. Harry could withstand it better than most of his classmates. That was true. He did not scream. He did not collapse. He did not lose the ability to think. He simply became colder, and that bothered Professor Lupin enough to say so. Lupin arrived at Hogwarts, looking like a man who had already apologized to life for inconveniencing it. He was competent in a way Quirrell had never been. Kind without performing kindness, and dangerous in the very specific manner of someone who knew what monsters actually did when no one was writing stories about them. He took notice of Harry almost immediately. Not in the dramatic way Snape did, or the careful way Dumbledore did. Lupin's attention had the feel of recognition held under discipline. He watched Harry in defense classes with the expression of a man trying to decide whether he had found a problem or an answer. The first time they spoke alone was after a Bogart lesson. The other students had gone. The classroom smelled faintly of dust and spell residue. Outside the windows, autumn rain tapped at the glass. "You don't startle like the others," Lupin said, stacking books. Harry stood opposite him, wand away, posture perfect by old habit. "Would you prefer I did?" "No." Lupin set the books down and leaned lightly against the desk. "But it is unusual," he said. "Children your age generally react first and interpret later. You do the reverse." Harry considered that. Reacting first is expensive. For one brief moment, amusement crossed Lupin's face. Tired but real. That, he said, sounds nothing like James. Harry did not move. The name struck no outward mark, though inside it landed with the clean force of a door opening into an old room. You knew him? He said. Lupin's expression changed. Not much. Enough. Yes. Were you friends? Lupin looked away toward the rain. Yes, he said quietly. Once. I suppose that doesn't stop merely because people die. Harry filed the answer away carefully. Lupin was one of the few adults who spoke of James Potter as though he had been a person first and a symbol second. That made him useful. Possibly dangerous. Certainly worth understanding. By winter, Harry had taken more from Lupin than Lupin ever knew he had given. Not secrets, exactly. Techniques. Practical combat logic. Creature patterning. The importance of movement economy. The difference between bravery and timing. Harry absorbed it all with the same quiet hunger he brought to law texts and cursed archives. Lupin, whether out of nostalgia, guilt, or some more complicated instinct, did not stop him. Sirius Black never reached him. That was the public version. The truer version was that by the time Black actually entered Hogwarts, Harry had already read enough Black family records to know two essential things. First, that Sirius Black's name had been violently edited out of his family's preferred history. And second, that families only erased their own that thoroughly when the wound underneath still bled. When the truth of Pettigrew finally surfaced in the shrieking shack, Harry did not react with the astonishment everyone else felt entitled to. He reacted with rearrangement. Peter Pettigrew alive. Black not the traitor. Azkaban had held the wrong man for 12 years. The Ministry had preferred the lie because the lie was easier to govern. Dumbledore had known more than he had said, but not enough to stop the machine cleanly once it moved. Harry watched all of that slot into place and thought, with the same cold interest he gave to old legislative traps and bloodline clauses. So that is how the country works when truth becomes inconvenient. By the time Sirius escaped again and Lupin resigned, Harry had acquired something more valuable than any dramatic reunion. He had acquired proof that most institutions would rather preserve narrative than justice. It was exactly the sort of lesson Lucius admired in theory and despised when it touched his own interests. That summer at Malfoy Manor, Harry's education changed again. Lucius did not ask for a full account of the Black Matter. He did not need one. He asked instead for outcomes. What did you learn? He said one evening over brandy while rain tracked down the high windows of the west drawing room. Harry, seated opposite with a law review open on his knee, answered without looking up. That innocence is politically weaker than usefulness. Lucius was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Good." Harry glanced at him. Lucius swirled amber liquid in his glass, expression unreadable. "Not because it should be so," he added. "Because it is." That, in Lucius, counted as moral instruction. By then, Harry's mind had become not merely orderly but fortified. He practiced occlumency until sleep itself felt curated. He revisited the Black Dowry Library and began work on more advanced concealment methods, emotional masking, memory compartmentalization, the art of letting others feel they had almost reached something important. Narcissa said nothing when she found him reading a heavily annotated treatise on controlled misdirection in inherited curses. She only asked, "Using that academically?" Harry closed the book over one finger. "When possible." She nodded as though this were the only sensible answer. Then came the Triwizard Year. It announced itself before term even began, through rumor first and confirmation later. The Daily Prophet made a spectacle of it. Hogwarts would host, foreign schools arriving, the Ministry involved, international prestige, old traditions restored. Students buzzing themselves breathless over dragons and glory, and the possibility of seeing someone die beautifully enough to become school legend. Harry cared about none of that. What interested him was structure. The Triwizard Tournament was an old magical mechanism wrapped in ceremony and public appetite. Which meant, almost by definition, that it could be exploited by anyone patient enough to understand its rules and shameless enough to bend them. By September, he had read every accessible account of prior tournaments. most of them badly romanticized, and 3 of them useful. By the time Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived in waves of elegance and threat, Harry had already concluded that if this year went wrong, it would go wrong through the goblet itself. He said as much to Draco in the Slytherin common room 2 nights before the selection. Draco, stretched in a leather chair and pretending not to be interested in Fleur de Lacre, snorted. "You think everything is a conspiracy?" Harry turned a page. "No, I think anything involving the ministry, 3 schools, and public spectacle offers too many surfaces for one." Theo, from the window, said without looking up from his book, "Also, the original tournament was essentially diplomatic homicide with banners." Draco considered that. "Fair," he admitted. When the champions were chosen, the hall vibrated with excitement long before Dumbledore even approached the goblet. Victor Crumb for Durmstrang, Fleur de Lacre for Beauxbatons, Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts, predictable, elegant, stable. Then the goblet flared a second time. The room changed. Harry felt it before he heard the name, in the same way one sometimes feels a ward fail half a second before the noise. Dumbledore caught the burning slip in his long fingers. For the first time all year, surprise touched the headmaster's face cleanly. Then he read, "Harry Malfoy Potter." Silence broke in layers, shock first, then whispers. Then the much uglier sound of everyone in the room trying to decide at once whether this was scandal, triumph, or exactly the sort of disaster Hogwarts usually produced when left to itself. Draco swore under his breath. Hermione, at the Gryffindor table, went very still. Cedric looked confused rather than hostile, which Harry noted in his favor. And Snape, across the staff table, wore an expression suggesting he had just seen 3 possible crimes and could not yet identify the worst one. Harry stood, not quickly, not slowly enough to be performance. He walked to the front under hundreds of eyes and took the slip from Dumbledore's hand. The paper was warm. The magic on it was wrong, not just altered. Directed, someone had not entered him out of schoolboy malice or hunger for spectacle. The choice had been engineered with intent precise enough to cut through protections older than most of the faculty. A trap, then, which answered the only question that mattered. Once inside the antechamber with the other champions, accusations began almost immediately. Fleur was offended on principle, Crumb suspicious in silence. Cedric looked like a decent man being dragged into indecency against his will. "You did not put your name in," Cedric said. It was not quite a question. Harry met his gaze. "No, how convenient," Fleur muttered. Harry glanced at her. "For whom?" That shut the room up just long enough for Dumbledore, Moody, Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime to enter in a storm of adult politics. The shouting that followed interested Harry less than the conclusions beneath it. The goblet's contract, once triggered, would not release him. Convenient. No one could explain how the magic had been breached. More convenient. Mad-Eye Moody real or not, Harry had not yet decided watched the room with too much satisfaction for a man supposedly reacting to catastrophe. Interesting. When Dumbledore finally turned to Harry and asked, quiet enough that only the nearest heard, "Did you ask for this?" Harry answered with complete honesty, "No." Dumbledore searched his face for something he found, as always, less than he wanted. Harry returned to the Slytherin table that night to a current of shock so strong it almost counted as weather. Students moved around him uncertainly, not because they believed him innocent or guilty, but because they had not yet settled on which version of this would be most socially profitable. Draco waited until the common room was nearly empty before speaking. "It was meant for you." "Yes. Do you know by whom?" "No." Draco folded his arms. "That was too quick." "It remains true." Draco exhaled through his nose, irritated by both trap and answer. "Then what are you going to do?" Harry set his goblet down on the mantel with controlled care. "What I always do," he said. "Learn what the structure wants from me before I give it anything." The first task proved his point. Dragons were too theatrical to be the real threat. They were meant to terrify the audience, flatter the champions, and supply foreign correspondents with material. Anyone focusing on the dragon itself was already thinking at the wrong level. Harry spent the week before the task not panicking, not posturing, but studying dragon species, visual blind spots, nesting aggression, wing joint vulnerability, flame intervals, arena design, the range of transfiguration under duress, historical task adjustments used when organizers wanted excitement without corpses. Hermione cornered him in the library on the third day of this research and hissed, "You're calm." "Yes, that is not normal." "No," Harry agreed, "it's useful." She stared at the diagrams spread around him. "You already know." "I know enough. What are you going to do?" Harry's eyes stayed on the page. "Win quickly." When his turn came, the Hungarian horntail hit the field like contained violence made flesh. The stands roared. Judges leaned. Students screamed the way students always screamed when what they really wanted was blood sanitized into sport. Harry walked into the enclosure carrying only his wand and a satchel. The dragon saw him, roared, and surged. Harry did not raise a shield first. He threw 3 small silver discs from the satchel into different corners of the arena and hit each one in sequence with precise ignition charms. They burst into high-pitched reflected flares not bright enough to blind the crowd, but placed exactly where the dragon's peripheral sight would register threat. The horntail turned toward the first false signal. Harry used the half-second of redirected attention to cast a modified traction hex at the chain pinning the beast's left foreleg. Not enough to free it. Enough to alter its balance. The dragon lunged, stumbled 1 degree offline, and exhaled fire across empty earth. Harry was already moving. Second spell. A slicing charm at the leather harness buckle nearest the egg clutch, not to cut it free, but to let one hanging strap swing into the beast's own field of movement. Third spell. A compressed concussion pulse under the right wing joint, not damaging. Startling. The dragon reared, twisting toward multiple irritants at once. Harry sprinted beneath the flare arc, seized the golden egg from the edge of the nest, and rolled clear as the horntail slammed down where he had been. The whole task lasted less than 4 minutes. The judges were still deciding whether to be impressed or alarmed when Harry returned the egg and walked out without once turning to acknowledge the crowd. Draco met him after, half delighted and half offended. "That," he said, "was hardly dramatic." Harry accepted a towel from a house elf. Drama is what people use when they want witnesses to mistake survival for artistry. "You sound insufferably pleased with yourself." "I'm alive," Harry said. "I generally consider that a point in my favor." By then even those who disliked him were being forced to update the story. Harry was not just competent, he was built for pressure. The second task was easier once he solved the egg clue. The trick lay not in deciphering the Mer song, but in understanding what organizers thought constituted a real choice. They wanted urgency, fear, rescue, spectacle. Harry provided them with efficiency instead. He charmed his way through the lake in a methodical sequence of layered protections, and a breathing adaptation he had modified from a black family salvage spell originally designed for submerged vault retrieval. He found the hostages, assessed the bindings, released his own first, and then stopped. Because Cho Chang hung 2 posts down, Cedric's hostage, and Gabrielle de Lacquer farther still. And beyond them, to Harry's mild disgust, and not at all mild concern, Hermione Granger, chosen as what the school clearly assumed was the thing he would miss most in immediate intellectual practice if not public sentiment. The phrasing irritated him enough to act. He cut all 4 free, not nobly, because leaving people at the bottom of a magical lake while trusting tournament organizers to remember their own limits struck him as idiotic. Cedric and Fleur shouted at him for the rule violation afterward. Crumb looked like he might have approved if he believed in facial expression. The judges debated deductions until Dumbledore, with unusual dryness, observed that no child had ever yet ruined a school tradition by refusing to let another drown on schedule. Harry said nothing. He did, however, file away the fact that Hermione did not thank him in public. She waited until later in an empty charms corridor and then said, "That was either heroic or controlling, and I haven't decided which," Harry considered. "Possibly both." Hermione glared. Then, because she was Hermione, she added, "The breathing spell you used was not in the curriculum." "No." "Where did you learn it?" An old family text. Her eyes narrowed. "That answer is becoming infuriating. It remains accurate." The third task mattered, not because of the cup itself, not because of ranking, prize money, or international prestige. By then, Harry had stopped treating the tournament as competition and begun treating it as vector. Someone had forced him into it for a purpose. Whoever that someone was, they had not invested months of manipulation merely to see whether he could outmaneuver a dragon elegantly. The maze would be the culmination, which meant it would be the breach. He told no one that conclusion directly. Not Draco, not Hermione, not Dumbledore. He only prepared, layered alert charms woven into his sleeve seams. A directional anchor spell keyed to Hogwarts grounds. 2 emergency port disruption countersigns copied from a black note on illegal travel objects. A blood-staunching draft. A narrow strip of phoenix tail cord he had acquired through means Fawkes would probably have found insulting. And in his mind, behind all the fortifications he had built over the last 3 years, a single standing instruction: if the trap closes, observe first. Escape second. Panic never. The maze behaved like a maze only briefly. There were hedges, yes, curses, creatures, trick routes. Crumb fell under outside influence more quickly than Harry liked, which confirmed sabotage before the center was even reached. Fleur was removed. Cedric crossed Harry's path twice, each time more battered and more annoyed by the entire concept of noble athletic suffering. When they reached the cup at nearly the same moment, Harry saw the truth before he touched it. Not visually, magically, the artifact hummed wrong. Not prize magic, transit magic, portkey. Cedric saw him pause. "What?" Harry looked at the cup, then at Cedric. "Don't touch it without me?" Cedric frowned. "That's not an explanation." "No," Harry said, "it's an instruction." Cedric hesitated. That moment saved his life. They took the cup together, the world yanked sideways, graveyard, cold, dark, tilted headstones and the smell of damp earth and old death. Harry recognized little Hangleton from Tom's diary memories before his boots hit the ground. Trap confirmed. He had time for one sharp breath, one assessment of terrain, before something small and horrible in a cloak hissed from the shadows and a man's voice cracked with sick joy. "Kill the spare." Harry moved before the green light fully formed. He had told Cedric not to touch without him because he intended to intercept the first curse if there was one. His shield came up low and angled. Cedric hit the ground hard behind a grave marker. The killing curse slammed into stone, blasting marble apart instead of flesh. Peter Pettigrew froze for half a second in astonishment. That was all Harry needed. He cut Pettigrew's wand hand with a slicing curse, sent the small bundled thing in his other arm writhing into the mud, and drove Cedric farther back with a shouted, "Stay down!" The bundle screamed. A high, inhuman, furious sound. Then everything accelerated. Pettigrew recovered badly but fast. Ropes lashed from the earth. Harry severed 2, took the third across the shoulder, rolled, cursed the grave itself so the stone exploded upward into cover, and understood in one terrible instant that he could not win the field outright. Not yet. Too many variables. Dark ritual already in motion. The shriveled thing in the mud laughing with borrowed breath. Pettigrew bleeding and frantic. The cup somewhere behind him, no longer safely reachable. Then from the trees came masked figures apparating in a ring, Death Eaters, of course. Harry's calculations shifted. Escape remained possible. But only if he changed the board first. The ritual proceeded anyway: blood, bone, hand, old words dragged through graveyard dark. Harry could have tried to stop it at each stage. He might even have succeeded at 1 or 2. But not without exposing everything he knew too early and dying before it mattered. So he did what frightened men always mistook for passivity. He watched. He learned. He let the rebirth happen. Voldemort rose from the cauldron like a theory of terror made flesh again, thin and pale and ecstatic with his own survival. The Death Eaters fell around him. Pettigrew wept. Cedric, crouched behind broken stone and trying very hard not to die in a place that had not belonged to him yesterday, stared in horror. And Harry, bound now by conjured cords to a grave marker after a calculated delay that made resistance look more exhausted than strategic, met Voldemort's red eyes without trembling. That earned him attention at once. Voldemort moved closer, robes whispering over the damp grass, and looked at Harry almost tenderly. "The boy who lived," he said softly, "still disappointing prophecy by remaining inconvenient." Harry said nothing. Silence, he had learned, often made monsters talk to hear themselves fill it. Voldemort obliged. He spoke of resurrection, betrayal, destiny, the incompetence of the dead, the inevitability of power. He spoke for the Death Eaters as much as for Harry, reasserting dominance, rebuilding myth. Every word another nail in the stage set of his own return, and Harry listened. Not outwardly enthralled, not resistant, measuring tone, vanity, fracture points, and the peculiar hunger behind Voldemort's eyes whenever they settled on him, when Voldemort finally said, "Tell me, boy, do you understand what stands before you?" Harry answered in the old register Lucius had spent a decade teaching him over dinner tables and bloodline records. He shifted his posture slightly, enough to transform captive into participant. Then he said, calm and perfectly enunciated, a claimant who mistook terror for legacy and violence for architecture. The graveyard went still. Several Death Eaters looked up sharply. Even Voldemort paused. Harry continued before anyone else could breathe. "You built obedience," he said, voice low and polished in the formal cadences of old pure-blood disputation, and called it loyalty. "You built fear, my lord, and called it order, effective in conquest, perhaps, unstable in inheritance." Cedric, from somewhere behind the headstone, looked as though he had been briefly transported into the wrong play. Voldemort's expression did not change, but interest, cold and immediate, entered it. "You speak like one raised properly," he said. "I was educated," Harry replied. A few of the masked figures shifted. Lucius's son, Lucius's ward, the boy who lived speaking the language of old houses in a graveyard full of Death Eaters. Harry could almost hear the recalculation moving through them. Voldemort circled him once, snake smooth and utterly alert now. "And what is it," he murmured, "that you believe I misunderstand?" Harry lifted his chin a fraction. "The difference," he said, "between taking a country and keeping one. It was a gamble, a dangerous one, but it did exactly what he needed. It replaced the expected posture of defiant child victim with something far more corrosive: ambiguity." Voldemort no longer looked at him as prey. He looked at him as possibility. In the pause that followed, Harry felt the entire field bend. Good, he thought. Wonder, Voldemort's smile became thin and unreadable. "Untie him," he said. The Death Eater stirred. Cedric made the smallest disbelieving sound. Pettigrew fumbled the binding curse away from Harry's wrists. Harry stood, flexed blood back into his hands, and did not reach for his wand. "Not yet." Voldemort held out a pale hand. "Then let us see," he said, "how well you have been educated." The duel that followed was real, not theatrical, however much Voldemort might have preferred theater. Harry retrieved his wand from the grass on the first exchange and moved instantly into economy minimal gestures, angled shields, terrain use, refusal to provide spectacle. Voldemort struck like a man who had spent years imagining his own invincibility. Fast, inventive, cruel. Harry gave ground intelligently, drew curses sideways, used toppled stone and ruined angels as cover, and answered not with raw force but with precision intended to reveal timings and preferences. By the seventh exchange, he knew two important things. First, Voldemort was stronger than him now in raw magical output by a margin too large to challenge directly. Second, Voldemort wanted him alive enough to overplay curiosity. That was the weakness Harry needed. On the 12th exchange, as the two wands locked and golden threads of priori incantatem began to braid between them, Harry did not merely resist. He let the connection open one fraction farther than instinct advised, long enough to feel it, not just shared wand core reaction. recognition. Something in Voldemort's magic answering something near Harry's scar with a horrible, intimate familiarity. The shock of it nearly cost him, but now he knew, not full proof. Not yet. Enough. He broke the lock violently by overloading the contact with a staggered disjunction Curse Lucius had once taught him only as theory, while simultaneously kicking the Triwizard Cup closer with a whip-fast banishing reversal designed to look like debris. The graveyard erupted into shouted confusion. Ghostly echoes of Voldemort's prior victims spilled from the wand connection. Cedric, finally understanding the only rule that mattered was leave, lunged from cover at exactly the right moment. Harry seized his arm. The cup, the portkey took them both. The hospital wing chaos afterward was almost restful by comparison, adults shouting, healers moving, ministry denials starting before anyone had finished bleeding, Cedric alive, shaken and furious. Dumbledore very calm, which in him meant the opposite. Harry gave a controlled version of the truth. Enough for immediate response. Not enough to surrender the graveyard conversation's real value. Voldemort was back. Wormtail restored him. Death Eaters gathered. Cedric could confirm it. Harry omitted the pure blood exchange entirely. He omitted the strange recognition in the wand lock. He omitted the way Voldemort had looked at him not only with hatred, but with interest sharp enough to become strategy. Those things were his. Dumbledore requested a private conversation before dawn. This time Harry did not decline. The headmaster's office was dim, stripped of performance. No lemon drops, no benevolent grandfatherly fog, just a tired old wizard and a boy who had come back from a graveyard with mud on his cuffs and calculation in his eyes. "You are withholding something," Dumbledore said. Harry sat opposite him without invitation anxiety. "Yes." Dumbledore accepted that too easily. "May I ask why?" "You may." A silence. Then Dumbledore, whose patience was one of the most dangerous things about him, said, "Why?" Harry folded his hands. "Because," he replied, "I do not yet know whether what I learned is safer in your possession, mine or no one's." Blue eyes held green. The office seemed to narrow around the sentence. Finally, Dumbledore said very softly, "That is an adult answer." Harry thought of graveyard mud, Cedric's near death, Pettigrew's knife, the feeling of Voldemort's magic striking his scar like a key in a hidden lock. "Yes," he said. "It was an adult evening." Dumbledore exhaled no anger, only recognition edged with sorrow. "That road," he said, "is a lonely one." Harry considered. "Most useful roads are." When term ended, Britain split exactly as Harry expected. The ministry denied. The prophet hedged. Parents panicked privately and lied publicly. Old families reactivated old lines of communication. Gold moved. Wards were strengthened. Names once spoken only over brandy and warded dinner tables began to circulate again in low, urgent voices. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius received visitors late into the night. Harry did not ask what was said behind closed doors. He listened instead to what changed in the house. Extra protections on the West Wing, messages burned after reading, Draco quieter than usual. Narcissa colder, and Lucius, for the first time in years, thinking not in terms of influence over a stable government, but position in a coming fracture. The first letter arrived in July, not to Harry. From him, he sent it under 3 wards, and through an intermediary so deniable the method itself almost counted as art. A Bulgarian broker tied distantly to Durmstrang alumni networks and indirectly to a former associate of Karkaroff who believed he was carrying political speculation for auction among frightened European purebloods. The letter was short, not servile, not open allegiance, merely thoughtful. A reflection, ostensibly anonymous, on the difference between ideological purity and sustainable governance after insurgent restoration. Any ordinary extremist would have discarded it as pretension. Voldemort would not, because buried within it were 3 things only someone from the graveyard might notice. An observation about failed inheritance of fear, a phrase Harry had used aloud, and a final line written in the oldest formal register Lucius had ever made him memorize. The architecture was unsound. The foundation may yet be corrected. He received no reply. He had not expected one. What he expected and got was movement. By late summer, pressure around the manor increased from both directions. The Order, through channels so clumsy Harry almost pitied them, attempted to re-establish trust with the boy who lived. Invitations, safe offers, carefully coded concern. Dumbledore himself did not push. Smart of him, Voldemort's side was subtler. Information began appearing where Harry could. Chapter 4, The Double Game. Part 2. Information began appearing where Harry could plausibly find it and never prove had been left for him on purpose. A reference in a foreign trade circular to a shipment rerouted through an old Lestrange holding. A name dropped at a dinner Narcissa had not expected to matter. A whisper from a Slytherin 7th year whose uncle had suddenly stopped speaking as though the ministry were permanent. A vanished ward report that reappeared in the wrong office and mentioned activity near an estate connected by marriage and debt to men who had once worn masks. None of it was direct. That was how Harry knew it was real. Voldemort was testing the shape of him, not summoning, not trusting, not yet. Offering fragments and watching what pattern the boy built from them. Harry accepted the game. He answered twice more through the same intermediary network, each time careful to remain 1 degree more visible without ever becoming obvious. He never called Voldemort my lord in writing, never offered service, never used the language of surrender. He wrote like a political theorist too young to know fear properly and too well educated to pretend power didn't matter. He criticized ministry incompetence with clean precision. He observed that Dumbledore inspired loyalty but not durable statecraft. He distinguished between revolution and governance in terms Voldemort would find flattering and infuriating in equal measure. And in the margins of those letters, invisible to anyone without the correct reveal charm, he laid tiny traps of style-specific turns of phrase Lucius used only with old families, rhetorical structures from black legal commentary, and one quote from a banned 17th-century treatise that only someone steeped in aristocratic dark magic scholarship was likely to recognize. The message beneath the message was simple. I am not a child wandering toward you by accident. I know exactly what kind of world made you. The reply came in October of Harry's 5th year, carried not by owl or broker, but by a piece of parchment folded into the binding of a book that had not been on his dormitory shelf the night before. Harry found it after curfew. The common room was nearly empty, green fire moving slowly across the stone. Draco had gone to bed. Theo was pretending to sleep in a chair near the window, which usually meant he was listening harder than anyone else in the room. Harry pulled the unfamiliar book free, felt the additional weight in the spine, and took it at once to the darkest corner by the lake windows. The paper smelled faintly of ash. There were only 3 lines. Architecture is for those who expect to inherit. Conquest is for those who mean to survive. Prove you understand the difference. No signature, no threat, no greeting. Harry read it once, then again, and felt the future rearrange itself. Across from him, Theo said without opening his eyes, "That expression is usually the prelude to either a brilliant decision or a felony." Harry slipped the paper into his sleeve. "Then let's hope the distinction remains academic." Theo opened one eye, it landed on Harry's face, took in exactly enough, and closed again. "I dislike being murdered in my sleep," he said. "Be considerate." Harry almost smiled. "I'll schedule around it." The school year above that private correspondence was chaos in all the public ways that mattered. Umbridge arrived. Harry had expected the ministry to send someone incompetent. He had not expected it to send someone so efficiently poisonous. Dolores Umbridge did not inspire fear the way Voldemort did, nor command loyalty the way Dumbledore could. She inspired suffocation. A slow pink tightening around every mechanism of school life until even breathing felt administratively conditional. Draco hated her on aesthetic grounds first, then on political ones. Then personally, after she spoke to him in the tone adults used with children they had already decided to underestimate. Harry found her more instructive than offensive. Umbridge represented a specific form of state violence Lucius had once defined for him over dinner as the kind that pretends paperwork absolves appetite. She did not want knowledge. She wanted obedience formatted as safety. Her classes were useless, her decrees vulgar, and her great talent lay in making mediocrity feel official. Naturally, she was dangerous. The Order reacted to her by hardening. Dumbledore did what Dumbledore always did under assault. He appeared gentler and became more difficult to predict. McGonagall sharpened into outright war. Snape became even more unreadable, which Harry had not previously considered possible. The Gryffindors, deprived of a clean battlefield, turned restless and righteous. Harry moved differently. He let Umbridge underestimate him. He answered with perfect politeness when required. Never gave her outbursts to feed upon, never rose to bait. He was too self-possessed, too intelligent, and too visibly connected to old families for her to strike at first without preparation. So she watched him, and Harry, in return, watched how the ministry inserted its fingers into the school, which offices received owls after midnight, which decrees were drafted in advance, which names disappeared from certain discussions the moment funding was mentioned, all useful. Meanwhile, the other correspondence continued. Harry never wrote from the castle directly. He used dead drops, rotated channels, and once routed a message through a private French archive exchange simply because the inefficiency of the method made it harder to predict. Voldemort's answers grew slightly longer, never warm, never trusting, but intellectually engaged in a way that revealed vanity more clearly each time. He wanted admiration from Harry. Harry realized, not simple allegiance, recognition, because recognition from the boy who lived would mean more than fear from 100 masked followers. That more than anything made him exploitable. Harry fed that need with surgical care. He wrote that fear was an excellent instrument of disruption, but a poor architecture for peace. He wrote that old families would submit outwardly to a conqueror, but preserve their actual loyalty for any alternative that promised continuity. He wrote that ideology without inheritance strategy was merely a purge awaiting replacement. He never quite said, "Lucius taught me these lessons at my own table. He did not need to." Voldemort would hear it anyway. To Dumbledore, he gave something else, never the letters, never the philosophical exchange, but enough real intelligence, at carefully chosen intervals, to make himself too useful to discard and too mysterious to stop monitoring. A rumored safe house was real, but moved before the order struck. A financial conduit through Nocturne Alley led to a recruitment channel. Harry exposed it anonymously to an Auror task force through a ministry clerk Umbridge thought loyal. A meeting point in Yorkshire turned out to be bait. Harry let the Order avoid it without telling them how he knew. Each time, he told the truth in pieces too small to explain the whole. Each time, Dumbledore looked at him longer afterward. And each time, Harry felt the center of his own position harden, not Order, not Death Eater, not Ministry, third position. The one no one else in Britain had imagined, because most people, when frightened, mistook sides for the only available shape of power. Hermione figured it out first, or enough of it to become a problem. It happened in the library, as so many inconvenient insights did with her. She set down a stack of law texts opposite Harry and did not sit. "You're doing something," she said. Harry continued reading. "Yes, that isn't an answer." "It was to your sentence," she glared. "You've been impossible all term. I've been occupied." "With what?" Harry looked up then. Not because he intended to answer fully, but because Hermione deserved more precision than most people received from him. "With preventing the worst people in the country from deciding the future exclusively among themselves," he said. That made her stop. Behind her irritation, behind the certainty that she could think faster than nearly anyone around her, Harry saw the thing he valued most in Hermione Granger. She listened hardest when the answer frightened her. "What does that mean?" she asked quietly. "It means," Harry said, "that Dumbledore wants to preserve the country, Voldemort wants to remake it, the Ministry wants to survive the paperwork. None of those goals are identical, and all of them are lying about at least one part." Hermione sat down slowly. "That sounds," she said after a moment, "like the sort of sentence people say before they do something illegal." Harry turned a page. She watched him a while longer, then said lower, "Are you on Dumbledore's side?" Harry's eyes stayed on the text. "No," her breath caught. "Voldemort's?" "No." "Then whose?" At that, Harry looked at her fully. "Mine," he said. Hermione stared at him for so long that someone shelving books nearby coughed nervously and left. There were 100 wrong things she could have said then. Moral things. Simplistic things. The kind of things children who still believed history had clean edges like to say before events punished them. Instead, she asked the only good question. "What happens," she said, "if your side starts looking too much like theirs?" Harry held her gaze. "Then you tell me before I stop being able to hear it." That did not reassure her. Good, he thought. It shouldn't, but it kept her there. And that, for now, was enough. Draco noticed changes too, though he named them differently. He noticed Harry leaving the common room at odd hours and returning with an expression too cold to belong to homework. He noticed Slytherin older students altering their tone around Harry without quite realizing they were doing it. He noticed Lucius's owls arriving more often and Narcissa's letters becoming shorter, which in her meant worry. Most of all, Draco noticed that people had begun bringing Harry information as if it were the natural direction of gravity. A 6th year whose cousin worked in magical transportation. A 7th-year girl from an old house with a habit of hearing adult conversations through doors. Even Blaise, who trusted no one by religion, politics, or recreation, had started casually mentioning which families were suddenly moving gold through foreign accounts. The common room itself was changing. Students leaned toward Harry now when ministry decrees hit too close or rumors of raids became specific enough to matter. Draco still commanded attention the instant he chose to. But Harry had become the one they assumed would know what the noise meant. One night near Christmas, Draco followed him. Harry knew by the second staircase. He let Draco continue until the astronomy corridor, then stopped without turning. "You're not subtle enough for espionage," he said. Behind him, Draco muttered, "and you're insufferable enough for politics." Harry turned. The corridor was empty, moonlit, bitter with winter through the arrow-slit windows. Draco stood there with his hands in his pockets, and the look he only wore when anger had been fighting concern for too long. "You're disappearing," Draco said. "I'm in front of you?" "You know what I mean." Harry was quiet. Draco took a step closer. "I can tell when you're lying to everyone else. I can even tell when you're lying to yourself." "This," he gestured once, sharp and frustrated. "This is different. You've gone all distant, calculating more than usual." "That sounds like a complaint about my virtues." "It's a complaint about your face." Harry almost told him enough then. Not everything, not the letters, but enough to shift the burden. He didn't, because Draco's greatest strength had always been visible loyalty. That also made him vulnerable. The more he knew, the more ways other people could use him against Harry or Harry against him, so Harry chose the cowardice that looks like control. "There are things moving," he said. "I'm trying to understand them before they break over the school." Draco stared. "That's all." "No. At least that's honest." Harry looked out the window into the dark grounds. "I can't tell you more safely." That did something worse than anger to Draco's expression. It hurt him, not because Harry was cruel, because he was not. Because this sounded too much like exclusion, and Draco Malfoy had been raised his whole life to understand that exclusion, more than hatred, was how families chose which members truly counted. He laughed once without humor. "Right," he said. "Of course, protecting me are you?" Harry did not answer. That was answer enough. Draco's jaw tightened. Then he stepped back, every inch of him suddenly bright with insult. "Try not to become unbearable by spring," he said. "It would ruin the aesthetic." He turned and walked away before Harry could say something almost true and therefore useless. The problem of the prophecy came in winter. Harry had known, from scraps of overheard staff tension and one badly worded conversation between Dumbledore and McGonagall, that there was something sealed in the Department of Mysteries connected to him and Voldemort. He did not know its exact form. He knew only that both sides were circling it, and that the ministry's denial made possession of it more symbolically dangerous by the week. Voldemort, through one of the letters, probed at the subject obliquely. "There are records in this country more valuable than armies," one note said. "The old headmaster is not hoarding trinkets." Harry burned that letter after memorizing it, not because he feared Voldemort would trick him into retrieving the prophecy blindly, but because he could feel the invitation buried inside the line. Curiosity. Destiny. The temptation to believe that knowledge owed to you must therefore be taken by you. Harry resisted the bait, not from virtue, from timing. He had not built a third position merely to be dragged by both sides into the same trap. Then came the night Arthur Weasley was attacked. The scar connection struck Harry in sleep like a blade through ice. He woke with another creature's hunger in his mouth and blood in his imagination, so vivid he could smell metal and cold stone and hear the wet panic of someone trying not to die alone. Most people would have been horrified. Harry was horrified for perhaps 3 seconds. Then he was useful. He was out of bed, dressed, and in motion before Ron had fully understood why Harry was shaking him awake in the dormitory stairwell outside Gryffindor after forcing entry with an unlocking charm Draco would later call offensively competent. McGonagall was woken. Dumbledore informed. Arthur Weasley found in time. The Order treated Harry differently after that, not trusted, never that cleanly, but necessary. His connection to Voldemort had become impossible to dismiss as rumor or childish imagination. Harry recognized the shift at once. Adults lowered their voices around him less. When they did, it was now tactical rather than patronizing. Even Moody, who observed everyone as though deciding how many curses would be required to stop them, began watching Harry with a grudging respect sharpened by distrust. Good, Harry thought. Distrust is more durable than gratitude. The next phase began because Voldemort grew impatient. The visions changed, less accidental. More shaped, doors, corridors, the Department of Mysteries, a sense of pull. An expectation that Harry, like any properly manipulated child, would come running toward the idea of secret knowledge meant for him. Harry recognized the tactic. What he had not expected was how much fury it would generate in Dumbledore once he admitted it. They met alone in the headmaster's office after the third such vision. "You must learn occlumency at once," Dumbledore said. Harry nearly laughed. "I've been practicing for 2 years. That startled the old man more visibly than anything Harry had said to him in months. "With whom?" "No one." Dumbledore sat very still. "How far have you gone?" "Far enough that the visions reaching me now are being allowed in, not merely suffered." The silence in the room became almost bright. Then Dumbledore said softly, "That is either immensely reassuring or deeply alarming. Probably both." He expected the headmaster to insist on formal lessons anyway. He was right. Snape was appointed. Harry went to the first session out of obligation and left the second with confirmation of 3 things. First, that Snape was every bit as formidable a Legilimens as rumor suggested. Second, that Harry's existing mental architecture was stronger than Dumbledore had guessed. And third, that Snape's personal feelings about James Potter remained a structural weakness in him no discipline had fully erased. Snape attacked hard enough that an untrained mind would have collapsed. Harry gave ground where useful, denied entry where necessary, and fed Snape almost nothing uncontaminated by deliberate staging. A childhood corridor, Lucius's study door, Draco laughing at age 7, a page of Latin law. Enough texture to make the defense look imperfect, never enough to expose the machinery beneath it. By the end of the second lesson, Snape's mouth was thin with thwarted anger. "You are hiding entire structures," he said. Harry lowered his wand. "Yes, from me. Yes." "Do you imagine yourself clever?" Harry met his gaze with complete calm. "No, merely invested." Snape stared at him for a long time, then said, in a voice like acid dropped into snow, "Your father would have despised this version of you." Harry's expression did not move. "Which one?" he asked. That was the end of the lesson. From then on, Snape reported to Dumbledore that Harry was improving. He did not mention that the boy had already built a mind like a locked estate and was now merely landscaping the visible grounds. Spring brought the one development Harry had been dreading, not because it was surprising, but because it was inevitable. Draco was approached, not openly at first. No dramatic summons, no midnight mark blazing in a theatrical corridor. Voldemort understood old houses too well for that. Pressure came through family first, through silence, through the fact of Lucius having to choose more visibly now that public neutrality was no longer a sustainable performance. Harry knew before Draco said anything. Of course he did. There were signs. Narcissa's letters turning sparse and brittle. Draco reading them twice. A new stillness in him where vanity used to sit. Lucius's name surfacing in exactly the wrong foreign financial channels. The sense of a noose being politely measured rather than thrown. Harry waited. He did not confront Draco in public or force confession under emotion. Some truths only came cleanly when offered at the edge of exhaustion. It happened in the Slytherin common room very late one night after everyone else had gone up. The fire had burned down to embers. Green lake light drifted across the stone. Draco stood by the window with one hand braced against the glass, looking out into black water as though answers might swim there. Harry came down the last stair, saw him, and knew at once. Draco did not turn. "They want father back in line," he said, no greeting, no pretense. Harry crossed the room and stopped 3 paces away. "Yes," Draco laughed softly. "It was a terrible sound, you knew." Yes, this time Draco did turn. His face was pale and controlled in exactly the way people at Malfoy Manor were taught to look when the world had begun chewing through the floor beneath them. "And you said nothing. There was nothing safe to say before you did." Draco stared at him a moment longer, then reached into his sleeve. His left hand was shaking only slightly. When he pulled back the cuff, Harry saw the skin beneath, not yet marked, but raw along the inner forearm where dark magic had been tested there, measured there, almost promised there. The future written in injury before ink. For 1 second, Harry felt something hot and murderous move through him so suddenly it nearly breached the careful architecture of his composure. Not because Draco was innocent. Draco had never been innocent because he was his. And there were very few things in the world Harry allowed himself to define that way. "He wants me useful," Draco said, voice flat. "Near school, near you, near Dumbledore if possible. Father thinks it can be delayed. Mother thinks delay is just a prettier form of consent, and his mouth twisted. I think I'm being fitted for a collar with old family silver on it." Harry's mind was already moving. Routes, timing, leverage, what Voldemort wanted from Draco specifically. Symbolic reach into Hogwarts, pressure on Lucius. A second channel to Harry himself if properly manipulated. Asset, he thought coldly. They want an asset. Then he looked at Draco again and forced the political analysis to remain secondary long enough to matter. "Have they given you terms?" "Not directly, but they will." "And Lucius?" Draco laughed once more. "Father says service can be shaped if entered intelligently, which is exactly the sort of sentence people say when they're trying to make surrender sound hereditary." Harry let that sit. Then he said the worst thing first, because they had not been raised in a house where tenderness did well without truth underneath it. "You can't refuse cleanly." Draco's eyes flashed. "I know that. If you run, they punish Narcissa. I know. If you bluster, they test you harder. I know." The words cracked through the empty room. Then Draco's shoulders dropped a fraction, and for the first time in years he looked not like Lucius's son. Not like Slytherin fire polished into arrogance, but like the boy who had once bloodied a cousin's mouth for insulting Harry in his own house. Harry spoke more quietly, so we stopped looking for clean choices. Draco's breathing was uneven now, though only someone who had known him half his life would have noticed. Harry stepped closer. "Yes." Draco looked at him as if that word hurt almost as much as it healed. "They're not offering me a place," he said. "They're offering me use. I know." "And your brilliant plan," Draco said, bitterness reassembling itself because it was easier to wear than fear, "is what? Let me go in smiling, feed them enough to stay alive." Become exactly the sort of thing they think I am? Harry held his gaze. My plan, he said, is to make sure you go in as something they can't measure correctly. Draco went still. Harry continued, you take the approach. You accept nothing too quickly. You let them think your hunger is for status, for vindication, for father's approval. That will flatter them. It will also make them sloppy. You do not volunteer competence. You reveal it in pieces. You stay valuable enough to preserve and vain enough to underestimate. Draco stared. Even now, even frightened, even furious, some sharp strategic part of him was already listening. And if they mark me, he asked, Harry's voice did not change. Then they mark someone who is not theirs. That silence was different from the others, not wounded, not angry, witnessing. Draco swallowed once. You've already thought this through? Yes. How long? Harry could have lied, chosen something kinder, more recent. Instead, he said, since the first letter from home changed tone. Draco let out a breath that was half laugh, half disbelief. Merlin, he said softly, you really do treat catastrophe like a timetable. Only when it insists. For a long moment neither of them moved. Then Draco asked the question beneath every other one. Is that what I am to you? Harry did not pretend not to understand. A timetable, an asset, one more move. The room seemed to narrow around them, and because this was the one conversation in his life where dishonesty would have cost more than truth, Harry answered with brutal care. I am going to use your position, he said. Draco's face tightened. Harry did not stop. I am going to build plans around what access it gives you. I am going to calculate risks you hate and ask you to survive them anyway. I am going to decide things you won't like because the alternatives are worse. Every word landed like stone. Draco looked away first. Harry stepped in close enough that Draco had to meet his eyes again. And I am doing all of that, Harry said, to keep you alive. There is a difference, even if it doesn't feel like one. The fire popped softly in the grate. Outside the lake pressed dark and patient against the glass. Draco's expression broke, just for a second not into tears, never that, but into naked anger and grief, and the terrible relief of hearing someone say aloud what the war was actually going to cost them. You don't get to decide that by yourself, he said. No, Harry said. I don't. Then stop doing it. Harry's mouth curved, not kindly exactly, but with something older and more difficult. Then stay alive long enough to argue with me properly. Draco made a strangled sound that might have been a laugh if it hadn't been standing so close to despair. Then, with the awkward violence of brothers who had not been raised to embrace, and therefore did nothing gently when it mattered, he caught Harry by the front of the robes and leaned his forehead briefly against his shoulder. It lasted no more than 2 seconds. But it was more honest than anything either of them had said in years. When he stepped back, Draco's face had been reassembled. Good! They would need the masks again soon. What do I tell them? Draco asked. Harry thought of Voldemort's letters, of Dumbledore's scrutiny, of Umbridge's bureaucratic poison, of Lucius gambling with family survival and Narcissa calculating what remained if he lost. Then he gave Draco the first clean instruction of the next phase. You tell them, Harry said, that you have always understood power better than courage. They'll believe that. Everyone does. Draco nodded slowly, and when they ask about you, Harry's eyes went to the green fire for one moment, then back. You tell the truth, he said, that I'm difficult to read, that I despise being used openly, that I think Dumbledore is sentimental, the Ministry is weak, and most of Britain deserves better enemies. Draco blinked. That sounds dangerously close to your actual opinions. Yes, Harry said, truth is more durable under interrogation. Draco breathed out, steadying. Then he gave the smallest, sharpest version of his old grin. You're going to play both sides until one of them strangles you. Harry tilted his head. 3 sides, he corrected. Draco stared at him. Then, despite everything, despite the mark waiting in the future and Lucius balancing on old lies and Voldemort rising and Dumbledore watching, and the castle itself beginning to feel like a board filling with knives, Draco laughed. Softly, hopelessly. Like a boy standing at the edge of the dark and recognizing, with exhausted affection, the exact shape of the madness his brother intended to build. Of course, he said. Harry said nothing. But later, alone in bed while the castle slept badly around him, he lay awake and reviewed every move already made. Voldemort believed he was cultivating ideological drift. Dumbledore believed he was containing a dangerous child near the border of necessary knowledge. The Ministry believed him useful when frightened and inconvenient when calm. Draco would soon be drawn inside Voldemort's circle as an asset no one there yet fully understood. And Harry, at 15, had placed himself in the narrow space between three collapsing powers and decided, with the cold confidence of someone too practiced at survival to call it bravery, that he would not be claimed by any of them. He would use them first. That was the real beginning of the war. Not the graveyard, not the return, not the newspaper denials or the ministry decrees. This, a boy in green and silver, raised in a house that taught him power before kindness, deciding that if Britain insisted on becoming a game of monsters, then he would learn the rules better than any of them. And win anyway. Chapter 5, Burning the Empire from Within. Harry learned in 5th year that wars were rarely lost where children expected them to be lost. Not in corridors, not in duels, not even in graveyards, though graveyards made for better stories. Wars were usually lost in quieter places: ledgers, vaults, letters of credit, inheritance disputes, transport permits, private loyalties, and the 1,000 invisible mechanisms by which frightened, powerful people kept themselves fed, hidden, and able to believe they would still exist next month. Voldemort understood terror. Dumbledore understood sacrifice. The Ministry understood delay. Harry, raised at Malfoy Manor and sharpened at Hogwarts, understood infrastructure. That was why Year 5 became the year he stopped thinking like a student caught inside a war and began thinking like someone preparing to break one. It started with money. It always did. The first real opening came through the Potter vaults. Until then, Harry's legal connection to the Potter estate had been mostly symbolic. The name preserved value, lineage, narrative weight. Lucius had insisted on that from the beginning because pure bloods never erased profitable blood unless they were idiots, and Lucius Malfoy had many flaws but rarely that one. Access, however, had remained managed, overseen, curated. Harry had been permitted to know the Potter wealth existed without being allowed to shape it. That changed the week after Christmas. He had spent 3 evenings in the Black Dowry Library Cross, referencing inheritance clauses with modern Gringotts custodial policy, and discovered something Lucius either had not noticed or had decided Harry would never read far enough to exploit. Under a revision passed after the Greengrass succession dispute, a magically recognized heir above a certain age could exercise limited proxy review over dormant family assets, tied to war loss recovery, claims particularly if prior guardians had failed to fully regularize title conversion. In other words, the Potter estate still had legal doors in it. Harry smiled when he found the clause, not warmly, like a locksmith admiring old craftsmanship. He used Narcissa first, not because she was easier than Lucius, but because she was harder to surprise into stupidity. He approached her in the West morning room where she was reviewing correspondence under gray winter light, a silver pen moving across parchment with the quiet certainty of a duelist's wrist. She did not look up when he entered. "If this is about school," she said, "you have 3 minutes. If it is about a law book, 6. Harry closed the door behind him. "Potter recovery claims," he said. That made the pen stop. Narcissa looked up. Green eyes met pale blue. "Go on." He laid the copied clause on the table between them, not dramatically, just neatly as though bringing tea. Narcissa read it once, then again. Then she leaned back in her chair and studied him over steepled fingers. "You want access. I want review authority, which is access wearing better manners." "Yes." Her gaze dropped to the paper again. "Lucius knows about this provision." "I assume so." "That is not what I asked." "No," Harry said, "but it is the most accurate answer." For one brief second, her mouth almost moved, not a smile, something colder and more impressed. "And what," she asked, "would you do with Potter review authority in the middle of a war?" Harry answered plainly. Find out where old money went after Voldemort fell the first time. Who carried hidden assets, which houses preserved liquidity through shell trusts, alias accounts, war loss claims, and foreign vault structures. Then I would start making those structures less stable. Silence filled the room. Outside, snow-muted gardens lay white and still beneath the windows. Narcissa tapped one finger once against the paper. "You sound," she said at last, "disturbingly like both your fathers." Harry accepted that without comment. After a long moment she rose, crossed to a locked cabinet, withdrew a slim iron key, and placed it beside the claws. "This opens the black deed box in the third library cabinet," she said. "Inside are the Potter transfer papers and the Gringotts' custodial acknowledgments. You will copy nothing that names my family without showing me first." Harry nodded. "And Harry," Narcissa said. He paused at the door. When he looked back, she had resumed her seat, but not her pen. "If you do this," she said quietly, "do not mistake movement for control. Money panics faster than people. That is why it is useful. It is also why it is dangerous." "I know." "Yes," Narcissa said, voice like winter silk. "That is the part I find most alarming. The goblins were easier than people, once one accepted that they hated performance and respected exactness." Harry went to Gringotts in February under the pretext of a state review, and accompanied by no one but a ministry-certified proxy clerk who had been chosen precisely because he was vain enough to enjoy appearing important and stupid enough not to understand the documents he carried. The goblin who received them in the deep records chamber was named Ragnok, not that Ragnok, but a narrow-faced account officer with black claws and the expression of someone permanently offended by wizarding handwriting. He reviewed Harry's papers, then Harry, then the papers again. "Unusual." He said. "Legal," Harry replied. Ragnok's eyes sharpened with professional interest. "Often not the same. Today they are." That earned him the smallest possible incline of the goblin's head. He was led through stone corridors below the visible bank into rooms where wizarding inheritance stopped pretending to be romantic and became what it always truly was: recorded appetite, titles, percentages, trusts, seizures, recoveries, coded compensation accounts dating to the First War, quiet debts between old houses, vault liens disguised as marriage settlements, charitable endowments laundering political obligations into tax advantages. Harry read all of it, not every line. That would have been impossible and wasteful. Patterns mattered more than pages. He learned which Death Eater families had supposedly lost fortunes after Voldemort fell, and which had quietly shifted those fortunes sideways into cousin vaults, foreign banks, or artifact holdings later redeemed through intermediaries. He learned that several respectable ministry donors were functionally financing old extremist networks through security trusts attached to country estates. He learned that one line of the Parkinson family held paper on a shipping company that did not exist physically, but moved significant amounts of potion material across borders under 3 sets of names. Most importantly, he learned that war did not merely survive defeat, it restructured. When he returned to Hogwarts, he carried no incriminating documents. He carried memory. His mind, trained into a vault over years, retained ledgers as architecture. Harry could close his eyes and walk through the relationships now vault to trust, trust to shell estate to safe house repairs, repairs to procurement, procurement to recruitment. It was beautiful, which made it obscene. Hermione became involved because he could not do all of it alone, and because she was the only student in the castle who combined moral seriousness, research stamina, and enough procedural obsession to help dismantle a financial machine without turning the process into theatrical revolution. He approached her in the library after curfew, which she considered rude and therefore worth attention. "I need your help," he said. Hermione looked up sharply from a stack of ministry procedural manuals. "With what?" Harry placed 3 copied public filings on the table, then 2 estate records, then a page of transcribed inheritance law. Then last, a shipping irregularity list from the Daily Prophet's trade pages no one else at Hogwarts had any business noticing. Hermione stared at the pile for a full 5 seconds. Then she looked at him. "Why?" she asked carefully. "Do you have these?" "I went to Gringotts." "You what?" "It was legal." "That does not answer why." "No," Harry agreed. "It answers whether I'm about to be arrested." Hermione scanned the pages again, faster now, her mind already catching where the threads touched. "These accounts don't line up," she murmured. "No. This estate shouldn't have had repair expenditures after the owner died. It did. This trust is paying into a company that doesn't." She stopped, looked up. "This is Death Eater money." Harry held her gaze. "Some of it." Hermione sat back slowly. There were moments when Harry admired her most, not for how fast she thought, but for how quickly she chose between outrage and usefulness. She chose usefulness. "What do you want me to do?" she asked. "Find me everything public or semi-public that links ministry procurement, estate claims, or charitable disbursements to old war families. Then separate what's criminal from what's merely embarrassing. The embarrassing part is often more useful." Hermione's brows drew together. "You're blackmailing them?" "No," Harry said. "I'm destabilizing them." "That sounds worse." "It's more honest." She looked at the papers, then back at him. "Why me?" Harry answered without ornament. "Because you're good enough to understand the machinery, and decent enough to stop me if I start mistaking collateral damage for strategy." That silenced her. At last Hermione said, "I dislike that this is flattering." "It was meant to be accurate," she exhaled. Then she pulled one of the ministry manuals closer, took up a quill, and said in the tone she usually reserved for impossible essays and incompetent institutions, "Fine. But if I discover we're committing treason with accounting, I reserve the right to be unbearable about it." Harry almost smiled. "I assumed that as standard." What followed over the next months never looked like sabotage from the outside. That was the point. It looked like audits, a delayed transfer here, a recovered title discrepancy there, a goblin challenge filed over improperly declared cursed holdings. An estate review reopened because a war loss claim had been linked to undeclared transport assets. A shipping company suddenly subjected to 3 separate inquiries from offices that did not usually speak to one another, and therefore caused maximum panic when they did. Harry never signed anything traceable. He used channels within the law, around the law, and beneath the notice of people who thought old money made them invisible. He knew which goblin departments enjoyed catching wizarding families in procedural lies. He knew which ministry clerks could be manipulated by anonymous, public concern submissions if those submissions contained the right citations. He knew exactly how much true information was required to make men destroy themselves by trying to conceal the rest. By April, 3 Death Eater-linked holding structures had frozen pending review. 2 safe house repair accounts vanished overnight. A recruitment pipeline in Bristol lost access to potion supplies because the front company handling import insurance suddenly no longer legally existed. Blaise Zabini, reading a newspaper over breakfast, murmured to no one in particular, "Half the old families look as if someone is pulling bricks out of their foundations." Harry buttered his toast. Theo, without glancing up, said, "If so, one hopes the architect remembered load-bearing walls." Draco looked between them both and narrowed his eyes. He knew better by then than to ask questions in public. The scar link changed next, not abruptly, organically and therefore more dangerously. The visions had begun as intrusion, then messaging, then bait. Harry, with enough occlumency control to stop merely suffering them, discovered something almost by accident in March during a night when Voldemort's presence pressed harder than usual at the edge of sleep. He had been dreaming of a corridor in the Department of Mysteries doors, stone, a distant blue fire when irritation rather than fear pushed him to experiment. Instead of closing the mental door entirely, he changed the image, only slightly, shifted one side passage, added the sense of footsteps where none had been, turned a locked room into one that felt recently abandoned. The connection did not break, it accepted. Harry woke at once, pulse sharp, and understood the significance before sunrise. The link was not only a wound, it was a channel. and channels ran both ways. He tested the theory cautiously, never large lies at first, only textures. Impressions. Suggestions embedded inside the reel, a safe house ward that looked weaker than it was, an order route that appeared routinely used but had been abandoned. A conversation fragment about moving records through Yorkshire when no such move was planned. The results arrived within weeks. A scouting team sent to the wrong property. A minor Death Eater arrested near a disused farmhouse after acting on information Harry had allowed to slip. A second cell burned an ally by moving too quickly against a fake vulnerability. Moody noticed first. Of course he did. He cornered Harry after defense one afternoon and shut the classroom door with the particular force of a man for whom privacy was only useful if weaponized. "You've got that look." Moody growled. Harry set down his books. "Do I?" The one clever people get when they've decided they're the only person in the country who understands a problem. "That seems statistically unlikely." Moody's magical eye spun once, whirring faintly. "Don't play polished with me, boy. Things are happening too neatly, traps springing in the wrong places, people moving on ghosts. Either you know who's got idiots for lieutenants, he does, or somebody's feeding the board from the middle." Harry said nothing. Moody watched him for a long moment, then he grunted. "If you're doing what I think you're doing," he said, "it'll either save lives or get everyone killed in a more administrative fashion than usual." "Those aren't mutually exclusive." Moody barked a short, ugly laugh. "No," he admitted, "they're not." He opened the door, then paused. "Just remember something. False intelligence is like cursed fire. It doesn't care who you meant it for." Harry inclined his head. He had already learned that, but warnings, like maps, were useful even when you already knew the terrain. Voldemort took the bait more fully after Easter. The pressure in the link sharpened, not suspicion yet. Appetite. Harry could feel the Dark Lord probing for order locations, for Dumbledore's rhythm, for signs of fracture inside the anti-Voldemort camp. Harry gave him exactly what a man like Voldemort wanted to find, not obvious lies. Curated truths arranged toward false conclusions. He allowed a real argument between Order members to be seen, but edited out the reconciliation that followed. He let Voldemort glimpse a genuine secure site after ensuring it had already been emptied. He seeded the idea that the Department of Mysteries itself, not Hogwarts, was becoming Dumbledore's preferred holding space for significant war intelligence. That last one mattered most, because the prophecy had still not gone away, neither had Lucius. Lucius Malfoy adapted to pressure the way some men adapted to poison. Not by becoming immune, but by learning to function while it circulated. He had survived audits, whispers, asset challenges, and the growing instability of Voldemort's return without openly collapsing into either total obedience or suicidal defiance. Harry saw the strain in subtler signs. The letters home shorter and more exacting, the one visit to Hogsmeade where Lucius's cuffs were perfect and his eyes were not. The way Narcissa stopped speaking his name aloud unless necessary, as though every repetition might strengthen a curse. They met in person only once that spring, in a private room above a discreet wizarding restaurant in London chosen for its old wards and excellent refusal to overhear. Lucius looked immaculate. He also looked tired enough that a less disciplined face would have admitted it. "You've been busy," he said after Harry sat. He did not specify whether he meant school, politics, sabotage, or all of them. Harry answered in kind, "So have you." Lucius poured tea. "Do not mistake movement in the markets for invisibility," he said. "Too many accidents in old holdings become a pattern. People begin wondering whether coincidence has taken an education." Harry accepted the cup. "Then they should improve their accounting." Lucius's eyes flicked to him, cool and measuring. For a second, Harry thought he might deny knowledge outright. Instead, Lucius said, very softly, "If you mean to wound a network, do it quickly enough that no one has time to identify where the knife began." There it was, not confession, instruction, almost approval, smuggled into warning. Harry met his gaze. "And if the network includes family?" Lucius added sugar to his tea with exact movements. "All networks include family eventually," he said. "That is why wise men build compartments." It was the closest Lucius had ever come to admitting that survival and betrayal often dined at the same table. Harry left the meeting knowing two things with certainty. First, that Lucius knew more about the financial sabotage than he would ever say aloud. Second, that he did not yet know how much of it Harry intended to extend beyond money. By May, the misinformation campaign had become a war of angles. 3 high-ranking Death Eaters were drawn into Ministry ambushes or exposed while acting on intelligence Harry had fed through the Scar link disguised as emotional residue and stray order planning. None were central enough to cripple Voldemort alone. All were positioned well enough to increase paranoia inside the ranks. One vanished after walking into what should have been an unguarded handoff point and finding auras instead. One was trapped during the transfer of dark artifacts Harry had quietly ensured the goblins were also interested in. The third, most satisfying of all, fled from a property Harry had made seem compromised and ran directly into a ward line laid by Order members who believed they were there by Dumbledore's luck rather than Harry's design. Moody confronted him again after that one. This time in an empty corridor near the owlery. "You smell like strategy," Moody said. "That sounds unpleasant." "It usually is." The magical eye spun, then fixed. "I'm not asking you to explain yourself. I'm asking whether you know when to stop." Harry considered. "No," he said truthfully. "I know when something ceases to be useful." Moody grunted as though that answered more than he liked. "Close enough for wartime," he muttered, and limped away. The Department of Mysteries happened because Harry finally let the false trail tighten around something Lucius could not resist. He did not choose the outcome casually. That was the part he would later replay most often in the quiet. The false intelligence was layered over several weeks. First, the suggestion through the Scar link that Dumbledore had moved something of strategic significance out of Hogwarts and into the Hall of Prophecy. Then a second impression, this one aimed not at Voldemort's pride, but at his impatience. A sense that Order protections there were thinner than they were anywhere else, because no one believed he would move openly against the Ministry that soon. Then, most carefully of all, the emotional residue of Harry himself appearing unsure torn, even about whether to tell Dumbledore he had seen an object connected to the prophecy sphere being relocated. It was a baited pattern designed for men who believed two things: that Harry mattered to the prophecy, and that Lucius Malfoy, with his Ministry knowledge and old arrogance, was precisely the sort of operative who could retrieve it cleanly. Voldemort bit. Lucius led the team. Harry knew at the moment the link shivered with the decision. He sat bolt upright in bed at 3 in the morning. Scar burning not with pain alone, but with the terrible clarity of something he himself had arranged finally taking shape. Draco was awake an instant later. He had become good at reading Harry's silences in the dark. "What?" Harry swung his legs to the floor. "It's tonight." Draco was out of bed too quickly, pale in the green-black dormitory light. "Who?" Harry did not answer. That was enough. "No," Draco said at once. Harry stood, already reaching for his robes. "Yes." "No, Harry, he's going." Draco caught his sleeve. For a second they stood there breathing the same cold air, every lie between them too old to be useful now. "You set this," Draco said. It was not accusation exactly. It was worse. Recognition. Harry looked at him. "Yes." Draco's face changed, horror and comprehension colliding. "My father." Harry said nothing, because the answer was written everywhere already. Draco let go as though the fabric had burned him. The rest of the night moved fast, too fast for remorse to slow anything. Harry sent warning through channels that would reach the Order, but not reveal their source. Enough to ensure the department was not undefended. Not enough to prevent Lucius from walking into the trap. When battle came, it came below the Ministry in rooms built for secrets too strange to live above ground. Harry did not lead the charge there, as in canon's more reckless version of history. He arrived later, under necessity rather than impulse. Because once the first clash began, he needed eyes on outcomes, not merely rumors of them. The hall of prophecy glittered with shattered futures when he entered spheres broken, voices whispering from ruined glass, curses burning blue and red through the dark. Order members, Death Eaters, rotating chaos, ministry silence above like the weight of a world refusing to admit what stood beneath it. Lucius saw him across the aisle. That moment lodged in Harry's memory like a blade. Not because Lucius looked betrayed. He did not. He looked furious, exhausted, and devastatingly unsurprised. As if some part of him had always known the boy he raised would one day become the most dangerous variable in any room. Their eyes met across falling prophecy dust and cursed light. Lucius's mouth moved, not loudly enough for the room, only for Harry. Good. Then an order curse slammed the aisle between them apart. The battle spun onward. Bellatrix escaped. Others didn't. Orders arrived. The ministry could no longer deny what had happened below its own floor. Voldemort's people scattered or fell. Lucius Malfoy, disarmed after a sequence of mistakes forced by bad intelligence, compromised footing, and the ruin of his own confidence in the board, was arrested at the edge of the death chamber with prophecy glass in his hair and blood on one cuff. Harry watched from the shadows long enough to see it happen. Then he turned and left before anyone could name what his face might reveal. News reached the school by morning in fragments, then all at once. The ministry finally admitting Voldemort's return, mass panic, department breach arrests. Lucius Malfoy among them. The castle reacted the way castles full of children always did. Loudly, inaccurately, with more appetite for drama than understanding. Slytherin split between alarm, denial, and quiet recalculation. Gryffindor glowed with vindicated fury. Ravenclaw became insufferably analytical. Hufflepuff somehow managed to be both compassionate and terrifyingly well-informed. Draco did not speak to Harry for 2 days, not in private, not in public, not at all. He moved through the common room and classrooms with a face so controlled it looked carved. People left space around him instinctively. Pansy hovered uselessly. Blaise said nothing, which counted as tact in him. Theo watched both brothers with the expression of a man reading a war report in a language he already feared he understood. On the third night, Draco came to Harry's room and shut the door. No preamble, no performance. You let it happen. Harry stood by the desk, one hand resting flat against a page of notes he had not been reading. Yes, Draco laughed once, raw and disbelieving. I knew you would say that. Would you prefer a lie? I would prefer, Draco snapped, that when you use my family as pieces on your board, you at least look ashamed. Harry went still. The room around them felt suddenly too small for all the history in it: nursery rivalries, winter lessons, shared sweets, old loyalty, new war. I am not unashamed, he said. Then why does your face look like that? Because shame is not strategy. Draco stared at him as though he might actually strike him. Instead he said, low and shaking, he's in Azkaban. Yes, my father, in Azkaban, because you fed them the wrong path, because you decided he was acceptable loss. Harry crossed the room before Draco could step back. Not acceptable, he said. Necessary. That landed harder than if he had shouted. Draco's whole body tightened. You sound exactly like him. The words hung there, poisonous and true enough to hurt. For 1 second Harry had no defense. Because there it was the ugliest possibility in the entire architecture he'd built. That Lucius had taught him how to win so well he might one day become indistinguishable from the things he meant to dismantle. Draco saw the hesitation, pressed harder. You think because you care afterward it changes what you did. You think because you lose sleep and make that face and build tidy little reasons around people, it makes you different. Harry's voice went very quiet. Yes. Draco actually recoiled at that. God, you really believe it? No. Harry said, I believe difference matters even when it doesn't comfort anyone. Tell that to him. If I could get him out cleanly, I would. Draco's laugh broke again, harsher this time. Would you? Harry held his gaze. Yes. The certainty in that answer shook the room more than anger had. Draco looked away first, breathing unevenly. When he spoke again, the fury had changed shape, became something older and worse. He knew, Draco said. Didn't he? Harry did not pretend ignorance. Yes, at the department, when he looked at you. Yes. Draco shut his eyes for a moment. And he still went. Yes. Why? Harry looked at the stone floor, then at the boy who had once split stolen sweets in half without comment because fairness mattered to children long before ideology taught them otherwise. Because Lucius, Harry said slowly, would rather be outplayed by someone worth raising than obeyed by a fool. Silence. Then Draco opened his eyes and something inside them had changed, not forgiveness. That would have been too simple and probably false. Understanding, perhaps, or the beginning of it. The kind that wounds more deeply because it leaves less room for clean hate. Did he say anything? Draco asked. Harry thought of the prophecy dust, the blood on the cuff. The fury and pride folded impossibly together into one unreadable look. Then he said, Enough! Draco stood there a long time. At last he said, I hate you a little. Harry nodded. That seems proportionate. That pulled a broken sound from Draco that might, in another life, have been a laugh. Then the anger came back just enough to keep him upright. They're going to mark me now, he said. Faster, harder. With Father gone, I'm the remaining line they can reach without breaking decorum. I know. And your answer is still that I stay in place. Yes, Draco's jaw tightened so hard Harry thought he might crack a tooth. Then hear me properly, he said. If I do this, if I stay where you tell me, say what you tell me, survive what you calculate, I need you to understand something. Harry waited. I am not one of your plans, Draco said. Not entirely. I am still a person standing in it. Harry went still. Then, after a long breath, he said the only honest thing left. I know. Draco looked at him, furious that the answer sounded sincere because it was. No, Draco said. You don't, or not enough. Then he stepped closer, so close their shoulders nearly touched, and his voice dropped into something exhausted and sharp enough to cut. You're using me to keep me alive, he said. There's a difference even if it doesn't feel like one. Harry stared. It was his own sentence, turned back on him. Accurate in a way that left no shelter. For 1 second, something almost like shame rose properly in him, not the tactical kind. Not the cold recognition of unpleasant arithmetic, but the simple human wound of hearing your own logic echoed by someone forced to live inside it. Yes, Harry said. Draco's gaze did not soften. Then don't ever, he said, start thinking the difference is enough by itself. When he left, the room felt emptier than before. Azkaban smelled of salt, old stone, and institutional despair. Harry did not go immediately, he waited 6 days. Partly because access required arranging. Partly because the visit needed to happen after the first public storm, but before the second private recalibration. Mostly because he wanted to know whether the need to go was genuine or merely guilt wearing urgency. It remained, so he went. The authorization came through a route Narcissa did not ask about and Harry did not explain. The ministry was in chaos. Fudge's authority had cracked. Old privileges still functioned if one knew the right language and chose the right offices during moments of administrative panic. Harry did. The Aura escort seemed profoundly unhappy about the entire arrangement. Good. Azkaban should have made everyone unhappy. Lucius was thinner, not dramatically, not yet. But prison altered even beautiful men by subtraction. He sat on the bench inside the warded interview chamber with his posture intact and his hair still immaculate, because some habits were the only remaining form of defiance left to the properly educated. When Harry entered, Lucius did not stand. He only looked up and said, "You've timed this well." Harry took the chair opposite him. It seemed polite not to come while the press still cared. That got the smallest flicker of something at the corner of Lucius's mouth, thoughtful. For a moment neither of them spoke. Beyond the wards, distant sea pounded black rock. Lucius's hands rested loosely in his lap. No wand, no rings, no power visible except the refusal to look broken. At the department, Harry said at last. You understood. Lucius's pale gaze settled on him. Yes, you still went. Yes. Harry leaned back slightly. Why? Lucius looked past him for a moment, toward the blank stone wall, as though the answer might need distance to take proper shape. Then he said, Because by the time a board is visible to everyone in the room, all the important moves have already been made. Harry said nothing. Lucius returned his gaze. And because, he added, quieter now, I wanted to know whether you would do it. The simplicity of that struck harder than accusation would have. Harry's fingers tightened once against the arm of the chair. You let yourself be sacrificed to test me. Lucius's expression barely shifted. No, I recognized too late that I had already raised someone capable of making the sacrifice. Silence settled between them, then Lucius asked, was it effective? Harry could have lied, could have offered comfort, could have said yes in the tone of a general reporting to an older one. Instead he answered as he always had with Lucius when the truth was the only currency either respected enough. Yes. Lucius closed his eyes briefly once. When he opened them, something like satisfaction had settled where bitterness might have lived in another man. Good, he said. Harry stared at him, not because the word surprised him, because it didn't, and that was somehow worse. You're not angry, Harry said. Lucius's gaze sharpened. Of course I'm angry. His voice remained smooth, but the force inside it was iron. I am in Azkaban. The Ministry is run by cowards. The Dark Lord mistakes terror for permanence. My wife is alone in a hostile social season. My son is being fitted for a role he should never have been offered. And the boy I acquired as insurance has become sufficiently well-educated to weaponize causality. He paused, then, with devastating calm, why would I waste anger on the one part of that list that demonstrates success? Harry sat very still. Lucius studied him with the same gaze he had once turned on lesson recitations. Dinner posture, political errors in newspapers, and the first moments Harry showed evidence of being harder to move than ordinary children. You wanted to know whether I raised you or used you, Lucius said. Harry remembered that archive room as sharply as if it existed beneath the prison floor. Yes, Lucius inclined his head once. The answer, he said, was always both. The mistake was thinking those were opposites. The interview ended 10 minutes later. Harry left Azkaban carrying no comfort, no absolution, and something worse than either, confirmation. Lucius Malfoy had seen exactly what Harry was becoming and in some dark, fractured part of himself approved. When Harry returned to Hogwarts, the war felt changed, not larger, sharper. Draco had been right. The pressure on him increased. The mark was no longer an approaching possibility, but a schedule. Voldemort's circle, wounded by arrests and growing paranoid from Harry's curated misinformation, began drawing its surviving old families tighter. Draco stayed in position because there was no clean way out. Hermione, watching Harry more carefully after the department disaster and its aftermath, said in the library one evening, "You look different." He did not look up from the ministry report he was annotating. "How?" "Tired," she said. But not like someone losing, like someone keeping score in a language they hate. Harry considered the sentence, then nodded. That seems fair. Hermione sat opposite him. Did it work? That question from anyone else would have received nothing. From her, after everything, it got honesty. Yes, Harry said, and no, she frowned. That's not helpful. No, he agreed. It's accurate. Outside the library windows, evening settled over Hogwarts in long blue shadows. Inside, students whispered over essays and revision charts and romances that still believed themselves central to history. Harry glanced once toward the Slytherin table at dinner later and saw Draco laughing at something Blaise had said, bright and cutting and perfectly assembled. Anyone else would have thought him recovered. Harry knew better. He also knew recovery was not the task. Survival was. And Year 5 had taught him exactly what survival in this war would cost. Money burned, lies seeded, good men redirected, one father in prison, one brother marked by proximity before ink ever touched skin, and himself, increasingly, in danger of becoming too effective to remain untouched by the methods he despised. He did not break under that knowledge. He added it to the calculations. Because that, more than power, more than the scar, more than old family lore or dark archives or clever letters sent through midnight channels, was the most frightening thing about Harry Malfoy Potter by the end of his 5th year. He could still feel the cost. and he kept going anyway. Chapter 6. The Last Horcrux. By the beginning of 6th year, Harry had reduced the war to a list. That was not because the war was simple. It was because complexity only became survivable once it could be named, sorted, and forced into structure. Voldemort was back openly now. The Ministry had moved from denial to panicked procedure. Lucius was in Azkaban. Draco had begun disappearing on certain weekends behind excuses too polished to be innocent. Dumbledore had acquired the particular stillness of a man already negotiating with his own ending. Snape had become, impossibly, even harder to read. Hogwarts itself seemed to understand that the old illusion of school as shelter had finally worn too thin to maintain. And beneath all of that, under every political shift and every private cost, Harry's mind kept returning to one ancient ugly truth. Voldemort could not be killed cleanly, because Voldemort had never meant to remain singular. The diary had proved that. The graveyard had confirmed it. The scar had whispered it every time it burned, so Harry made the list, not on paper. Never on paper, inside his mind, where years of occlumency had turned memory into architecture. Tom Riddle's diary destroyed, one unknown fragment inside Harry himself probable, other anchors likely multiple. Preferred vessels, objects of symbolic meaning, historical weight, or personal vanity. Tom Riddle's psychology, theatrical, acquisitive, obsessed with legacy, likely categories. Founder relics, bloodline heirlooms, trophies linked to conquest. Once the problem was arranged that way, the solution stopped looking mythical. It started looking administrative. Dumbledore forced the next step by finally telling the truth, not all at once, not cleanly. Dumbledore was too practiced at partial revelation for that. But the war was moving faster now, and Harry had become too informed to keep contained with hints. The meeting happened in October, 3 weeks after term began, in the headmaster's office under a sky iron gray with rain. Fawkes watched from his perch like an old flame considering whether men were worth their trouble. The portraits pretended not to listen and failed at it. Dumbledore did not offer tea. That was how Harry knew the conversation mattered. Instead, the old man stood by the window, one hand lightly touching the sill, and said without preamble, "I believe Lord Voldemort divided his soul more than once." Harry sat opposite the desk and folded his hands. "Yes," he said, "so do I." Dumbledore turned, no surprise. Only a long, tired acknowledgement, like a scholar discovering his most difficult student had finished reading the book years earlier and simply neglected to mention it. "How much?" Dumbledore asked. "Have you inferred?" "Enough to know the diary was not unique," Harry said. Enough to know he would have chosen objects he believed enhanced the story he wanted history to tell about him. Enough to know the scar is not only an after-effect. The room grew very quiet. Rain struck the windows in long, fine lines. Dumbledore crossed to the desk at last and sat. There was something wrong with his right hand. Harry noticed it fully then, not at once dramatic, but subtly altered, as though the life in it had been forced to retreat and return imperfectly. The skin looked older than the rest of him. Burnt inward, almost. Harry's eyes moved there and stopped. Dumbledore followed the glance. "Yes," he said softly, "that too." Harry did not ask what too quickly. He waited. The headmaster looked at his own hand for a moment before continuing. "I located one of the objects some months ago," he said. "A ring. I was not careful enough with it." That was more admission than most people ever extracted from Dumbledore in a year. Harry leaned slightly forward. "The gaunt ring," he said. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "Yes," Harry nodded once. "Riddle bloodline, symbolic, vain, ancestral, obvious in retrospect." "In retrospect?" Dumbledore agreed, with a faintness that might have been humor if the subject had not been wrought. "Where is it now?" Dumbledore's mouth thinned. "Gone," he said. "Removed from a secure place by someone opportunistic and insufficiently educated." "Mundungus Fletcher," Harry said. This time Dumbledore did look surprised. "An educated guess?" "No," Harry replied. "A stylistic one, silence." Then, to Harry's great private satisfaction, Dumbledore almost smiled. "Very well," he said. "Yes, Mundungus." Harry's gaze dropped once more to the damaged hand. The curse is permanent. Largely. How long? Dumbledore did not answer directly, which, from Dumbledore, was an answer. Harry absorbed that with his usual stillness, though inside it settled like a stone in deep water. Dumbledore dying mattered, not because Harry loved him. Their relationship had never been simple enough for that word without qualifiers. But because Dumbledore remained one of the few people in Britain capable of seeing 5 moves ahead of a catastrophe and refusing to blink. Losing that would change everything. Dumbledore watched him think. Then more quietly said, "There is another truth, one I had hoped to delay until I could offer you more certainty than danger." Harry already knew what was coming, or knew enough to dread its precision. "The scar," Dumbledore said, "contains a fragment of Voldemort's soul." Harry did not move. He had suspected it for years. He had nearly proven it in the graveyard, but suspicion and hearing the sentence spoken aloud were different things. Spoken truth carried weight that private logic did not. It made the invisible accountable. He let the words settle. Then he said, very calmly, "Accidental. Yes. When he tried to kill me. Yes. And you have known," Dumbledore met his gaze, "for some time." Harry considered all the possible responses available to him. Fury, betrayal, moral outrage. The ordinary reactions of boys who had been told belatedly that part of the monster they were meant to fight had lived under their skin since infancy. What he felt instead was colder and more useful. "Then the list is complete," he said. Dumbledore blinked. "Harry, no." Harry interrupted, not sharply, merely cleanly. "That is the relevant change. There were always missing numbers. Now there aren't." For one moment sorrow crossed Dumbledore's face with such nakedness that Harry had to look away, not because it moved him. Because it made the old man too human, and humanized authority was harder to calculate against. "I am sorry," Dumbledore said. Harry looked back. "I know," he replied. "That's what makes it inconvenient." After that, the hunt became real, not romantic, not a wandering quest in tents and moonlight. A campaign of acquisition, analysis, and destruction. Harry began with the ring because it was both compromised and mobile. Mundungus Fletcher had exactly the kind of greed Harry disliked strategically and respected structurally. He never stole what he understood fully, only what looked saleable, deniable, and easily hidden among shabbier objects. That meant the ring would not have gone to a true collector. It would have entered the twilight market, objects too cursed, obscure, or politically inconvenient for open auction. Harry did not chase Mundungus across Britain in dramatic fashion. He bought him. Or, more accurately, he bought the 3 things men like Mundungus always sold first when cornered: fear, pride, and self-preservation. The meeting took place in a back room above a nocturne public house that smelled of damp wood and old spell smoke. Harry arrived alone. Mundungus arrived late and pretending not to be frightened. He failed at the pretending. "Young Mr. Potter Malfoy," Fletcher said, tugging at his collar. "Didn't know you did your own collecting these days." Harry remained standing. I do my own retrieval." Mundungus attempted a laugh, realized it had nowhere to live in the room, and stopped. "You've got something," Harry said. "That was not yours to take." "Now, hold on, it is a ring." Harry continued. "Old, ugly, dangerous. You removed it from a secure holding site because you thought you could fence it before the real owner noticed." Mundungus's eyes flickered. That was enough. Harry laid a pouch of gold on the table. Then, beside it, a folded ministry notice bearing the signature of an office that would ruin Mundungus's month if not his year. Then, last, one page copied from a goblin claims filing concerning stolen cursed property and unlicensed handling. Mundungus looked from one to the other. "What's this, then?" "Choice," Harry said. "Doesn't feel very generous." "No," Harry agreed. "It's not generosity." Mundungus licked his lips, and if I say I haven't got it, Harry's expression did not shift. "Then I hand the goblins your description first and the ministry your aliases second. In that order, because the goblins will be less patient. There are moments when men decide whether they are facing arrogance or certainty. Mundungus made the correct choice. The ring came out wrapped in stained cloth from a hidden pocket in the lining of an otherwise worthless coat. Harry felt it before he touched it, not merely dark magic, recognition. The scar gave a thin, hot pulse, as if something trapped inside him had just turned its head toward a relative. He did not let that show. Instead, he looked at the blackened stone, the cracked family seal, the old vanity embedded in its design, and thought, "Found you." Mundungus was still talking, justifying, whining, performing the sort of panic he thought made him pitiable. Harry cut him off by sliding the gold pouch across. "This buys your silence," he said, "and the ministry paper. That buys your memory." Mundungus frowned. Harry looked him in the eye. "If anyone asks what happened tonight, you sold me counterfeit silver buttons." By the time Fletcher had decided this outcome qualified as survival, Harry was already gone. Destroying the ring took 2 weeks of preparation because Harry refused to make Dumbledore's mistake. He used the black texts, the memory of Tom's diary logic, and every basilisk venom note he'd preserved from second year. But the ring resisted ordinary destruction more violently than the diary had. Its curse architecture was older, harsher, more bound up in blood and lineage. So Harry chose Fiendfire, controlled Fiendfire, which was rather like choosing to tame famine with a leash. He practiced the shaping first in a deserted quarry on Malfoy land during Christmas recess, under Narcissa's warding and Snape's reluctant supervision. Snape had been dragged in by necessity, not trust. He hated Fiendfire on principle, aesthetics, and practical grounds, which made him exactly the sort of person Harry wanted present while learning to wield it. "Again," Snape said coldly after the third attempt nearly ate a standing stone. Harry lowered his wand slightly. "You are aware this is not a beginner's branch of magic," Snape's lip curled. "And yet here you are, treating catastrophe as an elective." Narcissa, seated on a conjured chair beyond the ward line, said without looking up from the notebook in her lap, "Critique is more effective when it contains one useful instruction per insult, Severus." Snape turned his head a fraction. "Then my useful instruction is this: tell him to stop thinking intent alone controls consumption." Harry adjusted his grip. That, unfortunately, was useful. The fourth attempt held, not perfectly, not elegantly, but long enough. The cursed fire rose in a narrow white-blue shape from his wand, writhing with predatory hunger until Harry forced it smaller, tighter, denser, not letting it become beast form, not letting it choose appetite over command. The ring blackened first, then screamed, not aloud. In magic, a thin, tearing sound that ran up the bones of the hand holding the wand and struck the scar with savage hate. Harry did not break concentration. The fire folded inward, the ring split, the stone burst, and the thing inside it died. When the ash settled, Harry staggered once and caught himself. Snape stared at the scorch mark in the quarry floor, then at Harry. "You are either becoming formidable," he said, voice like acid over velvet, "or unmanageable." Narcissa closed her notebook. "In our family," she said, "those categories have never been cleanly separate." The locket came next, not the cave, not in fairy and black water. Harry had no reason to perform a legend someone else had already arranged for dramatic effect. The locket had moved, just as objects always moved when frightened systems began liquidating themselves. Regulus Black's theft had displaced it once. Bureaucracy and greed displaced it again after Sirius's old holdings were processed. Seized, mishandled, and resold through channels no one at the ministry properly tracked, because those channels made too many comfortable people money. Hermione found the opening. She arrived at breakfast one February morning looking simultaneously enraged and thrilled, which in Hermione meant civilization had failed and she had proof. "It went through an estate sale," she said, sitting across from Harry so hard the bench jolted. "Not openly. Through a proxy chain attached to assets seized from old Black-linked property misfilings." Harry set down his fork. "Who has it now?" Hermione unfolded a copied procurement form under the table. "A junior ministry official in magical maintenance," she said. "Collects antique jewelry he doesn't understand. Thinks it's aristocratic salvage." Harry read the name once and recognized the type immediately, respectable enough to be careless, greedy enough to hide undeclared acquisitions. Exactly the sort of man who believed a cursed heirloom in a desk drawer made him interesting rather than endangered. "Can you get me his schedule?" Harry asked. Hermione's mouth tightened. "I can get you everything except a confession and his wand hand." "That will do." He retrieved the locket not through burglary, but through bureaucratic shame. "The official, mister." Wilkes, nervous and perspiring and increasingly aware he had made several illegal decisions in very few years, found Harry waiting in an unused records office at the ministry with 3 documents on the table. One listed undeclared acquisitions. One concerned misuse of seized estate assets. The third was a goblin inquiry regarding improper retention of cursed objects tied to inheritance disputes. Wilkes sat down because his knees had decided it for him. "I don't know what you think this is." Harry tapped the second parchment. "I think," he said, "that you purchased a black family object through an unauthorized intermediary and failed to declare it because you believed no one important was looking." Wilkes swallowed. "It's only a locket." "Yes," Harry said. "That is why this can still end gently." The man produced it from a locked desk drawer 5 minutes later. The locket's magic was uglier than the rings, less regal, more intimate. It pulsed with smothering bitterness, with the peculiar emotional malice of an object built not merely to endure, but to poison whoever came too close. Harry destroyed it in the room of requirement using a reductor curse calibrated from months of notes taken during his diary study. He had concluded correctly that Horcrux objects were not invulnerable in some mystical absolute sense. They were architecturally stubborn. Break the vessel at the correct magical frequency and hit hard enough with sufficient destabilizing force, and the soul fragment lost cohesion. The blast shattered a wardrobe, a chair, half a suit of armor the room had produced for no obvious reason, and the locket itself. Harry considered that acceptable. The cup was harder, not to destroy, to get. Bellatrix Lestrange had placed it in Gringotts, which from one angle looked prudent, and from another looked like arrogance disguised as security. She believed the bank untouchable because most wizards did. Harry had been educated by goblins often enough to know better. Nothing in Gringotts was untouchable. It was simply governed by contracts fewer wizards bothered to read. The Lestrange vault contained, among other things, one artifact that did not belong there under any legitimate inheritance structure. Helga Hufflepuff's cup had once passed through Hepzibah Smith. Hepzibah Smith's estate, through a sequence of theft and murder buried under history, had ended with assets improperly dispersed after her death. The Potter family, through old litigation and war loss indemnity channels, still retained standing in one obscure branch of that dispute. Harry did not break into the vault. He went to the bank in daylight. Ragnarok received him again and looked, if anything, more interested than before. "You return," the goblin said. "I have a claim," Harry replied, Ragnarok's long fingers steepled. "You are becoming expensive." "Yes." That apparently pleased him. The hearing in the bank's internal review chamber lasted 2 hours. Harry presented lineage, claim structure, illicit transfer history, and chain of custody inconsistencies with enough precision that even the goblins began to show signs of enjoyment. Gringotts, Harry discovered early, loved 2 things without embarrassment: profit and proving wizards had handled property badly. By the time Bellatrix's interests were notified too late to interfere, the cup had been classed as a cursed artifact illegally received into the vault under defective title security. The goblins did not merely release it, they helped destroy it. That part Ragnarok insisted upon personally. "Wizard negligence," he said, examining the cup with thin contempt, "is exhausting when it becomes heritage." The method used was neither sword nor fang. The goblins employed a containment anvil and venom extraction protocol from preserved basilisk material in their own deep stores, explaining only that certain ancient banks prepared for a great many contingencies and trusted very few wizarding legends to remain conveniently dead. The cup writhed once under the venom, then cracked, then bled black smoke that vanished under rune fire. Ragnarok watched it die and said, "Your enemy has poor taste in permanence." Harry inclined his head. He mistakes possession for authorship. Ragnarok's eyes glittered. "Yes," he said, "that is a very wizard failing." The diadem was almost anticlimactic after that. Harry had known of the Room of Hidden Things since 5th year, not because some dramatic revelation had guided him there, but because Hogwarts rewarded curious rule-breakers and punished obvious ones. The room had shown itself to him first as an archive, then as a dueling space, then as a place to vanish objects that could not be explained. By 6th year, he knew the room almost well enough to trust it, which meant he trusted it not at all. The diadem took time only because the room's chaos was immense. Mountains of forgotten things, vanished cabinets, rotted books, broken instruments, old contraband, the discarded skeleton of centuries of magical life. Harry searched it over 3 nights with a map charm, a tracking lattice built from founder symbol probabilities, and a growing certainty that Tom Riddle had hidden the diadem there because he believed only he had discovered the room's true scale. Vain. Again. He found it on a cracked bust wearing a moth-eaten wig and a tarnished tiara like a joke no one had cleaned up. The instant he touched it, the scar flared. Not painfully this time, recognitionally. By then Harry no longer found that surprising. He destroyed the diadem with basilisk venom from the preserved fang he had kept since the chamber. And as the metal split under the black hiss of dying soul magic, he felt something odd move through him, not triumph, nearness. Because now there was only one external Horcrux left, Nagini. And one internal one, himself. That knowledge altered the world, not loudly, quietly. As fatal truths often did, for months Harry had lived with the fact of the soul shard in himself as a strategic problem. An item on the list, a necessary final complication. But once the ring, locket, cup, and diadem were gone, there was nowhere left for abstraction to hide. He was no longer one Horcrux among several. He was the last question standing between Voldemort and mortality. He did not tell Hermione first. He told Dumbledore. They met in the hospital wing after hours because Dumbledore's cursed hand had worsened, and because the old man increasingly preferred rooms where people had already admitted things were fragile. "The others are gone," Harry said. Dumbledore looked up from where Madame Pomfrey had left a tray of potions and studied him carefully. All of them, except Nagini. And Harry held his gaze, and me. Dumbledore closed his eyes once. The silence that followed felt almost liturgical. When he opened them again, the old brilliance was still there, but threaded now with the weariness of a man who had been outrun in one field and not minded it enough to hide the fact. "I had hoped," he said, "to find a method before you forced the question." "I am finding one," Harry replied. "Harry, no." Harry's voice stayed level. "You do not get to ask me for passive courage, not this time. I'm not walking into death because prophecy prefers theater." For one moment the hospital wing seemed to hold still around them. Then Dumbledore very softly said, "No, you are not." That was the beginning of the ritual. The Black family text dated from 1743 and was filed, with typical Black practicality, under severance, soul-adjacent, catastrophic. It did not describe Horcrux removal specifically. Nothing reputable did. But it described deliberate separation of bound spirit residue from living magical structures, usually in the context of curse grafts, possession aftermath, and one truly appalling aristocratic scandal in Vienna that Harry chose not to read twice. Combined with what he had learned from the diary, the behavior of the Scar Link, and Parseltongue resonance language as magical command over serpentine structures, Harry built a method, not safe. Not clean, possible. Snape reviewed the draft and looked at him as though deciding whether murder might qualify as preventive medicine. "This," Snape said at last, "is obscene. Yes, it may destroy memory retention, magical coherence, and large portions of your central self. Yes, it could also fail and kill you in an extremely educational way." Harry regarded him steadily. Then it remains consistent with the year." Snape's eyes flashed with irritation that was almost respect and therefore probably unbearable for him. Dumbledore insisted on being present. So did Hermione once she learned enough to refuse exclusion, and Harry, after one argument too tired to sustain further, allowed it. Draco was not told the date. Harry could not bear that knowledge in Draco's face beforehand. Narcissa, however, knew. Harry never asked how much. She sent no note. Only a small black box containing a silver knife etched with old black runes and a single line in her elegant hand for precision. "Do not be sentimental." The ritual took place beneath Hogwarts in an unused chamber older than the current school layout, warded by Dumbledore, anchored by Snape, and ringed in white fire by symbols Hermione had helped copy with hands steadier than her breathing. Harry lay in the center and thought, with detached clarity, that this was the least dramatic way possible to attempt to cut a piece of Voldemort out of his own soul. Good, he disliked giving fate spectacle. Dumbledore stood at his head. Snape at the right perimeter. Hermione just beyond the line of fire, white-faced and furious with helplessness. "Once it begins," Dumbledore said, "do not fight the separation by instinct. Your mind will try to hold what it has learned to house." Harry nodded. "And if I do," Snape answered, "then we all enjoy a much shorter evening." Hermione made a noise that was almost a protest. Harry closed his eyes. When the first Parseltongue command left his mouth, the scar ignited, not pain, exposure. It felt as though something embedded since infancy had suddenly been forced to understand that the body it occupied no longer intended to keep it. Harry's magic rose hard and cold around him. Dumbledore's joined it. Snape's counterbound it. The runes flared. The white fire snapped blue. Then the ritual reached inward. Harry had expected visions. Memory, emotional collapse. He got confrontation instead, not literal, not some childish scene of standing in a dream corridor across from a shadow version of himself. It was stranger than that, more intimate. The shard inside him had never been a personality, not fully, not Tom, not language, a pressure. A pattern of hunger, contempt, survival without pity. As the severance bit deeper, Harry felt how much of his own structure had grown up around that embedded darkness, not because it had made him who he was, but because he had learned early to build against it, around it, over it. Remove the shard, and the question became unavoidable. What if his ruthlessness was foreign? What if it was his? What remained if the oldest borrowed darkness was cut away? He almost lost the line there, not to fear, to uncertainty. Because, for one raw instant, he understood the seduction of simply letting the question remain unanswered forever. Keeping the shard because it was familiar. Because one can build an identity even around contamination if it has lived in you long enough. Then he remembered Draco in the common room saying, "I am still a person standing in it." He remembered Lucius in Azkaban saying the answer had always been both. He remembered Hermione asking whose side he was on, and himself answering mine. Mine, Harry thought now, as the magic tore through scar tissue of the soul. Not his. He drove the knife down across his own palm, let blood strike the central rune, and spoke the final command in Parseltongue with a force that cracked stone. Something ripped. The chamber exploded with black light. Hermione screamed his name, then nothing. Harry woke in the hospital wing 3 weeks later. At first he did not know the date. That was the first price. Memory had not vanished wholesale, but the ritual had eaten a span of time around its own violence. 3 weeks blurred to white absence, no dreams, no faces, no pain to revisit. A surgical loss. Disturbing in concept, almost merciful in practice. The second thing he noticed was the quiet, not in the room, in himself. The scar did not burn. Had not burned, Madame Pomfrey later told him once, since the night he was brought up from the chamber below half dead and colder than any living boy ought to have been. Harry lifted one hand to his forehead and found only skin, plain, healed, empty. Dumbledore was there that first day, looking older than ever and oddly relieved in a way that made him seem, for a moment, less like a strategist and more like a man who had been carrying a weight he never had the right to place on someone else. "It worked," he said softly. Harry's voice was rough. "Obviously." That earned him a faint, real smile. Snape, arriving later with a potion tray, looked him over with clinical dissatisfaction. "You are diminished," he said. Harry tested the magic under his skin and found, to his own surprise, that diminished was not the right word. Different, cleaner. The jagged depth he had sometimes drawn upon in anger, the old dark reserve that had made certain spells hit harder than their forms should have allowed, that was gone. But what remained felt steadier, more exact, less violent and more wholly his. "No," Harry said after a moment. "Only edited." Snape's expression suggested he disliked that answer because it was accurate. Voldemort felt the loss too. Harry knew this not through vision; those were gone, but through reaction. Reports shifted. Death Eater patterns sharpened. The Dark Lord, deprived all at once of the Scar Link and several Horcruxes in too short a span to ignore, began moving faster. Less patient, more direct. Fear inside his ranks increased. So did brutality. Nagini never left his side now, which made her the problem. Harry had plans for Nagini, of course. He had plans for everything. Routes, decoys, opportunities. But every viable scenario either relied on reaching Voldemort directly too early or placing Draco in a position so exposed that even Harry's appetite for calculated risk balked. That mattered more than he liked. It was Draco who chose anyway. The chance came at Malfoy Manor, of course it did. All roads in this story bent back there eventually, toward the house where Harry had been educated into usefulness and Draco into brightness, and both of them into a brotherhood too sharp to be called simple love. Voldemort used the manor more openly now that Lucius was absent, and the family's submission had become a public lesson. Draco had been drawn closer to the inner circle, not trusted, but near enough to serve, near enough to be tested, near enough to learn the gait of Nagini's body along the floorboards and the rhythm of guards around the drawing-room doors. Harry's original plan involved infiltration, distraction, and a basilisk venom blade placed where Draco might access it only if absolutely necessary. Draco improved the plan by disobeying it. The signal came to Harry through Narcissa, who never wasted words when events had already chosen acceleration. A single owl, 3 words. "He has moved," Harry knew at once. By the time he reached the edge of the manor wards under cover of storm and shield charms, the act was already done, or rather, already in progress. Inside, chaos had split the household open, servants gone, wards screaming. One chandelier fallen, curses flashing in distant corridors. Harry followed the sound not of battle, but of breakage, the peculiar wet violence of something large dying where no one had planned for it. He found Draco in the long gallery. Nagini's body writhed across half the floor, smashing frames and scattering glass. A basilisk fang protruded from the roof of her mouth, driven up under the skull with all the ugly force of desperation and choice. Black blood smoked where it hit the marble. The soul fragment inside the snake was dying in convulsions of dark magic, so violent the air itself seemed to recoil. Draco was on one knee against the wall, white as the moonlight through broken windows. The fang had not gone in cleanly. Nagini had struck him first. Blood spread dark from his side. For 1 sick second, Harry's entire careful mind emptied of everything except the distance between them. Then he was moving. "Idiot," he said, dropping beside him. Draco laughed weakly. "That sounds promising." Harry's hands were already at the wound, sealing, binding, pouring potion, cursing under his breath in 3 languages and none of them polite. The bite had not fully landed, more slash than sink, but venom was there, burning at the edges. "Why?" Harry snapped, because fury was easier than terror and he needed both hands steady. Draco's smile was a ruined thing. "Because," he said through clenched teeth, "for once I wanted to do something that wasn't one of your plans." Nagini gave one last impossible shudder across the floor, then lay still. The magic in the room changed. Subtle. Final. Gone. Harry looked at the dead serpent. then back at Draco, and knew with cold certainty that the last external Horcrux had just died by Draco's hand in the house that had raised them both. History, he thought wildly, does have taste when it wants to. Draco was drifting. Harry struck him lightly across the face. "Stay awake. You are," Draco murmured, "unbelievably rude in emergencies." "Yes, good." Then his eyes rolled once with pain, and Harry hauled him up by sheer refusal, and got them both out through a side ward. Narcissa had once shown him when he was 12 and clever enough to ask why a house so secure needed hidden exits. The hospital wing smelled of potions, linen, and survival badly arranged. Draco lived. Barely, then steadily, then with the irritating persistence of someone too proud to die when so many people would find it narratively satisfying. The venom had damaged more than Harry liked. The wound itself was ugly, the recovery worse. But he lived. Harry sat beside his bed the first night when the danger had passed and the room had gone quiet except for Draco's breathing and the occasional rustle from Madame Pomfrey's station across the ward. Moonlight silvered the blankets. Draco looked terrible. Harry found that intolerable. When Draco finally woke properly, some hours before dawn, he turned his head with visible effort, saw Harry there, and said hoarsely, "You look awful." Harry's shoulders unlocked for the first time in hours. "Your standards are slipping." Draco's eyes moved over him, slower this time, more focused. Then to the scar, or rather the absence of the old expression around it. He frowned. "You're different." Harry considered lying. "Didn't." "So are you," he said. Draco stared at the canopy above him for a while. Then, without looking back, asked, "Is it done?" Harry followed his gaze to the dark fabric folds overhead and thought of diary ash, ring fire, locket shards, the cup breaking under venom, the diadem splitting in the room, the emptiness now where the scar link had once lived, the snake dead on Manor marble. "Yes," he said. "All of it." Draco was quiet. When he spoke again, his voice was thin with exhaustion and something very like wonder. "We actually did it." "Not you." Harry sat there in the silence after that and let the word settle, because it was true, not in the clean, heroic sense histories liked. Not in the sentimental way school songs preferred. But in the real way compromised, political, painful, built of lies and loyalty and choices made under pressure by people too damaged to be called innocent and too stubborn to stop. Yes, Harry thought, we did. By the time dawn paled the hospital windows, the war had changed shape again. Voldemort was now mortal in the only sense that mattered. Dumbledore was fading. Lucius remained in Azkaban. Hermione was already turning her mind toward what governance would have to look like if anyone survived long enough to need it. And Harry, at 16, had cut the last borrowed darkness out of himself and discovered that what remained was no less dangerous for being wholly his own. He was cleaner now, not gentler. That distinction mattered, because when the final confrontation came and Harry knew, with the same cold certainty he once reserved for law and warding diagrams, that it would come soon, it would not be fought for prophecy or destiny, or the approval of men who thought sacrifice made for tidy endings. It would be fought because he had spent years dismantling an empire from the inside and had no intention of stopping one step before completion. And somewhere beside him, breathing through pain in a hospital bed because he had chosen one brutal act entirely for himself, Draco Malfoy had changed the ending too. The last Horcrux was gone. Now all that remained was the man who made them. Chapter 7. The new arrangement. Dumbledore died on a Thursday. There was no tower, no dramatic betrayal under moonlight, no theatrical fall arranged for the sake of legend. No perfect final tableau that would allow the school to grieve in shapes it already understood. The curse in his hand, taken from the ring months earlier and delayed by brilliance, discipline, and Severus Snape's increasingly strained genius, finally reached the point where even Dumbledore could no longer negotiate with it. He taught until the end, worked until the end, spoke to people, as though time were still generous long after his body had privately stopped believing it. Then, on a Thursday afternoon in late spring, after breakfast with McGonagall and a brief argument with Snape about potion dosage that made both men sound almost normal. He went to his office, sat down by the window, and did not get up again. The news moved through Hogwarts like a weather front no ward could hold back. Students cried. Teachers went white and quieter than usual. The portraits, when the office finally accepted him among them, seemed less smug than Harry would have thought possible. Even Slytherin felt the blow. Though not in the open way Gryffindor did. Dumbledore had been many things to many people: obstacle, myth, manipulator, protection, inconvenience, force of nature, but he had also been the fixed point around which the school, and to some extent the country, had long arranged itself. With him gone, everyone felt the axis shift. Harry did not attend the first public memorial. He stood instead at the edge of the astronomy tower alone, looking out over the grounds under a sky too clear for grief, and let the reality of it settle where strategic facts usually went. Dumbledore dead, Horcruxes gone, Voldemort mortal. The Ministry still weak, the Order decapitated of its greatest planner, the war entering its final phase. It was Hermione who found him there, of course it was. She came without fuss, wrapped in a dark school cloak the wind kept trying to steal from her shoulders, and stood beside him for a long moment before speaking. "You didn't go," she said. "No." That was noticeable. Harry watched the line of the lake catch afternoon light. "I'm sure the school will recover." Hermione ignored that. She had become good at ignoring the first layer of his defense when the second mattered more. "You knew he was dying," she said. "Yes." She let that sit between them, then, quietly, "Did he know you knew?" "Yes." Another pause. And then the question she had climbed the tower to ask. "What did he leave you?" Harry turned his head enough to look at her. Most people, asked that, would have thought of objects. Books. Secrets. Symbolic instructions passed from old men to chosen boys in stories too tidy to resemble life. Hermione knew better, so Harry answered the real question. "Time," he said. That made her frown. "What does that mean?" "It means," Harry said, "he spent his last months helping me remove variables he no longer trusted anyone else to handle. It means he let me say things to him he should not have had to hear from a student. It means he did not ask me to die beautifully for his plan." Hermione looked out across the grounds again. "That sounds like trust." Harry was silent for a beat too long. Then he said, "No, it sounds like correction." She turned to him then, truly looked at him. And for a moment Harry had the strange and unpleasant sensation that Hermione Granger could see not only the shape of his grief, but the places where it had been translated into obligation before he'd even allowed himself to feel it properly. "That's worse," she said softly. "Yes," Harry replied. "It usually is." Dumbledore's death accelerated everything. Voldemort felt it at once, whether through his network, his instincts, or the simple political logic of power vacuums. The old man who had opposed him longest was gone. Hogwarts was unstable. The Ministry was split between public courage and private terror. Death Eater pressure increased within days, not because Voldemort wanted a final battle in the childish sense, but because men like him understood momentum. He would move while others were still arranging their mourning into speeches. Harry moved faster. He had spent years dismantling Voldemort's endurance. The Horcruxes were gone. The finances were damaged. The safe houses were compromised. The recruitment channels had grown paranoid and brittle. The old families were divided between fear, exhaustion, and opportunism. The Dark Lord still had violence. He still had legend. He still had the capacity to kill almost anyone who confronted him directly, but he no longer had permanence. That changed the math. Harry began with the Elder Wand. Not because he believed in destiny-bound wands the way storybooks did, but because he believed in leverage, and wand allegiance was leverage wearing folklore. He had spent enough time in old libraries and around old men to know that magical ownership rarely followed declared intent. It followed victory, interruption, disarmament, humiliation, the invisible politics of force. Wands, like people, often gave themselves to power they respected rather than power they were told to honor. He had understood that much before 5th year. By 6th, he had done something about it. Draco only learned the full shape of it after Dumbledore's funeral. They met in a locked room at Malfoy Manor, not the drawing room or the library or any of the formal places where family history liked to perform itself, but a small unused sitting chamber in the east wing where rain ticked softly against leaded glass, and no portrait had ever been hung to watch. Draco was thinner now than he had been the year before. Recovery from Nagini's strike had left him paler, sharper, and less interested in pretending that war was merely politics with better robes. His sleeve concealed the dark mark when he remembered it did. When he forgot, Harry tried not to look at it and usually failed. "You've been avoiding me for 3 days," Draco said by way of greeting. "I've been busy." "Yes," Draco said, "burying headmasters and restructuring the future." "Very inconsiderate." Harry let that pass. Then he said, "I need to tell you something before the final move begins." Draco leaned back in the chair opposite him, instantly wary. "That sentence," he said, "should be illegal." Harry ignored that too. "On the astronomy tower," he said. "The night Dumbledore let you disarm him," Draco straightened. "What?" Harry held his gaze. The wand changed allegiance. For a second Draco only stared at him, then he laughed once, sharp and unbelieving. "No, yes. That was a school duel with all the grace of a public breakdown." It was still a defeat. Draco's expression shifted as memory rearranged itself. "The tower." Dumbledore weakened. The wand knocked free, Snape arriving too late to matter to the ownership question if not to the rest of history. Harry watched understanding move through him. "You knew?" Draco said slowly. "Yes. How long before it happened?" That silenced him completely. "Then you arranged it." "I made sure Dumbledore understood the implications, and he agreed." "Yes." Draco put a hand over his face for a moment and made a muffled, furious sound. "Of course he did. Of course both of you looked at an ancient, unbeatable wand and thought this should somehow become my administrative burden." Harry almost smiled. That was not the end of it. Draco lowered his hand and glared. "Oh, somehow I knew there was more." "There was?" Harry remembered the hospital wing after Nagini. Draco feverish and half-conscious. Harry taking Draco's wand to shift it out of reach while Madame Pomfrey worked. The wand exchange. The momentary magical recognition as he stripped the hawthorn from Draco's loosening fingers. And then later, on a quieter day, defeated him properly and privately in a controlled disarm before returning it without explanation. He had not done it out of sentiment. He had done it because the war was nearly over and no variable that ancient could be left to chance. "I took the allegiance from you," Harry said. "Weeks ago." Draco stared, then blinked, then stared harder. "You what?" In a private disarming. "When?" "The hospital wing. I was half dead." "Yes." "That is appalling." "It was efficient." Draco got to his feet and began pacing the small room with the exact energy of a man trying to choose between strangling his brother and admiring him against his will. "You absolute—" He stopped, apparently unable to find a word equal to the offense. "You stole a legendary wand allegiance from me while I was bleeding out and then just continued on with your day." "I returned the wand." "That is not the issue." Harry folded his hands behind his back. "It will be when Voldemort tries to use the Elder Wand against me." Draco stopped pacing. The rain sounded louder for a moment, then, with horrible clarity, Draco understood the rest. "He has it," he said, "or thinks he does. And it won't answer fully to him because it answers to me." Silence filled the room. At last, Draco sat down again slowly, as though sudden movement might encourage fate to become even less tasteful. Then he laughed. Not because anything was funny, because the alternative was admitting that the entire war had become precisely the sort of absurd, elegant, aristocratic disaster only the wizarding world could produce. "You know," he said, "there are moments when I truly believe you were born in the wrong genre." Harry inclined his head. "I've had the same thought. After Dumbledore, Hermione became indispensable in ways no one outside Harry's small circle fully understood. She had always been formidable. Brilliant, relentless, structurally incapable of accepting lazy answers. But the last year sharpened her from exceptional student into something the wizarding world had never quite prepared itself for. a legislative mind with wartime experience and no patience for bloodline theater. While Harry mapped the final confrontation and Draco maintained the old family channels that still mattered, Hermione built the post-war framework in notebooks charmed against theft and indexed with frightening precision. Azkaban reform, emergency war tribunals with evidentiary limits, confiscation law rewritten to prevent opportunistic ministry, theft disguised as justice, Gringotts Treaty provisions, pure blood registry dismantlement, educational reforms to prevent another generation from inheriting mythology as curriculum, protections for creature sentience and non-human contracting rights, emergency continuity governance if half the Wisengamot fled, died, or attempted to reinvent themselves as victims. Harry read her drafts at 2 in the morning in the library and sometimes felt something close to awe. "You've planned for half the government to collapse," he said once, scanning a page of emergency succession mechanisms. Hermione did not look up from the bill matrix she was annotating. "Only half." That was not praise. "It should be." He set the parchment down and regarded her for a moment. "What happens," he asked, "if they refuse all of it?" That made her stop. The lamplight caught in the brown of her hair and the fatigue around her eyes, but when she looked up, the answer was already waiting there. "Then," she said, "they'll refuse it to my face in recorded session while the country is still raw enough to notice, and I'll make sure everyone remembers who chose what." Harry considered that, then nodded once. "Yes," he said, "that will probably work." Hermione's mouth twitched. "That," she said, "is the closest thing to a compliment you have ever given me." "No," Harry replied. "The closest thing to a compliment I've ever given you was asking for your help before I asked anyone else." For one unguarded second, she looked almost startled. Then she rolled her eyes because it was easier than whatever else she might have done with the sentence. "Don't become human now," she muttered. "We're busy." The final battlefield was chosen the way Harry chose everything important, not for drama but for control. Voldemort believed, by then, that the Order's real remaining command structure had shifted away from Hogwarts. Harry had fed that idea over months through dead channels, captured whispers, abandoned sites, and one especially convincing chain of half-true movements involving old Wiltshire land no one associated publicly with resistance. It was not a grand fortress, not a castle under siege. Merely a clearing bordered by woods and broken stone walls on property that had once belonged to a cadet branch family ruined by debt and scandal. Which was exactly why it worked. Voldemort expected a hidden base. What Harry gave him was a kill box, not a trap to kill Voldemort by machine or curse. Harry had spent enough time around dark magic to know that over-designed deaths often failed precisely because their creators loved them too much. No, the clearing was arranged to do something simpler and more useful: isolate. The 5 most dangerous Death Eaters still at large were drawn elsewhere by simultaneous crises: Harry, Hermione, Draco, and a small number of trusted Order remnants engineered with exhausting precision. One safe vault apparently compromised, one transport route exposed, one urgent summons tied to a supposed traitor in Voldemort's own ranks. One family evacuation alarm credible enough to drag 2 old loyalists from the center. One decoy encounter with Order leadership built from enough real names to pass under scrutiny. By the night Voldemort moved on the clearing, he did not know he had been thinned. He arrived expecting resistance clustered around Harry. He found Harry exactly where the intelligence had promised. What he did not find was the army he expected. Draco and Hermione were there. No one else. The clearing lay silver under a thin moon. Trees moved in a cold wind. The broken wall along the east edge cast long black angles over wet grass. Somewhere far off an owl called once and thought better of continuing. Voldemort stepped through the wards like a knife, entering already split cloth. He looked wrong now to Harry in a way he never had before, not less dangerous. Mortal. There is a specific ugliness that enters men who have spent too long believing themselves exempt from consequence once the world finally begins to disagree. It had sharpened him. made his movements fractionally harsher, his face more brittle around the eyes. The grandeur remained, so did the terrible force of him. But the aura of endlessness was gone. Good, Harry thought. At last, Nagini was absent, Horcruxes gone, followers divided, Elder Wand disloyal. Voldemort took 3 more steps into the clearing and stopped. His red gaze moved first to Harry, then to Hermione, then to Draco. Draco stood to Harry's right, pale and upright in black robes, one hand hidden behind his back to conceal the tremor that still came when old wounds pulled in cold weather. Hermione stood to Harry's left with her wand already drawn and her expression set into the kind of calm that meant she had gone beyond fear into purpose. Voldemort looked at Draco a moment longer. "Malfoy," he said softly, "and still standing." Draco inclined his head with perfect old house etiquette, "My lord." The title tasted like ash even from a distance. Voldemort's smile was thin. "I had wondered," he said, "whether this family's loyalty was hereditary or merely habitual." Draco's face did not move. Harry answered instead. "Neither," he said. "Conditional." That brought Voldemort's gaze back to him fully. For a second neither spoke. And in that second, everything Harry had built over years seemed to gather itself not into peace, not into certainty, but into the cleanest possible line between intention and act. Voldemort laughed first, very softly, almost kindly. "You have become exactly what your raising promised," he said. Harry considered the words, then shook his head once. "No," he said, "only what your mistake allowed." The wind shifted, Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "Do you know," he said, "how many times I considered making you mine?" Hermione's grip tightened. Draco's jaw hardened. Harry felt both without looking. "I know," Harry said. "That was always your weakness. You mistake recognition for ownership." Something in Voldemort's expression changed, then not surprise, not anger. Offense, real and intimate. Harry had cut closer than a curse. Good, he needed Voldemort emotional but not wild, focused on Harry, certain the confrontation still belonged to him. "You stand here," Voldemort said, voice lowering into danger, "because I allowed you time. Because I wished to see what the boy who lived would become when educated instead of hidden. And now you bring me a blood traitor in good tailoring and a mudblood clerk with delusions of statecraft, and think this is a negotiation." Hermione spoke before Harry could. Her tone was flat as a guillotine. "No," she said, "this is an audit." Voldemort's head turned toward her, then very slowly he smiled again. "Ah," he murmured, "the girl." Harry saw the curse gather before the wand moved. He had expected that too. His shield and Hermione's counterspell met Voldemort's opening strike in a spray of white-blue light that scorched half the clearing and knocked birds shrieking from the trees. Draco moved at once, not forward but sideways, as planned, forcing Voldemort to track 3 angles instead of 1. This was not a duel in the storybook sense. Harry had no intention of trading clever spells across open ground while fate waited to see who looked prettier in failure. They were not there to out-drama Voldemort, they were there to end him. Hermione's role was not offense, it was structure. She locked the ward perimeter tighter the instant combat began, sealing apparition lanes Voldemort might have used to reset the battle. Draco's role was disruption. He knew enough of Voldemort's preferences, speech rhythms, and attention habits now to interfere in exactly the wrong moments. Small curses, forced shield turns, pressure from the side that looked like pride but was really timing. Harry's role was simple: keep Voldemort looking only at him. That worked almost too well. Voldemort struck like a storm given a wand. Red curses, cutting hexes, rupturing force, serpentine conjurations that burned the ground where they hit and turned tree bark black. Harry answered with economy, conservation, and the ruthless precision that had always defined him more than spectacle. He gave ground where it bought angle, took it back where it collapsed range, and never once let himself be drawn into the kind of theatrical exchange Voldemort preferred, because it let powerful men mistake noise for inevitability. At one point, Voldemort laughed outright during a shield exchange and said, "You fight like a barrister trying to murder precedent." Harry slashed a curse low at the Dark Lord's knee, forcing a turn that opened a lane for Draco's cutting hex. "I was raised well," Harry replied. The line hit harder than the magic. Voldemort's fury sharpened. Good, fury made him grand. Grand made him predictable. The Elder Wand betrayed him in increments, not catastrophically. That would have been too neat. It simply failed to give him perfection. Curses fractionally less stable than his intent deserved. Conjurations half a heartbeat slower to bind. A shield once misaligned at the very edge when Harry should have been dead, and instead lost only the side of his sleeve and a line of burning skin beneath it. Harry felt it. So did Voldemort. That was when the first true uncertainty entered the clearing. He looked at the wand once between curses, not long enough to become vulnerable, but long enough to reveal the thought. "Why are you not obeying me cleanly?" Harry saw the question land. Then he chose the moment. "Still not yours," he said. Voldemort went still enough for the world to notice. "What?" Hermione's ward line flared under a dark spell and held. Draco sent a curse that shattered the broken wall behind Voldemort into a rain of stone. The Dark Lord did not turn. He was staring at Harry now with absolute attention. "The wand," Harry said. "You've had it, held it, murdered for it. None of that made it yours." For a second even the wind seemed to draw back. Then Voldemort understood enough to become monstrous with it. "Who?" he hissed. Harry might have lied, might have said Draco at once, or Dumbledore, or no one at all. Instead he told the truth in the order that hurt most. "You lost it before you took it," he said. Dumbledore fell to Draco. "Draco fell to me." Draco, several yards to Harry's right, closed his eyes once as if privately accepting that subtlety had officially died in the clearing. Voldemort's face emptied, not of emotion, of all but one. Rage so complete it became a kind of stillness. The next curse he threw was the killing curse. Harry had expected that too. Not now, perhaps, not with that particular speed, but the final move in men like Voldemort was always simplification. Strip away complexity. Return to the oldest certainty. If the thing in front of you dies, you have won. The green light came straight and absolute. Harry met it with no shield. He stepped sideways, pivoted through the line of it exactly as Moody had once taught movement economy, and Lupin had once taught fear management, and Lucius had once taught reading the shape of an opponent before he thought himself finished moving. The curse missed by inches and struck the ward behind him, where Hermione's prepared redirection array caught its force and bled it into the earth. Voldemort had committed. For the first time in the duel, he had overreached. Harry raised his wand. Not because prophecy demanded some final noble disarming. Not because mercy had suddenly become cleaner than truth. He had argued with himself about this for 2 years, exactly as he had told no one. Whether killing Voldemort with anything except the killing curse would satisfy law but fail closure. Whether to end the war with capture, humiliation, or elegant reversal. Whether using the spell that had orphaned him would stain something in him he still preferred unstained. He had made the decision months ago. Some things ended most truthfully in the language that began them. So Harry said, with no shout and no grandeur at all, "Avada Kedavra." The curse left his wand clean, not wild, not ecstatic, not dark in the old borrowed way the Horcrux had once made certain magics dark for him. This was different, cold, controlled, entirely chosen. The green light crossed the clearing before Voldemort could correct the Elder Wand's fractional disloyalty. Before his next shield formed. Before fury could become thought again, it struck him squarely in the chest. For one impossible instant Voldemort remained standing. Then he fell. No final speech. No revelation. No long, slow collapse into symbolic dust. Just a body hitting wet grass in a clearing outside Wiltshire while the wind moved through the trees, and the war, after all its years of noise and death and theater and rot, ended in less than a second of actual impact. Silence followed. Not peace, silence. Hermione was the first to move. Of course she was. She crossed the grass in 3 quick strides, wand still up, and checked the body with the clinical certainty of someone who had too often been forced to learn procedures no student should need. Draco remained where he was for a moment longer, breathing hard. then finally lowered his wand and sat down abruptly on a broken section of wall like his knees had remembered they were attached to him only after the danger passed. Hermione looked up after 3 beats. "He's dead," she said. The words should have sounded triumphant. They didn't, only factual. Harry stood exactly where he had cast the curse and looked at the body that had once defined his life before he could spell his own name. Nothing rose in him immediately, no exultation, no vindication, no great cleansing wave of justice that made the dead worthwhile or the damaged whole, only absence. He had planned so long for this moment that when it arrived, the planning simply had nowhere left to go. Then, slowly, other things began. Cedric in the graveyard, Ginny white-faced in the chamber, Lucius behind Azkaban wards, Draco on the manor floor with Nagini's blood smoking around him, Hermione asleep over legislation she shouldn't have had to write at 17, Dumbledore saying you are not walking into death because prophecy prefers theater. The 3 missing weeks he would never remember, the people used, the lies built. The choices made for others because he had believed, often correctly and never cleanly, that someone had to choose. Harry lowered his wand, his hand shook once. That was all. Draco saw it from the wall and for one fleeting second looked more alarmed by that than by the corpse. Hermione rose slowly. "Harry," she said. He looked at her. For a moment he thought she might ask whether he was all right. She didn't. Because she was Hermione, and because by now they all knew better than to insult reality that way. Instead, she said, "We should move before everyone else realizes they've been redirected successfully." Harry nodded. Good. Motion, work, structure again, those he could do. The body was handled through law, not legend. That mattered to Harry more than most of the country understood. Voldemort was not displayed like a dragon trophy. Not secretly vanished either. He was identified, documented, witnessed, and entered into official record as a dead wizard whose crimes could finally be counted against a finished life rather than a mythic threat. Hermione insisted on it. Harry agreed instantly. Draco, still pale and exhausted and carrying too many old instincts about what powerful families preferred to conceal, looked at the paperwork with visible disgust, and then admitted, reluctantly, that public fact would be harder to resurrect than rumor. The ministry convulsed. Relief. Opportunism. Retrospective courage. Sudden moral clarity from people who had shown very little of it while green light was still crossing rooms. Harry had expected all of that. He met it with preparation. He did not seize power. That was the important difference, and the one almost no one grasped at first. He engineered a vacuum, then filled it selectively. The first Wisengamot session after the war was one of the ugliest spectacles Britain had produced in years, which was impressive given recent competition. Old families arrived dressed in mourning and caution. Ministry loyalists arrived carrying speeches about resilience they had written too quickly. Former silent sympathizers arrived looking ill and patriotic in equal measure. The public galleries were packed. The press barely blinked. Harry entered late on purpose, not rudely. Precisely. Hermione was at his left with a stack of legislative summaries charmed into perfect order. Draco at his right in black formal robes that turned every old family eye in the room toward him at once. Lucius was absent, still imprisoned, pending broader tribunal review. Narcissa watched from the gallery, expression unreadable and perfect. Harry did not take a ministerial seat. He took the witness position. That choice changed the room, because it meant 2 things at once. He was not claiming a throne, he was claiming the right to define the record. And in politics, as Lucius had taught him before either of them understood what he was really teaching, that was often the more durable victory. He testified for nearly 4 hours, not emotionally, not vindictively, not with the false magnanimity cowards mistake for strength once danger is gone. He gave names, networks, procedures, methods, timings, known financial channels, compromised departments, legal weaknesses exploited by Death Eater structures, ministry failures, wartime manipulations, and the specific evidentiary boundaries beyond which frightened governments started manufacturing guilt for convenience. People expected a hero. What they got was a forensic architect of the war. Hermione followed with reform proposals so devastatingly organized that 3 senior Wisengamot members attempted procedural delay, and only succeeded in revealing they had not read the attached annexes. Draco spoke last among the 3, and the chamber quieted in a different way for him. Because old blood still listened when one of its own stood up and announced, in perfect inherited diction, that the registry system was finished, that the families who had survived would now have to survive as citizens rather than private governments, and that anyone hoping to preserve the old order had mistaken exhaustion for loyalty. It was one of the most beautiful betrayals of class interest Harry had ever heard. Afterward, in a side corridor while reporters swarmed the wrong staircase and 3 undersecretaries had visible nervous collapses in the correct one, Harry said to Draco, "That was excellent." Draco adjusted one cuff. "I know." Harry looked at him. Then, because Draco had earned more directness than most people ever did from him, added, "I mean it." Draco's hand stilled. For a second he looked very young and very old at once. Then he said, lightly enough to keep the world intact, "Try not to make a habit of sincerity. It's alarming. Reform did not happen because everyone suddenly became wise. It happened because the old structure had been damaged too thoroughly to reassemble itself before Hermione's legislation. Harry's testimony, Draco's pressure on surviving families, goblin leverage from the asset investigations, and sheer public terror forced movement. The pure blood registry was dismantled. Azkaban's structure was revised under external review, Dementor use reduced, and then terminated in stages, despite enormous resistance from exactly the sort of men who always thought cruelty was cheaper than systems. The Gringotts Treaty was renegotiated with humiliating concessions the Ministry had deserved for decades. War tribunals were limited, documented, and prevented from becoming mass revenge theater. Educational reforms began so slowly Harry wanted to hex half the Board of Governors, but they began. And everywhere inside that process, in committee rooms and chamber votes and private pressure meetings and public testimony and midnight drafting sessions, the strange new arrangement took shape, not a triumvirate. Harry hated the term, not friendship in the childish school sense either. Something harder and more functional. Hermione handled legislation, institutional design, public accountability. Draco handled old families, donor networks, aristocratic resistance, the kinds of conversations that began with insult and ended with signatures. Harry handled everyone who still needed convincing, and there were always more of those than either of the other 2 quite believed, until he walked into a room and somehow left it quieter, more afraid and more willing to agree. He never became minister, people asked. Some begged. A few feared he already effectively was. He refused every office that required popular affection as its base. Affection was unstable. So were elections held too soon after wars. Instead, he accepted advisory roles, emergency review authority, and a position just obscure enough to let him keep a hand on the architecture without becoming its official face. That, more than any single speech, proved he had truly meant to build something better rather than merely inherit a more respectable throne. Months later, when the first full winter after the war settled over Wiltshire in long silver frost, Harry returned to Malfoy Manor. Not because the house had become home in any soft, uncomplicated sense, because some endings required the place that began them. The gardens were stripped bare with cold, the hedges dark, the statues thinly rimed with ice. Somewhere inside the house, life continued in its new reduced way, Narcissa restoring order where order still answered to her. Servants moving more quietly than before, rooms carrying memory like scent. Harry found Draco in the back garden near the yew walk where they used to race as children under the disapproving eyes of tutors. He was sitting on the low stone bench with a wool coat half-buttoned and a glass of something clear in one hand. "You'll freeze," Harry said as he approached. Draco looked up. "In this family," he said, "that has never been a convincing deterrent." Harry sat beside him. The stone was cold through his coat. The silence between them was not, for a long while neither spoke. They had built a life, after all, on the understanding that words were only one of the ways people told the truth. The manor behind them stood dark and elegant against the winter evening. Not unchanged. Nothing was, but still standing. Which, Harry had learned, was sometimes its own kind of confession. At last, Draco said, without looking at him, "Mother wants to restore the West Conservatory." Harry watched frost gather on the nearest rose frame. "That seems optimistic." "It does, yes." Another pause. Then Draco let out a breath that ghosted white in the cold. "Do you ever think," he asked, "about who we would have been if none of this had happened?" Harry considered the war, the adoption, the manor, the scar, the graveyard, the lies, the prison visits, the blood. "No," he said after a moment. "Not really." Draco turned his head slightly. "Why not?" "Because alternative selves are luxuries for people whose actual selves were not forged under pressure. Because imagining an easier boy is useless once one has already become this one. Because I do not know whether I would like who I would have been without all the things that should have ruined me." Harry did not say any of that. Instead he said, "Because this version had enough to do." Draco huffed a laugh. "That," he murmured, "is the most you answer like yourself." Harry took the glass from Draco's hand, drank once, and returned it. It was terrible. "You've improved your taste," he said. Draco looked scandalized. "This is expensive." "That and quality are not identical." Draco shook his head. Then the humor faded a little, and the winter quiet deepened around them until at last he said, very softly, "I hated you." Harry looked at him. "Only a little?" Draco's mouth curved. "No, not only a little," Harry nodded. "That seems fair." Draco turned the glass between his hands. "I still don't know," he said, "whether what you did to get us here was monstrous or merely necessary." Harry felt the sentence land where only Draco's words ever seemed to land now, not because Draco was always right, but because he was one of the few people who had been present for both the making and the cost. "I don't know either," Harry said. That made Draco look at him fully. It was not the answer he expected. Harry held the gaze. "I know some of it was necessary," he said. "I know some of it was efficient. I know some of it saved lives and some of it damaged people I loved. I know I would do parts of it again. I know that troubles me less than it probably should." The wind moved through the yews. Then Draco laughed once under his breath. "There you are," he said. "That's the face I've been waiting for." "What face?" "The honest one." Harry might have denied it. Instead he asked, "And you?" Draco looked out over the frost. "I don't know what I am now." He admitted, "Not father's heir in the old sense, not Voldemort's anything, not innocent enough for certain kinds of absolution, not guilty enough for the ones idiots wanted, just," he gestured vaguely at the winter and the house and the country beyond both. "Here." Harry followed his gaze. "Here." He agreed. It was not eloquent, it was enough. After another long silence, Harry said something he had never said directly before, not because he lacked the language. Because in the Malfoy line, language of that kind was treated like exposed nerve, useful only when one had no more elegant armor left. "You are," he said, eyes on the dark garden ahead, "the reason I never became exactly what I could have been." Draco stopped moving altogether. Harry did not look at him, because if he did, the sentence might become performance instead of fact, and he would rather leave it ugly and true. Beside him, Draco was quiet for so long Harry almost thought the words had failed entirely. Then Draco said, in a voice stripped of nearly everything except reality, "You are the only brother I would have chosen." Harry turned then. Draco was still not looking at him. Good, Harry thought. That made it survivable. The cold bit through their coats. The house behind them remained what it had always been: beautiful, compromised, difficult, impossible to call gentle. And there, in the winter garden of the house that had shaped them both into weapons and something just barely more than weapons, they sat in silence that counted as warmth because it was theirs. Much later, at Hogwarts, Dumbledore's portrait watched the restored world take shape from the wall behind the headmaster's desk. The new administration was messier than his plans would have been, less noble in places. less willing to trust sacrifice as a universal solvent for corruption, more legal, more procedural, more vulnerable, perhaps, to ordinary compromise. Also, in its way, more honest. He watched Hermione arguing policy in rooms where old men had expected gratitude instead of mastery. He watched Draco step into family gatherings like a contagion of modernity, wrapped in flawless tailoring, and leave with signatures no one thought he could extract. He watched Harry move through the rebuilt government not as king, not as martyr, but as something rarer and perhaps more dangerous, a man who had learned how power worked and, having once used that knowledge to win a war, had decided to spend the rest of his life preventing worse men from doing the same. When asked, once, by an older portrait whether this had been what he intended all along, Dumbledore smiled the small, tired smile of someone who had at last stopped mistaking intention for authorship. "I planned," he said, "for a boy who would sacrifice himself." The portraits waited. Dumbledore looked out through painted eyes at the world Harry Malfoy Potter had broken, spared, manipulated, and remade. Then he said, very softly, "I did not plan for a boy who would win.